Chapter 14. In the campus Martius. S. Antonio de Portigasitore della Simia S. Agostino S. Apollinare Palazzo Altemp sta. Maria del Anima sta. Maria della Pace Palazzo del Governo Vecchio Monte Giordano and Palazzo Gabrielli sta. Maria Nuova sta. Maria di Monserrato S. Girolamo della Carita sta. Brigida S. Tommaso degli Inglese Palazzo Farnese sta. Maria della Morte Palazzo Falconeri Campo di Fior Palazzo Cancellierius S. Lorenzo e Damaso Palazzo, Linote Palazzo, Spada Trinità dei Pellegrini sta. Maria in Monticelli Palazzo, Santa Croce S. Carlo Accatenari Theatre of Pompi S. Andrea della Val Palazzo, Vidoni Palazzo, Massimo alle Colonnes Pantalone Palazzo, Brasche Statue of Pasquin Sant'Agnese Piazza Navona Palazzo, Pamphili S. Giacomo degli Spagnoli Palazzo, Madama S. Luigi dei Francesi the Sapiens S. Eustachio Pantheon sta. Maria sopra Minerville Pi di Marmo. The campus Martius, now an intricate labyrinth of streets, occupying the wide space between the Corso and the Tiber, was not included within the walls of ancient Rome, but even to late imperial times continued to be covered with gardens and pleasure grounds, interspersed with open spaces, which were used for the public exercises and amusements of the Roman youth. Tunc ego me memini ludos in grammine campi aspicere, et didasai, lubris tibri chuos. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 237. Tot jam abier dies commi, nec cura theatri, nec tediget campi, nec me musa juvat. Propert Roman 2, L 13. The vicinity of the Tiber afforded opportunities for practice in swimming. Quamvis non alias flector, equum sciens ec conspicitor grammine martio. Hor Roman 3, Odd 7. Altera gramineo spectibus equiria campo, quem Tibris curvis in latus ergit aquas. Ovid Fast, Roman 3, 519. Once upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, Darst thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood, and swim to yonder point? Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in, and bade him follow. So, indeed, he did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside, and stemming it with hearts of controversy. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. It was only near the foot of the Capitol that any buildings were erected under the Republic, and these only public offices. Under the Empire, a few magnificent edifices were scattered here and there over the plain. In the time of Cicero, the campus was quite uninhabited. It is supposed that the population were first attracted here when the aqueducts were cut during the Lombard invasion, which drove the inhabitants from the hills and obliged them to seek a site where they could avail themselves of the Tiber. The hills, which were crowded by a dense population in ancient Rome, are now for the most part deserted. The plain, which was deserted in ancient Rome, is now thickly covered with inhabitants. The plain was bounded on two sides by the Quirinal and Capitoline hills, which were both in the hands of the Sabines, but it had no connection with the Latin hill of the Palatine. Thus it was dedicated to the Sabine god, Mamers, or Mars, either before the time of Servius Tullius, as is implied by Dionysius, or after the time of the Tarquins, as stated by Livy. Tarquinius Superbus had appropriated the campus Martius to his own use and planted it with corn. After he was expelled, and his crops cut down and thrown into the Tiber, the land was restored to the people. Here the tribunes used to hold the assemblies of the plebs in the Prata Flaminia at the foot of the Capitol, before any buildings were erected as their meeting place. The earliest building in the campus Martius of which there is any record is the Temple of Apollo, built by the consul C. Julius in B.C. 430. Under the censor C. Flaminius, in B.C. 220, a group of important edifices arose on a site which is ascertained to be nearly that occupied by the Palazzo Kitani, Palazzo Made, and Sta. Caterina dei Fanari. The most important was the Circus Flaminius, where the plebeian games were celebrated under the care of the plebeian aediles, and which in later times was flooded by Augustus, when 36 crocodiles were killed there for the amusement of the people. Close to this circus was the Villa Publica, erected BC 438, for taking the census, levying troops, and such other public business as could not be transacted within the city. Here, also, foreign ambassadors were received before their entrance into the city, as afterwards at the Villa Papa Giulio, and here victorious generals awaited the decree which allowed them a triumph. It was in the Villa Publica that Sylla cruelly massacred 3,000 partisans of Marius, after he had promised them their lives. Tunc flos Hesperii, latii jam sola Juventus, concidit, et miseri maculavit Ovilia Rami. Lucan, Roman 2, 196. The cries of these dying men were heard by the Senate who were assembled at the time in the Temple of Bellona, restored by Appius Claudius Caecus in the Samnite War, which stood hard by, and in front of which at the extremity of the Circus Flaminius, where the Piazza Paganica now is, stood the Columna Bellica, where the Furiales, when war was declared, flung a lance into a piece of ground, supposed to represent the enemy's country, when it was not possible to do it at the hostile frontier itself. Julius Caesar flung the spear here when war was declared against Cleopatra. Prospicit a templo summum brevis area circum. Est ibi non parvi parva columna noti. Hinc solit hasta manu, belli pronuncia, midi, in regem et gentes, cum placit arma capi. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 205. Almost adjoining the Villa Publica was the Septa, where the comitia centuriata of the plebs assembled for the election of their tribunes. The other name of this place of assembly, Ovilia, or the sheepfolds, bears witness to its primitive construction, when it was surrounded by a wooden barrier. In later times, the Ovilia was more richly adorned. Pliny describes it as containing two groups of sculpture Pan and the young Olympus, and Chiron and the young Achilles for which the keepers were responsible with their lives. And under the empire it was enclosed in magnificent buildings. In BC 189, the temple of Hercules Musagetes was built by the censor Fulvius Nobilior. It occupied a site on the northwest of the portico of Octavia. Sylla restored it. Altera pars CSI custid sub Hercule tuta est, quod deus euboico carmine munus habit, muneris est tempus, qui nanes Lucifer anti est z titulos queris, Sulla probavit opus. Ovid Fast, Roman 6, 209. This temple was rebuilt by L. Marcius Philippus, stepfather of Augustus, and surrounded by a portico called after him Porticus Philippi. Vite censio porticum Philippi, CT vidret Hercules peristi. Martial v. Ep. 50. The portico of Octavia itself was originally built by the praetor, CN, Octavius, in BC 167, and rebuilt by Augustus, who rededicated it in memory of his sister. Close adjoining was the Porticus Metelli, built BC 146 by Caecilius Metellus. It contained two temples of Juno and Jupiter. Another temple of Juno stood between this and the theatre of Pompey, having been erected by M. Aemilius Lepidus in B.C. 170, together with a temple of Diana. Near the same spot was a temple of Fortuna Equestris, erected in consequence of a vow of Q. Fulvius Flaccus when fighting against the Celtiberians in BC 176. A temple of Isis and Serapis, and a temple of Mars erected by D. Junius Brutus for his victories over the Galicians in BC 136. At this last-named temple, the people, assembled in their centuries, voted the war against Philip of Macedon. In the same neighborhood was the Theatre of Balbus, a general under Julius Caesar, occupying the site of the Piazza della Scuola. The munificence of Pompey extended the public buildings much further into the campus. He built, after his triumph, a temple of Minerva on the site now occupied by the Church of Sta. Maria Sopra Minerva, on which the beautiful statue called the Giustiniani Minerva was found, and the Theatre of Pompey, surrounded by pillared porticos and walks shaded with plane trees. Silicet Ambrosis sordit Pompeia columnis, porticus allies, nobilis italicis et creber peritor platanis surgentibus ordo, flumina sapido quic maron cadunt. Propertius Roman 2, L. 32. 2 modo Pompeia lentus spatior sub umbra, cum sol Hercule terga leonis addit. Ovid de Art, A.M., I-67. Inda pedicentum pendentia tecta columnis, elinc Pompeii dona, nemusc duplex. Martial Roman 2, Ep. 14. Under the empire important buildings began to rise up further from the city. The amphitheater of Statilius Taurus, whose ruins are supposed to be the foundation of the Monte Satorio, was built by a general under Augustus. The magnificent Pantheon, the baths of Agrippa, And the diribatorium, where the soldiers received their pay, whose huge and unsupported roof was one of the wonders of the city, were due to his son-in-law. Agrippa also brought the Aqua Virgo into the city to supply his baths, conveying it on pillars across the Flaminian Way, the future Corso. Qua vicina pluit vipsanis porta columnis, et matit assiduo lubricus imbre lapis in jugulum puri, qui rossida templa subabat, decidit hiberno pregravis undagello. Martial Roman 4, Ep. 18. Near this aqueduct was a temple of Juturna. T quoque lux idem, turnisor, id recepit, hic ubi Virginia campus obiter aqua. Ovid Fast, I 463. And another of Isis. Amere portabit aquas, ut sparget in ida cities, antiquo qui proxima surgit ovali. Juvenal Sat, Roman 6, 528. These were followed by the erection of the Temple of Neptune by some ascribed to Agrippa, who is said to have built it in honor of his naval victories, by others to the time of the Antonines, by the great imperial mausoleum, then far out in the country, and by the Baths of Nero, on the site now occupied by S. Luigi and the neighboring buildings. Quid Neron Pegis, quid Thermes Milius Neronianis. Martial Roman 7, Ep. 33. Fas sit componer magnis parva, Neronia nec qui modo totus, in unda hic itrum suder neget. Stadia Silv, I 5. Besides these were an arch of Tiberius, erected by Claudius, a temple of Hadrian and Basilica of Matidia, built by Antoninus Pius in honor of his predecessors, the temple and arch of Marcus Aurelius near the site of the present Palazzo Chigi, and an arch of Gratian, Valentinian Roman II, and Theodosius. Of all these various buildings, nothing remains except the Pantheon, a single arch of the Baths of Agrippa, some disfigured fragments of the mausoleum, a range of columns belonging to the Temple of Neptune, and a portion of the portico of Octavia. The interest of the Campus Martius is almost entirely medieval or modern, and the objects worth visiting are scattered amid such a maze of dirty and intricate streets that they are seldom sought out except by those who make a long stay in Rome and care for everything connected with its history and architecture. Following the line of streets which leads from the Piazza di Spagna to St. Peter's, via Condati, via Fontanella Borghese, beyond the Borghese Palace, let us turn to the left by the Via della Scrofa, at the entrance of which is the Palazzo Galitzin on the right and the Palazzo Cardelli on the left. Passing, on the right, St. Ivo of Brittany, the national church of the Bretons, the second turn on the right, via S. Antonio dei Portoghesi, shows a church dedicated to Saint Anthony of Padua and the fine medieval tower called Torre della Simia. In this tower once lived a man who had a favorite ape. One day this creature seized upon a baby, and rushing to the summit, was seen from below by the agonized parents, perched upon the battlements, and balancing their child to and fro over the abyss. They made a vow in their terror that if the baby were restored in safety, they would make provision that a lamp should burn nightly forever before an image of the Virgin on the summit. The monkey, without relaxing its hold of the infant, slid down the wall, and bounding and grimacing, laid the child at its mother's feet. Thus a lamp always burns upon the battlements before an image of the Madonna. This building is better known, however, as Hilda's Tower, a fictitious name which it has received from Hawthorne's mysterious novel. Taking her way through some of the intricacies of the city, Miriam entered what might be called either a widening of a street or a small piazza. The neighborhood comprised a baker's oven, emitting the usual fragrance of sour bread, a shoe shop, a linen-draper's shop, a pipe and cigar shop, a lottery office, a station for French soldiers with a sentinel pacing in front, and a fruit stand at which a Roman matron was selling the dried kernels of chestnuts, wretched little figs, and some bouquets of yesterday. A church, of course, was near at hand, the facade of which ascended into lofty pinnacles, whereon were perched 2 or 3 winged figures of stone, either angelic or allegorical, blowing stone trumpets in close vicinity to the upper windows of an old and shabby palace. This palace was distinguished by a feature not very common in the architecture of Roman edifices. That is to say, a medieval tower, square, massive, lofty, and battlemented and machicolated at the summit. At one of the angles of the battlements stood a shrine of the Virgin, such as we see everywhere at the street corners of Rome. but seldom or never, except in this solitary instance, at a height above the ordinary level of men's views and aspirations. Connected with this old tower and its lofty shrine, there is a legend. And for centuries a lamp has been burning before the Virgin's image at noon, at midnight, at all hours of the 24, and must be kept burning forever, as long as the tower shall stand. Or else the tower itself, the palace, and whatever estate belongs to it, shall pass from its hereditary possessor, in accordance with an ancient vow, and become the property of the church. As Miriam approached, she looked upward, and saw not, indeed, the flame of the never-dying lamp, which was swallowed up in the broad sunlight that brightened the shrine but a flock of white doves, shining, fluttering, and wheeling above the topmost height of the tower, their silver wings flashing in the pure transparency of the air. Several of them sat on the ledge of the upper window, pushing one another off by their eager struggle for this favorite station, and all tapping their beaks and flapping their wings tumultuously against the panes. Some had alighted in the street, far below, but flew hastily upward, at the sound of the window being thrust ajar, and opening in the middle on rusty hinges, as Roman windows do. Transformation. The next street on the right leads to the Church of S. Agostino, built originally by Bassio Pintelli in 1483 for Cardinal d'Estoutville, Archbishop of Rouen and legate in France, the vindicator of Joan of Arc, but altered in 1740 by Van Vitelli. The delicate work of the front, built of travertine robbed from the Colosseum, is much admired by those who do not seek for strength of light and shadow. This church dedicated to her son contains the remains of Sta. Monica, brought hither from Ostia, where she died. The chapel of St. Augustine in the right transept contains a gloomy picture by Guercino of St. Augustine between St. John Baptist and St. Paul the Hermit. The high altar by Bernini has an image of the Madonna brought from Sta. Sophia at Constantinople, and attributed to St. Luke. The second chapel in the left aisle has a group of the Virgin and Child with St. Anna, by Andrea Sansovino, 1512. On the third pilaster, to the left of the nave, is a fresco of Isaiah by Raphael, painted in 1512, but retouched by Daniel de Volterra in the reign of Paul Roman IV. The prophet holds a scroll with words from Isaiah Roman 26. Too few will agree with the stricture of Kugler. In a fresco, representing the prophet Isaiah and two angels who hold a tablet, the comparison is unfavorable to Raphael. An effort to rival the powerful style of Michelangelo is very visible in this picture, an effort which, notwithstanding the excellence of the execution in parts, has produced only an exaggerated and affected figure. Kugler, Roman II, 371. The church overflows with silver hearts and other votive offerings, which are all addressed to the Madonna and Child of Andrea Sansovino, close to the west entrance, which is really a fine piece of sculpture for an object of Roman Catholic idolatry. On the pedestal of the image is inscribed N. Spo Roman 7. Concede in perpetuo 100 giorni d'indulgenza de lucrarsi una volta al giorno da tutquel ci dividiment toccarano il pied di questa s. E imagine recitando un Ave Maria per il bisogno di SCS. 7 Geog. MD, CCCXI. Around this statue are, or were a short time ago, a whole array of assassins' daggers hung up, strange instances of trespass offering. The Church of S. Agostino is the Methodist meeting house, so to speak, of Rome, where the extravagance of the enthusiasm of the lower orders is allowed the freest scope. Its Virgin and Child are covered, smothered with jewels, votive offerings of those whose prayers the image had heard and answered. All round the image the walls are covered with votive offerings likewise, some of a similar kind jewels, watches, valuables of different descriptions. Some offerings again consist of pictures, representing, generally in the rudest way, some sickness or accident, cured or averted by the appearance in the clouds of the Madonna, as seen in the image. Almost the whole side of the church is covered, from pavement to roof, with these curious productions. Alford's Letters from Abroad. It is not long since the report was spread that one day when a poor woman called upon this image of the Madonna for help, it began to speak and replied, "If I had only something, then I could help thee, but I myself am so poor." This story was circulated, and very soon throngs of credulous people hastened hither to kiss the foot of the Madonna, and to present her with all kinds of gifts. The image of the Virgin, a beautiful figure in brown marble, now sits shining with ornaments of gold and precious stones. Candles and lamps burn around, and people pour in, rich and poor, great and small, to kiss, some of them 2 or 3 times the Madonna's foot, a gilt foot, to which the forehead also is devotionally pressed. The marble foot is already worn away with kissing. The Madonna is now rich. Below the altar it is inscribed in golden letters that Pew's Romans 7 promise 200 days absolution to all such as should kiss the Madonna's foot and pray with the whole heart Ave Maria. Frederica Bremer. Passing the arch just beyond this is the Church of S. Apollinaire, built originally by Adrian I, 772-795, but modernized under Benedict Roman XIV. By Fuga, it contains a number of relics of saints brought from the East by Basilian monks. Over the altar, on the left in the inner vestibule, is a Madonna by Perugino. The church now belongs to the German college. S. Apollinaire is said to have accompanied St. Peter from Antioch to Rome and to have remained here as his companion and assistant, whence the church dedicated to him here. He was afterwards sent to preach the faith in Ravenna, where he became the first Christian bishop, and suffered martyrdom outside the Rimini Gate, July 23, A.D. 79. Adjoining this church is the Seminario Romano, founded by Pius Roman IV. On a system drawn up by his nephew, S. Carlo Borromeo, 800 young boys are annually educated here. In order to gain admittance, it is necessary to be of Roman birth, to be acquainted with grammar, and to wish to take orders. Pupils are held to their first intention of entering the priesthood by being compelled to refund all the expenses of their education if they renounce it. Nearly opposite the church is the Palazzo Altemps, built 1580 by Martino Lunghai. Its courtyard, due, like all the best palace work in Rome, to Baldassare Peruzzi, is exceedingly graceful and picturesque. Ancient statues and flowering shrubs occupy the spaces between the arches of the ground floor, and on the first floor is a loggia, richly decorated with delicate arabesques in the style of Giovanni di Udine. Near this loggia is a chapel of exceedingly beautiful proportions and delicately worked detail. It has several good frescoes, especially the Flight into Egypt and Sta. Cecilia singing to the Virgin and the Child. At the west end is a small, gracefully proportioned music gallery in various colored marbles. In an inner chapel is a fine bronze crucifix. The palace, of which the most interesting parts are shown on request, is now the property of the Duke of Galles, to whom it came by the marriage of Jules Hardouin, Duke of Galles, with Donna Lucrezia d'Altemps. Following the Via S. Agostino by the medieval Torre Sanguinea, whose name bears witness to the medieval phrase of popes and anti-popes, we reach the German National Church of Sta. Maria dell'Anima, which derives its name from a marble group of the Madonna invoked by 2 souls in purgatory, found among the foundations and now inserted in the tympanum of the portal. It was originally built c. 1440, with funds bequeathed by un certo Giovanni Pietro, but enlarged in 1514. The facade is by Giuliano da Sangallo. The door frames, of delicate workmanship, are by Antonio Gimberti. The front entrance is generally closed, but one can always gain admittance from behind, through the courtyard of the German hospital. The interior is peculiar, from its great height and width in comparison with its length. It is divided into 3 almost equal aisles. Over the high altar is a damaged picture of the Holy Family with Saints by Giulio Romano. On the right is the fine tomb of Pope Adrian Roman VI, Adrian Florent, 1522-23, designed by Baldassare Peruzzi and carried out by Michelangelo Senese and Niccolò Tribolo. This pope, the son of a shipbuilder at Utrecht, was professor at the University of Louvain and tutor of Charles V after the witty, brilliant age of Julius Roman II. And Leo X. He ushered in a period of penitence and devotion. He drove from the papal court the throng of artists and philosophers who had hitherto surrounded it, and he put a stop to the various great buildings which were in progress, saying, "I do not wish to adorn priests with churches, but churches with priests." Still he found the times so much too frivolous for him that he only survived a year. In his epitaph we read, Hadrianus hic situs est, qui nihil sibi infelicis in vita quam quod imperurit, duxit. And, pro dolor, quantum refert in qui tempora vel optimi, cujusque virtus insidat. The tomb was erected at the expense of Cardinal William of Inkenfort, the only prelate to whom he had time to give a hat. It is an irony that Adrian, who despised all the arts on principle and looked upon Greek statues as idolatrous, had a more artistic monument than Leo X of the House of Medici. Baldassare Peruzzi made the design. Its sculptures were carried out by Michelangelo Ceinese and Tribolo, and they merit the highest acknowledgement. Here, as is so often the case, the architecture is, as it were, a frontispiece, but the way in which the Pope is represented resembles, in conformity with his character, the type of the Middle Ages. He is stretched upon a simple marble sarcophagus and slumbers with his head supported by his hand. His countenance, Adrian was very handsome, is deeply marked and sorrowful. In the lunette above, following the ancient type, appears Mary with the child between St. Peter and St. Paul. Below, in the niches, stand the figures of the four cardinal virtues. Temperance holds a chain, courage a branch of a tree, while a lion stands by her side. Justice has an ostrich by her side. Wisdom carries a mirror and a serpent. These figures are executed with great care. Lastly, under the sarcophagus is a large bas-relief representing the entry of the Pope to Rome. He sits on horseback in the dress of a cardinal. Behind him follow cardinals and monks. The senator of Rome renders homage on his knees, while from the gate the eternal Rome comes forth to meet him. This Cypria, so well adorned by his predecessors, seems ill-pleased to do homage to this cross old man. With secret pleasure, one sees a pagan idea carried out in the corner. The Tiber is represented as a river god with his horn of abundance, and thus the devout pope could not defend himself against the heathen spirit of the time, which has at least attached itself to his tomb. Gregorovius, Grabmailer der Papst. Opposite the pope, on the left of the choir, is the fine tomb of a Duke of Cleves, who died 1575, by Aegidius of Riviere and Nicolaus of Arras. The body of the church has several good pictures. In the first chapel of the right aisle is Saint Bruno receiving the keys of the Cathedral of Meissen in Saxony from a fisherman, who had found them in the inside of a fish, by Carlo Saraceni. In the second chapel, the monument of Cardinal Slusius. In the third chapel, an indifferent copy of the Pietà of Michelangelo by Nanni di Bassio Biggio. In the first chapel of the left aisle is the martyrdom of Saint Lambert, see Saraceni. The two pictures in this church are cited by Lanzi as the best works of this comparatively rare artist, sometimes called Carlo Veneziano, 1580–1625. He sought to follow in the steps of Caravaggio. Many will think that he surpassed him when they look upon the richness of color and grand effect of light and shadow which is displayed here. In the third chapel del Cristo Morto, frescoes from the life of Sta Barbara Mich. Coxey, altarpiece, the entombment, and frescoes by Salviati. On the left of the west door is the tomb of Cardinal Andrea of Austria, nephew of Ferdinand Roman II, who died 1650, on the right that of Cardinal Kenevert, died 1500. In the passage towards the sacristy is a fine bas-relief representing Gregory Roman XIII, giving a sword to the Duke of Cleves. Close to this church is that of Sta Maria della Pace, built in 1487 by Baxio Pintelli to fulfill a curious ex voto made by Sixtus Roman IV. Formerly, there stood here a little chapel dedicated to St. Andrew, in whose portico was an image of the Virgin. One day a drunken soldier pierced the bosom of this Madonna with his sword, when blood miraculously spurted forth. Sixtus Roman IV. Francesco della Rover, 1471–84, visited the spot with his cardinals, and vowed to compensate the Virgin by building her a church, if she would grant peace to Europe and the Church, then afflicted by a cruel war with the Turks. Peace was restored, and the Church of Saint Mary of Peace was erected by the grateful Pope. Pietro de Cortona added the peculiar semicircular portico under Alexander Roman VII. The interior has only a short nave ending under an octagonal cupola. Above the first chapel on the right, that of the Chigi family, are the four Sibyls of Raphael. This is one of Raphael's most perfect works. Great mastery is shown in the mode of filling and taking advantage of the apparently unfavorable space. The angels who hold the tablets to be written on, or read by the Sibyls, create a spirited variety in the severe symmetrical arrangement of the whole. Grace in the attitudes and movements, with a peculiar harmony of form and color, pervade the whole picture, but important restorations have unfortunately become necessary in several parts. An interesting comparison may be instituted between this work and the Sibyls of Michelangelo. In each, we find the peculiar excellence of the great masters, for while Michelangelo's figures are grand, sublime, profound, the fresco of the Pace bears the impress of Raphael's severe and ingenious grace. The four prophets, on the wall over the Sibyls, were executed by Timoteo della Vite after drawings by Raphael Kugler. The Sibyls have suffered much from time, and more, it is said, from restoration. Yet the forms of Raphael, in all their loveliness, all their sweetness, are still before us. They breathe all the soul, the sentiment, the chaste expression, and purity of design that characterize his works. The dictating angels hover over the heads of the gifted maids, one of whom writes with rapid pen the irreversible decrees of fate. The countenances and musing attitudes of her sister Sibyls express those feelings of habitual thoughtfulness and pensive sadness natural to those who are cursed with the knowledge of futurity and all its coming evils. Eaton's Rome. The Sibyls are simply beautiful women of antique form, to whom, with the aid of books, scrolls, and inscriptions, the Sibyllic idea has been given, but who would equally pass for the abstract personifications of virtues or cities. They are four in number: the Cumana, Phrygia, Persica, and Tiburtina, all, with the exception of the last, in the fullness of youth and beauty, and occupied, apparently, with no higher aim than that of displaying both. Indeed, the Tiburtina matches ill with the rest, either in character or action. She is aged, has an open book on her lap, but turns with a strange and rigid action as if suddenly called. The very comparison with her tends to divest the others of the Sibylline character. In this, the angels who float above, and obviously inspire them, also help, for while adding to the charm of the composition, which is one of the most exquisite as to mere art, they interfere with that inwardly inspired expression which all other art has given to these women. The inscription on the scroll of the Cumaean Sibyl gives in Greek the words, "the resurrection of the dead." The Persica is writing on the scroll held by the angel, "He will have the lot of death." The beautiful Phrygia is presented with a scroll, "The heavens surround the sphere of the earth," and the Tiburtina has under her the inscription, "I will open and arise." The fourth angel floats above, holding the seventh line of Virgil's eclogue, Jam Nova Progenies, Lady Eastlake's History of Our Lord. The first chapel on the left has monuments of the Ponsti family. The second chapel on the left has an altarpiece of the Virgin between St. Bridget and St. Catherine by Baldassare Peruzzi. In the front of the picture kneels the donor, Cardinal Ponsti. The first altar on the right has the Adoration of the Shepherds by Sermonida. The second chapel, the burial place of the Santa Croce family, has rich carved work of the 16th century. The high altar, designed by Carlo Maderno, has an ancient miracle-working Madonna. Of the four paintings of the cupola, the Nativity of the Virgin is by Francesco Vanni, the Visitation, Carlo Maratta, the Presentation in the Temple, Baldassare Peruzzi, the Death of the Virgin, Morandi. Newly married couples have the touching custom of attending their first Mass here, and invoking Saint Mary of Peace to rule the course of their new life. The cloister of the convent, entered on the left under the dome, was designed by Bramante for Cardinal Caraffa in 1504. From the portico of the church, the Via in Pariani leads to the Via del Governo Vecchio. Here, on the right, is the Palazzo del Governo Vecchio, with a richly sculptured door * way and ancient cloistered court. Proceeding as far as the Piazza del Orologio, we see on the right an eminence known as Monte Giordano, supposed to be artificial, and to have arisen from the ruins of ancient buildings. Its name is derived from Giordano Orsini, a noble of one of the oldest Roman families, who built the palace there, which is now known as the Palazzo Gabrielli, and which has rather a handsome fountain. It was probably in consequence of the name Jordan that this hillock was chosen in medieval times as the place where the Jews in Rome received the newly elected pope on his way to the Lateran, and where their elders, covered with veils, presented him, on their knees, with a copy of the Pentateuch bound in gold. Then the Jews spoke in Hebrew, saying, "Most Holy Father, we Hebrew men beseech your holiness, in the name of our synagogue, to vouchsafe to us that the Mosaic law, given on Mount Sinai by the Almighty God to Moses our priest, may be confirmed and approved, as also other eminent popes, the predecessors of your holiness, have approved and confirmed it." And the Pope replied, "We confirm the law, but we condemn your faith and interpretation thereof, because he who you say is to come, the Lord Jesus Christ, is come already, as our church teaches and preaches. Turning to the left, we enter a piazza, one side of which is occupied by the convent of the Oratorians and the vast church of Santa Maria in Vallicella, or the Chiesa Nuova, built by Martino Lunghai for Gregory Roman XIII, and S. Filippo Neri. The facade is by Rughesi. The decorations of the magnificently ugly interior are partly due to Pietro da Cortona, who painted the roof and cupola. On the left of the tribune is the gorgeous chapel of S. Filippo Neri, containing the shrine of the saint, rich in lapis lazuli and gold, surmounted by a mosaic copy of the picture by Guido in the adjoining convent. On the right in the first chapel is the Crucifixion by Suppiani Gitani, in the third chapel the Ascension Maziano. On the left in the second chapel is the Adoration of the Magi, Cesare Nebbia, in the third chapel the Nativity Durante Alberti, in the fourth chapel the Visitation Baroccio. In the left transept are statues of SS Peter and Paul by Valsoldo and the Presentation in the Temple by Baroccio. When S. Filippo Neri saw this picture, he said to the painter, "Ma cum avit ben fatto, ci vera somiglanza e cosi ci mai ha apparato, tant vault la Santa Virgin." The high altar has 4 columns of Porta Santa. Its pictures are by Rubens in his youth, that in the center represents the Virgin in a glory of angels. On the right are Saint Gregory, S. Maro, and Saint Papias, on the left Saint Domitilla, Saint Nereus, and Saint Achillius. The sacristy, entered from the left transept, is by Marucelli. It has a grand statue of S. Filippo Neri, by Algardi. The ceiling is painted by Pietro da Cortona. The subject is an angel bearing the instruments of the Passion to heaven. The monastery, built by Borromini, contains the magnificent library founded by S. Filippo. The cell of the saint is accessible, even to ladies. It retains his confessional, chair, shoes, rope girdle, and also a cast taken from his face after death, and some pictures which belong to him, including one of Sta. Francesca Romana and the portrait of an archbishop of Florence. In the private chapel adjoining is the altar at which he daily said Mass, over which is a picture of his time. Here also are the crucifix which was in his hands when he died, his candlesticks, and some sacred pictures on tablets which he carried to the sick. The door of the cell is the same, and the little bell by which he summoned his attendant. In a room below is the carved coffin in which he lay in state, a picture of him lying dead, and the portrait by Guercino from which the mosaic in the church is taken. A curious picture in this chamber represents an earthquake at Beneventum, in which Pope Gregory Roman XIV believed that his life was saved by an image of S. Filippo. When S. Filippo Nero died, as in the case of S. Antonio, the Catholic world exclaimed intuitively, "Il santo e grave morto." Let the world flaunt her glories. Each glittering prize, though tempting to others, is not in my eyes. A child of St. Philip, my master and guide, I would live as he lived, and would die as he died. If scanty my fare, yet how was he fed on olives and herbs and a small roll of bread? Are my joints and bones sore with aches and with pains? Philip scourged his young flesh with fine iron chains. A closet his home, where he, year after year, bore heat or cold greater than heat or cold here. A rope stretched across it, and o'er it he spread his small stock of clothes, and the floor was his bed. One lodging besides, God's temple he chose, and he slept in its porch his few hours of repose, or studied by light which the altar lamp gave, or knelt at the martyr's victorious grave. J. H. Newman, 1857. The Church of the Chiesa Nuova belongs exclusively to the Oratorian Fathers. Pope Leo Roman XII wished to turn it into a parish church. It was said that the superior of the house took and showed to the Holy Father an autograph memorial of the founder Saint Philip Neri to the Pope of his day, petitioning that his church should never be a parish. And below it was written that Pope's promise, also in his own hand, that it never should. This Pope was Saint Pius V. Leo bowed to such authorities, said that he could not contend against 2 saints, and altered his plans. Weissmann's Life of Leo Roman XII. S. Filippo Neri was good-humored, witty, strict in essentials, indulgent in trifles. He never commanded, he advised or perhaps requested. He did not discourse, he conversed, and he possessed, in a remarkable degree, the acuteness necessary to distinguish the peculiar merit of every character. Rank. S. Filippo Neri laid the foundation of the Congregation of Oratorians in 1551. Several priests and young ecclesiastics associating themselves with him began to assist him in his conferences and in reading prayers and meditations to the people in the Church of the Holy Trinity. They were called oratorians because at certain hours every morning and afternoon, by ringing a bell, they called the people to the church to prayers and meditations. In 1564, when the saint had formed his congregation into a regular community, he preferred several of his young ecclesiastics to holy orders, one of whom was the eminent Caesar Baronius, whom, for his sanctity, Benedict Roman XIV, by a decree dated on the 12th of January, 1745, honored with the title of Venerable Servant of God. At the same time, he formed his disciples into a community, using one common purse and table, and he gave them rules and statutes. He forbade any of them to bind themselves to this state by vow or oath, that all might live together joined only by the bands of fervor and holy charity, laboring with all their strength to establish the kingdom of Christ in themselves by the most perfect sanctification of their own souls, and to propagate the same in the souls of others, by preaching, instructing the ignorant, and teaching the Christian doctrine. Alban Butler. S. Filippo Neri exacted from his scholars and associates various undignified outward acts. He required from a young Roman prince, who wished to enjoy the distinction of being a member of his order, that he should walk through Rome with a fox's tail fastened on behind, and when the prince declined to submit to this, he was declined admission to the order. Another was made to go through the city without a coat, and another with torn and tattered sleeves. A nobleman took compassion on the last and offered him a new pair of sleeves. The youth declined, but afterwards, by command of the master, was obliged gratefully to fetch and wear them. During the building of the new church, he compelled his disciples to bring up the materials like day laborers and to lay their hands to the work. Goethe, Romish Brief. It was in the piazza in front of this church that, during the reign of Clement Roman XIV, a beautiful boy was wont to improvise wonderful verses to the admiration of the crowds who surrounded him. This boy was named Trapassy and was the son of a grocer in the neighborhood. The Arcadian Academy changed his name into Greek and called him Metastasio. From the corner of the piazza in front of the Chiesa Nuova, the Via Calabraga leads into the Via Monserrato, which it enters between Sta. Lucia del Gonfalone on the right, and S. Stefano in Pisinula on the left, then, passing on the right S. Giacomo in Ano behind which, and the Palazzo Rixai, is Santo Spirito dei Napolitani, a much frequented and popular little church. We reach Sta. Maria di Monserrato, built by Sangallo in 1495, where Saint Ignatius Loyola was wont to preach and catechize. Here, behind the altar, under a stone unmarked by any epitaph, repose at last the remains of Pope Alexander Roman VI. Rodrigo Borgia, 1492–1503. The infamous father of the beautiful and wicked Caesar and Lucretia Borgia, who is believed to have died from accidentally drinking in a vineyard banquet the poison which he had prepared for one of his own cardinals. When exhumed and turned out of the pontifical vaults of St. Peter's by Julius Roman II, he found a refuge here in his national church, the bones of his uncle Calixtus Roman III. Alfonso Borgia, 1455–58, rest in the same grave. A little further on the left is the church of S. Tommaso degli Inglesi, rebuilt 1870 on the site of a church founded by Offa, king of the East Saxons in 775, but destroyed by fire in 817. It was rebuilt and was dedicated by Alexander Roman III. 1159 to St. Thomas à Becket, who had lodged in the adjoining hospital when he was in Rome. Gregory Roman XIII. In 1575, united the hospital which existed here with one for English sailors on the Ripa Grande, dedicated to St. Edmund the Martyr, and converted them into a college for English missionaries. Nothing like a hospice for English pilgrims existed till the first great Jubilee, when John Shepherd and his wife Alice, seeing this want, settled in Rome, and devoted their substance to the support of poor palmers from their own country. This small beginning grew into sufficient importance for it to become a royal charity. The King of England became its patron and named its rector, often a person of high consideration. Among the fragments of old monuments scattered about the house by the Revolution, and now collected and arranged in a corridor of the college, is a shield surmounted by a crown, and carved with the ancient arms of England, lions or lionceau, and fleur-de-lis, quarterly. This used formerly to be outside the house, and under it was inscribed: Hic conjuncta duo, successus debita legi Anglia dant, regifrantia signa suo, Laurentius chance me fecit M.C.C.C., Roman 12. Cardinal Weissman. In the hall of the college are preserved portraits of Roman Catholics who suffered for their faith in England under Henry Roman 8 and Elizabeth. The small cloister has a beautiful tomb of Christopher Bainbrigg, Archbishop of York, British envoy to Julius Roman II, who died at Rome 1514, and a monument of Sir Thomas Dereham, ob 1739. Against the wall is the monument of Martha Swinburne, a prodigy of 9 years old, inscribed: Memorie Marthi Henriciet Marthi Swinburne, Nat. Anglii ex, Antiqua et nobili, familia, Cafiton Northumbriae parents mostis filii carissimi, pr, qui ingenio excellenti, forma eximia incredibili doctrina moribus suavissimis, vix, an Roman 8 men, zitantum, prarepta, Rami, v id sept and mdcclx vi. Martha Swinburne, born Oct, ex mdccl vi. Died sept Roman 8 mdcclx vi. Her years were few, but her life was long and full. She spoke English, French, and Italian and had made some progress in the Latin tongue, knew the English and Roman histories, arithmetic, and geography, sang the most difficult music at sight with one of the finest voices in the world, was a great proficient on the harpsichord, wrote well, and danced many sorts of dances with strength and elegance. Her face was beautiful and majestic, her body a perfect model, and all her motions graceful. Her docility in doing everything to make her parents happy could only be equaled by her sense and aptitude. With so many perfections, amidst the praises of all persons, from the sovereign down to the beggar in the street, her heart was incapable of vanity. Affectation and arrogance were unknown to her. Her beauty and accomplishments made her the admiration of all beholders, the love of all that enjoyed her company. Think, then, what the pangs of her wretched parents must be on so cruel a separation. Their only comfort is in the certitude of her being completely happy beyond the reach of pain, and forever freed from the miseries of this life. She can never feel the torments they endure for the loss of a beloved child. Blame them not for indulging an innocent pride in transmitting her memory to posterity as an honor to her family and to her native country England. Let this plain character, penned by her disconsolate father, draw a tear of pity from every eye that peruses it. The arm of St. Thomas à Becket is the chief relic preserved here. At the end of the street are 2 exceedingly ugly little churches, very interesting from their associations. On the right is St. Girolamo della Carita, founded on the site of the House of Sta. Paula, where she received St. Jerome upon his being called to Rome from the Thebaid by Pope Damasus in 392. Here he remained for 3 years, till, embittered by the scandal excited by his residence in the house of the widow, he returned to his solitude. In 1519, S. Filippo Neri founded here a confraternity for the distribution of dowries to poor girls, for the assistance of debtors, and for the maintenance of 14 priests for the visitation and confession of the sick. Lorsk Saint Philippe de Neri fut praetor, il alici logere a Saint Jerome della Carita, ou il demura trencinque, ans, dans la société des pieds ecclésiastiques, qui administrant les sacraments dans cette paris. Chaque soir, Philippe ouvrait, dans sa chambre qui existe encore, des conférences sur tous les points du dogme catholique. Les jeunes gens affluent à ces saints réunions, en y voit Baronius, Bordini, qui fut archevêque Salviati, frère du cardinal. Taruja, nephew du pape Jules Roman III. Un dacier ardent d'exercer, ensemble le ministre de la prédication, et les devoirs de la charité, pour de ces pia jeunes gens à vivre en commune, sous la discipline du verdua praetor, dont la parole était si puissante sur leurs cœurs. Gurnery. The masterpiece of Domnicino, the Last Communion of Saint Jerome, in which Sta. Paula is introduced kissing the hand of the dying saint, hung in this church till carried off to Paris by the French. Opposite this is the church of Sta. Brigida, on the site of the dwelling of the saint, a daughter of the house of Brahe, and wife of Walfon, Duke of Nerisha, who came hither in her widowhood to pass her declining years near the tomb of the apostles. With her lived her daughter Saint Catherine of Sweden, who was so excessively beautiful, and met with so many importunities in that wild time, 1350, that she made a vow never to leave her own roof except to visit the churches. The crucifix, prayer book, and black mantle of Saint Bridget are preserved here. Saint Bridget exercised a reformatory influence as well upon the higher class of the priesthood in Rome as in Naples. For she did not alone satisfy herself with praying at the graves of the martyrs, she earnestly exhorted bishops and cardinals, nay, even the Pope himself, to a life of the true worship of God and of good works, from which they had almost universally fallen, to devote themselves to worldly ambition. She awoke the consciences of many, as well by her prayers and remonstrances as by her example. For she herself, of a rich and noble race, that of a Brahe, one of the nobles in Sweden, yet lived here in Rome and labored like a truly humble servant of Christ. "We must walk barefoot over pride if we would overcome it," said she, and Brigida Brahe did so, and in so doing overcame those proud hearts and won them to God. Frederica Bremer. We now reach the Palazzo Farnese, the most magnificent of all the Roman palaces begun by Paul Roman III. Alessandro Farnese, 1534–50, and finished by his nephew, Cardinal Alessandro Farnese. Its architects were Antonio di Sangallo, Michelangelo, and Giacomo della Porta, who finished the façade towards the Tiber. The materials were plundered partly from the Colosseum and partly from the Theatre of Marcellus. The granite basins of the fountains in front are from the baths of Caracalla. The immense size of the blocks of travertine used in the building give it a solid grandeur. This palace was inherited by the Bourbon kings of Naples by descent from Elisabetta Farnese, who was the last of her line, and it has for the last few years been the residence of the Neapolitan court, who have lived here in the utmost seclusion since their exile. For this reason, the palace is now very seldom shown. Its vast halls are painted with the masterpieces of Annibale Carracci, huge mythological subjects, and a few frescoes by Guido, Domenichino, Daniel de Volterra, Taddeo Zuccaro, and others. But there has not been much to see since the dispersion of the Farnese Gallery of Sculpture, of which the best pieces, the Bull, Hercules, Flora, and Sea, are in the museum at Naples. In the courtyard is the sarcophagus, which is said once to have held the remains of Cecilia Metella. The painting the gallery at the Farnese Palace is supposed to have partly caused the death of Carracci. Without fixing any price he set about it, and employed both himself and all his best pupils nearly 7 years in perfecting the work, never doubting that the Farnese family, who had employed him, would settle a pension upon him or keep him in their service. When his work was finished, they paid him as you would pay a house painter, and this ill usage so deeply affected him that he took to drinking and never painted anything great afterwards. Miss Barry's Journals. Behind the Palazzo Farnese runs the Via Giulia, which contains the ugly fountain of the Mascherone. Close to the arch which leads to the Farnese Gardens is the Church of Sta. Maria della Morte, or del Oreziani, built by Fuga. It is in the hands of a pious confraternity who devote themselves to the burial of the dead. L'Église de la Bonne Mort a San Cavo, décoré dans le style funèbre comme le couvent des Capucins. On y conserve aussi allègement que possible les os des noyés, asphyxiés et autres victimes des accidents. La confrérie de la Bonne Mort va chercher les cadavres, un sacristain assez adroit les dessèches et les dispose en ornements. J'ai cassé quelques temps avec cet artiste, monsieur, me disait-il, je n'y suis hiru quisi, au milieu de mon œuvre. Si en est pas pour les quelques écus que j'igagnitus, les jours en montrant la chapelle aux étrangers. Non, mais si monument que j'ai impressions, que j'ai embelli, que j'ai aigué par mon talent, est devenu l'orgueil et la joie de ma vie. Il me montre ses matriox, c'est à dire quelques poignées d'ossements jetés en tasse dans un coin, fit l'éloge de la pousselaine, et témoigne de son mépris pour la chox. La chox brûle les os, me dit-il, elle les fait tomber en poussière. On n'y peut faire rien de bon avec les os qui ont été dans la chox. C'est de la drogue rabaxia. About. Beyond the arch is the Palazzo Falconieri, with falcons at the corners, built by Borromini about 1650. There is something rather handsome in its tall, three-arched loggia, as seen from the back of the courtyard, which overhangs the Tiber opposite the Farnesina. Cardinal Fesch, uncle of Napoleon I, lived here, and here formed his fine gallery of pictures. The whole of Cardinal Fesch's collection was dispersed at his death, having been vainly offered by him, during the last years of his life, for sale to the English government for an annuity of L. per annum, Eaton's Rome. Further on are the Carceri Nuove, prisons established by Innocent X, appropriately reached by the Via del Malpaso, and then the Palazzo Sacchetti, built by Antonio de Sangallo for his own residence and adorned by him with the arms of his patron, Paul Roman III, and the grateful inscription, Tu mihi quodcumque hoc rerum est. The collection of statues which was formed here by Cardinal Rixai was removed to the capital by Benedict Roman XIV, and became the foundation of the present Capitoline collection. In front of the Palazzo Farnese, beyond its own piazza, is that known as the Campo di Fior, a center of commerce among the working classes. Here the most terrible of the autos de fe were held by the Dominicans, in which many Jews and other heretics were burnt alive. One of the most remarkable sufferers here was Giordano Bruno, who was born at Nola, A.D. 1550. His chief heresy was ardent advocacy of the Copernican system, the author of which had died 10 years before his birth. He was also strongly opposed to the philosophy of Aristotle, and gave great offense by setting forth views of his own, which strongly tended to pantheism. He visited Paris, England, and Germany, and everywhere excited hostility by the uncompromising expression of his opinions. It was at Venice that he first came into the power of his ecclesiastical enemies. After 6 years of imprisonment in that city, he was brought to Rome to be put to death. His execution took place in the Campo di Fior on the 17th of February, 1600, in the presence of an immense concourse. It was noted that when the monks offered him the crucifix as he was led to the stake, he turned away and refused to kiss it. This put the finishing touch to his career in the estimation of all beholders. Caiaphas, the Latinist, who was present at the execution, with a sarcastic allusion to one of Bruno's heresies, the infinity of worlds, wrote, "The flames carried him to those worlds which he had imagined." On the left of this piazza is the gigantic palace of the Cancelleria, begun by Cardinal Mezzarotta and finished in 1494 by Cardinal Riario from designs of Bramante. The huge blocks of travertine of which it is built were taken from the Colosseum. The colonnades have 44 granite pillars, said to have belonged to the theatre of Pompey. The roses with which their added capitals are adorned are in reference to the arms of Cardinal Riario, nephew of Sixtus Roman IV. This palace was the seat of the tribunal of the Cancelleria Apostolica. In June 1848, the Roman Parliament, summoned by Pius Roman IX, was held here. In July, while the deputies were seated here, the mob burst into the council chamber and demanded the instant declaration of war against Austria. On the 16th of November, its staircase was the scene of the murder of Count Rossi. Siede le 16 November, 1848, le ministre de Pi Roman IX. Vauet des longtemps à la mort, dont la presse s'est justisate. Si la victime condamnée parvient à s'échapper, elle sera poursuivie sans relâche, en tout lieu, le coupable sera frappé par une main invisible, si fut-il réfugié sur la scène de sa mère ou dans le tabernacle du Christ. Dans la nuit du 14 au 15 novembre, de jeunes étudiants, réunis dans cette pensée, s'exercent sans frémir sur un cadavre porté après Dorothée Capranica. Et quand leurs mains infâmes furent devenues, assez sûres pour le crime, quand ils sont certains d'éteindre au premier coup la veine jugulaire, chacun s'y rend à son poste gardes vous dans leur palais législatif, la mort vous y attend. Fate dire au ministre une francaise alors à Rome. Madame la Comtesse de Menon, ni sortez pas ou vous serez assassinée, lui écrit de son côté la Duchesse de Rignano. Mais elle intrépide Rossi, en écoutant sa conscience arrive au Quirinal, a son tour le peuple conjure d'erder prudent, de n'y point exposer, a fin, lui dit-il, divider nos ennemis un grand crime, et à moyenne immense douleur, ils sont trop lâches, ils en seront pas. Pi Roman IX. Le bainet et il continue de s'y diriger vers la chancellerie. Sa voiture s'arrête, ils descendent au milieu de hommes sinisters, leur lance un regard de dédain, et continuant sans crainte pour, ils commencent à mourir. La foule presse en sifflant, elle en le frappe sur l'épaule gauche, d'un mouvement instinctif, il retourne la tête, découvrant la veine fatale, il tombe, si relève monte quelques marches, et retombe inondé de sang. M. de Bellevue. Entered from the courtyard of the palace is the Church of SS. Lorenzo e Damaso, removed by Cardinal Riario in 1495 from another site where it had been founded in 560 by the sainted Pope Damasus. It consists of a short nave and aisles and is almost square with an apse and chapels. The doors are by Vignola. At the end of the left aisle is a curious black Virgin, much revered. Opening from the right aisle is the Chapel of the Massimi, with several tombs, a good modern monument of Princess Gabriele, and against the last pilaster is a seated statue of S. Hippolytus, Bishop of Porto, taken from that at the Lateran. His relics are preserved here, with those of S. Giovanni Calabita and many other saints. The tomb of Count Rossi is also here, inscribed Optimam mihi causam tuendum assumpsi, miserebitur Deus. The story of his death is told in the words, Impiorum concilio meditata quid occubuit. He was embalmed and buried on the very night of his murder for fear of further outrage. St. Francis Xavier used to preach in this church in the 16th century. Standing a little back from the street, in the Via de' Balleri, is a pretty little palace, carefully finished in all its details and attributed to Baldassare Peruzzi. It is sometimes called Palazzetto Farnese, sometimes Palazzo Linnote, and is now almost in a state of ruin. Turning to the left, in front of the Palazzo Farnese, we reach the Piazza Capo di Ferro, one side of which is occupied by the Palazzo Spada alla Rigola, built in 1564 by Cardinal Capodeferro, but afterwards altered and adorned by Borromini. The courtyard is very rich in sculptured ornament. The palace is always visible, but has a rude and extortionate porter. In a picturesque and dimly lighted hall on the first floor, partially hung with faded tapestries, is the famous statue believed to be that of Pompey, at the foot of which Julius Caesar fell. Suetonius narrates that it was removed by Augustus from the Curia and placed upon a marble Janus in front of the basilica. Exactly on that spot was the existing statue found, lying under the partition wall of two houses, whose proprietors intended to evade disputes by dividing it, when Cardinal Capodeferro interfered, and in return received it as a gift from Pope Julius Roman III, who bought it for 500 gold crowns. And them dread statue, yet existent in the austerest form of naked majesty, thou who beheldest, mid the assassin's din, at thy bathed base the bloody Caesar lie, folding his robe in dying dignity, an offering to thine altar from the Queen of gods and men, great Nemesis. Did he die, and thou, too, perish, Pompey? Have ye been victors of countless kings or puppets of a scene? Byron, Childe Harold. I saw in the Palazzo Spada the statue of Pompey, the statue at whose base Caesar fell. A stem, tremendous figure. I imagined one of greater finish, of the last refinement, full of delicate touches, losing its distinctness in the giddy eyes of one whose blood was ebbing before it, and settling into some such rigid majesty as this, as death came creeping over the upturned face. Dickens. Caesar was persuaded at first by the entreaties of his wife Calpurnia, who had received secret warning of the plot, to send an excuse to the Senate, but afterwards, being ridiculed by Brutus for not going, was carried thither in a litter. At the moment when Caesar descended from his litter at the door of the hall, Papilius Lena approached him, and was observed to enter into earnest conversation with him. The conspirators regarded one another, and mutually revealed their despair with a glance. Cassius and others were grasping their daggers beneath their robes. The last resource was to dispatch themselves. But Brutus, observing that the manner of Papilius was that of one supplicating rather than warning, restored his companion's confidence with a smile. Caesar entered, his enemies closed in a dense mass around him, and while they led him to his chair, kept off all intruders. Trebonius was specially charged to detain Antonius in conversation at the door. Scarcely was the victim seated, when Tillius Cimber approached with a petition for his brother's pardon. The others, as was concerted, joined in the supplication, grasping his hands and embracing his neck. Caesar at first put them gently aside, but as they became more importunate, repelled them with main force. Tillius seized his toga with both hands and pulled it violently over his arms. Then Casca, who was behind, drew a weapon and grazed his shoulder with an ill-directed stroke. Caesar disengaged one hand and snatched at the hilt, shouting, "Cursed Casca, what means this? Help!" cried Casca to his brother Lucius, and at the same moment the others aimed each his dagger at the devoted object. Caesar for an instant defended himself and even wounded one of his assailants with his stylus. But when he distinguished Brutus in the press and saw the steel flashing in his hand also, "What, thou too, Brutus?" he exclaimed, let go his hold of Casca, and drawing his robe over his face made no further resistance. The assassins stabbed him through and through, for they had pledged themselves, one and all, to bathe their daggers in his blood. Brutus himself received a wound in their eagerness and trepidation. The victim reeled a few paces, propped by the blows he received on every side, till he fell dead at the foot of Pompeius' statue. Marival ch. Roman 21. The collection of pictures in this palace is little worth seeing. Among its other sculptures are 8 grand reliefs, which, till 1620, were turned upside down and used as a pavement in Sunt Agnes Fuori Mura, and a fine statue of Aristotle. Aristote est à Rome, vous pouvons aller voir au palais Spadatel, quelle penant ses biographe, et des vers de Christodora sur une statue qui était à Constantinople. Les jams grels, les jaus magers, le bras hors du manteau, exerdo brachio, comme dit sidin Apollinaire d'une autre statue qui était à Rome. Le philosophe est ici sans barbe aussi bien que sur plusieurs pierres gravées. On attribuate à Aristote l'habitude de s'y raiser, rare parmi les philosophes et convenable un sage qui vivait à la cour du reste, c'est bien la maître de ceux qui savent, selon l'expression de Dante, cor usé par l'étude, ter petite mise qui infirme et comprend tout. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 3. 547. A little further on the right is the Church of the Trinità dei Pellegrini, built in 1614, the facade designed by Francesco de Sanctis. It contains a picture of the Trinity by Guido. The hospital attached to this church was founded by S. Filippo Neri for receiving and nourishing pilgrims of pious intention who had come from more than 60 miles distance, for a space of from 3 to 7 days. It is divided into 2 parts for males and females. Here, during the Holy Week, the feet of the pilgrims are publicly washed, those of the men by princes, cardinals, and those of the women by queens, princesses, and other ladies of rank. In this case, the washing is a reality, the feet not having been prepared beforehand, as for the lavanda at St. Peter's. An authentic portrait of S. Filippo Neri is preserved here, said to have been painted surreptitiously by an artist who happened to be one of the inmates of the hospital. When S. Filippo saw it, he said, "You should not have stolen me unawares." The building in front of this church is the Monte di Pieta, founded by the Padre Calvo in the 15th century to preserve the people from suffering under the usury of the Jews. It is a government establishment where money is lent at the rate of 5% to every class of person. Poor people, especially donde facenda, who have no work in the summer, thankfully avail themselves of this and pawn their necklaces and earrings, which they are able to redeem when the means of subsistence come back with the return of the forestieri. Many Roman servants go through this process annually, and though the Monte di Pieta is often a scene of great suffering when unredeemed goods are sold for the benefit of the establishment, it probably in the main serves to avert much evil from the poorer classes. A short distance further, following the Via dei Specchi, surrounded by miserable houses, in one of which is a beautiful double Gothic window divided by a twisted column, is the small church of Sta. Maria in Monticelli, which has a fine low campanile of 1110. Admission may always be obtained through the sacristy to visit the famous, miracle-working picture called Gesù Nazareno, a modern half-length of our Savior, with the eyelids drooping and half-closed. By an illusion of the painting, the eyes, if watched steadily, appear to open and then slowly to close again, as if falling asleep in the same way that many English family portraits appear to follow the living bystanders with their eyes. But the effect is very curious. In the case of this picture, the Pope turned Protestant, and disapproving of the attention it excited, caused its secret removal. Remonstrance was made that the picture had been a regalo to the church and ought not to be taken away, and when it was believed to be sufficiently forgotten, it was sent back by night. The mosaics in the apse of this obscure church are for the most part quite modern, but enclose a very grand and expressive head of the Savior of the world, which dates from 1099, when it was ordered by Pope Paschal Roman II. A little to the left of this church is the Palazzo Santa Croce. This palace will bring to mind the murder of the Marchesa Costanza Santa Croce by her 2 sons, because she would not name them her heirs, on the day when the fate of Beatrice Cenci was trembling in the balance, which brought about her condemnation the then Pope, Clement Roman VIII, determining to make her terrible punishment an example to all parricides. Prince Santa Croce claims to be a direct descendant of Valerius Publicola, the friend of the people, who is commemorated in the name of a neighboring church, Sancta Maria de Publicalis. This is one of the few haunted houses in Rome. It is said that by night 2 statues of Santa Croce cardinals descend from their pedestals and rattle their marble trains about its long galleries. Hence a narrow street leads to the church of S. Carlo a Catinari, built in the 17th century, from designs of Rosati and Soria. It is in the form of a Greek cross. The very lofty cupola is adorned with frescoes of the cardinal virtues by Domenichino, and a fresco of S. Carlo by Guido, once on the facade of the church, is now preserved in the choir. Over the high altar is a large picture by Pietro da Cortona of S. Carlo in a procession during the plague at Milan. In the first chapel on the right is the Annunciation by Lanfranco. In the second chapel, on the left, the Death of Saint Anna by Andrea Sacchi. On the pilaster of the last chapel on the right is a good modern tomb with delicate detail. The cord which S. Carlo Borromeo wore round his neck in the penitential procession during the plague at Milan is preserved as a relic here. The Catinari, from whom this church is named, were makers of wooden dishes who had stalls in the adjoining piazza or sold their wares on its steps. The street opening from hence, Via de Giovanari, contains on its right the Palazzo Pio, at the back of which are the principal remains of the theatre of Pompey, which was once of great magnificence. In the portico of 100 columns, attached to this theatre, Brutus sate as praetor, on the morning of the murder of Julius Caesar, and close by was the Curia or Senate House, where, in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Behind the remains of the theatre, perhaps on the very site of the Curia, rises the fine modern church of S. Andrea della Valle, begun in 1591 by Oliveri and finished by Carlo Maderno. The facade is by Carlo Rainaldi. The cupola is covered with frescoes by Lanfranco, those of the 4 evangelists at the angles being by Domenichino, who also painted the flagellation and glorification of St. Andrew in the tribune. Beneath the latter are frescoes of events in the life of St. Andrew by Calabrese. In the fresco of the flagellation, the apostle is bound by his hands and feet to 4 short posts set firmly in the ground. One of the executioners, in tightening a cord, breaks it and falls back. 3 men prepare to scourge him with thongs. In the foreground, we have the usual group of the mother and her frightened children. This is a composition full of dramatic life and movement, but unpleasing. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 229. In the second chapel on the left is the tomb of Giovanni della Casa, Archbishop of Beneventum, 1556. The last piers of the nave are occupied by the tombs of Pius Roman II, Ennius Silvius Piccolomini, 1458-64, and Pius Roman III, Todeschini, 1503, removed from the old Basilica of St. Peter's. The tombs are hideous erections in 4 stages by Niccolo della Guardia and Pietro de Todi. The epitaph of the famous Ennius Silvius is as good as a biography. Pius Roman II, sovereign pontiff, a Tuscan by nation, by birth a native of Siena of the family of the Piccolomini, reigned for 6 years. His pontificate was short, but his glory was great. He reunited a Christian council ball in the interests of the faith. He resisted the enemies of the Holy Roman See, both in Italy and abroad. He placed Catherine of Siena amongst the saints of Christ. He abolished the pragmatic sanction in France. He re-established Ferdinand of Aragon in the Kingdom of Sicily. He increased the power of the Church. He established the alum mines which were discovered near Talfa. Zealous for religion and justice, he was also remarkable for his eloquence. As he was setting out for the war which he had declared against the Turks, he died at Ancona. There he had already his fleet prepared, and the Doge of Venice, with his Senate, as companions in arms for Christ. Brought to Rome by a decree of the fathers, he was laid in this spot, where he had ordered the head of St. Andrew, which had been brought him from the Peloponnese, to be placed. He lived 58 years, 9 months, and 27 days. Francis, Cardinal of Siena, raised this to the memory of his revered uncle. Mactuxiv. Pius Roman III, who was the son of a sister of Ennius Silvius, only reigned for 26 days. His tomb was the last to be placed in the old St. Peter's, which was pulled down by his successor. To the right, from S. Andrea della Valle runs the Via della Valle, on the right of which is the Palazzo Vidoni, formerly called Caffarelli, and Stepani, the lower portion of which was designed by Raphael in 1513. the upper floor being a later addition. There are a few antiquities preserved here, among them the Calendarium Praenestinum of Varius Flaccus, being 5 months of a Roman calendar found by Cardinal Stepani at Pilstrina. At the foot of the stairs is a statue of Marcus Aurelius. At one corner of the palace on the exterior is the mutilated statue, familiarly known as the Abbate Luigi, which was made to carry on witty conversation with the Madama Lucrezia near S. Marco, as Pasquin did with Marforio. To the left from St. Andrea della Valle runs the Via S. Pantalone, on the right of which, cleverly fitting into an angle of the street, is the gloomy but handsome Palazzo Massimo alle Calan, built c. 1526 by Baldassare Peruzzi. The semi-asterisk circular portico has 6 Doric columns. The staircase and fountain are peculiar and picturesque. In the loggia is a fine antique lion. The palace is not often shown, but is a good specimen of one of the smaller Roman princely houses. In the drawing asterisk room, well placed, is the famous statue of the Discobolus, a copy of the bronze statue of Myron, found in 1761 upon the Esquiline, near the ruined nymphaeum known as the Trophies of Marius. This is more beautiful and better preserved than the Discobolus of the Vatican, of which the head is modern. Letert du Discobol Massimi, si retourne vers le bras qui lance le disque. Alpha pi epsilon sigma tau, rho alpha mu mu letter 1 f31, nu omicron nu epsilon letter 1 f31 sigma tau, letter 1 f21 nu delta iota sigma kappa omicron, phi letter 1 f41 rho omicron nu. Cet tert est admirable, si qui est encore une ressemblance avec Myron, qui excellait dans les terts comme polyclete, dans les poitrines, et praxital dans les bras. Ampere Roman 3, 271. The entrance hall has its distinctive dais and canopy, adorned with the motto of the family, Cunctando Restituit. In allusion to the descent which they claim from the great dictator Fabius Maximus, who is described by Aeneas as having saved the republic by delaying. Napoleon interpella un massimo avec cette brusquerie qui intimidate tant de gens. Est il vrai, lui dit-il, que vous descendis de Fabius Maximus? Genie saurais le prouver, répondit le noble Romain, mais c'est un brute qui court depuis plus de 1000 ans dans notre famille. About. On the second floor is a chapel in memory of the temporary resuscitation to life by S. Filippo Neri of Paul Massimo, a youth of 14, who had died of a fever, March 16, 1584. S. Filippo Neri was the spiritual director of the Massimo family. It is in his honor that the Palazzo Massimo is dressed up in festal guise every 16th of March. The annals of the family narrate that the son and heir of Prince Fabrizio Massimo died of a fever at the age of 14, and that Saint Philip, coming into the room amid the lamentations of the father, mother, and sisters, laid his hand upon the brow of the youth and called him by his name, on which he revived, opened his eyes, and said, "Up art thou unwilling to die?" asked the saint. "No," sighed the youth. "Art thou resigned to yield thy soul to God?" "I am." "Then go," said Philip. "Va, ci sei benedetto, e prega Dio per noi." The boy sank back on his pillow with a heavenly smile on his face and expired. Jameson's Monastic Orders. The back of the palace, towards the Piazza Navona, is covered with curious frescoes in distemper by Daniel di Volterra. In buildings belonging to this palace, Panarts and Schweinheim established the first printing office in Rome in 1455. The rare editions of this time bear an addition to the name of the printers, the inscription, In Edibus Petri de Maximus. Conrad Schweinheim et Arnold Panarts essablirent prise de Subiaco, au monastère de Saints Scholastique, qui était occupé par les bénédictins de leur nation, et publirent successivement, avec le concours des moines, les œuvres de Lactance, la cité de Dieu de Saint Augustin, et le traité de orateur de Cicéron. En 1467, ils s'y transporteront à Rome, au Palais Massimi, où ils s'associerent Jean-André de Bussy, évêque de Lyria, qui avait étudié sous Victorin de Felter, et dont la science leur fut d'une haute utilité pour la correction de leurs textes. Le savant évêque leur donnait son temps, 16 ve malheureux médier, disait-il, qui consiste non pas chercher des perles dans la fumier, mais du fumier parmi les perles et cependant il essaie adonate avec passion, sans même y trouver l'essence. Les livres en effet, si vendurent de bord si mal que Jean-André de Bussy, en avait pas taugers de quoi si faire la barbe. Les premiers livres quil publia chez Conrad et Arnold furent la grammaire de Donatus, à 300 exemplaires, et les epitères familières de Cicéron, à 550. Gurnery, Rome Creation Roman II. 79, 1. Further on the right is the modernized church of S. Pantalone, built originally in 1216 by Honorius Roman III, and given by Gregory Roman XV, in 1641 to S. Giuseppe Calasanza, founder of the Order of the Scolopians and of the institution of the Scuola Pia. He died in 1648 and is buried here in a porphyry sarcophagus. Adjoining this is the very handsome Palazzo Braschi, the last result of papal nepotism in Rome, built at the end of the last century by Morley, for the Duke Braschi, nephew of Pius Roman VI. The staircase, which is, perhaps, the finest in Rome, is adorned with 16 columns of red oriental granite. Annual subscription balls for charities are held in this palace. At the further corner of the Braschi Palace stands the mutilated but famous statue called Pasquino, from a witty tailor who once kept a shop opposite and who used to entertain his customers with all the clever scandal of the day. After the tailor's death, his name was transferred to the statue, on whose pedestal were appended witty criticisms on passing events, sometimes in the form of dialogues which Pasquino was supposed to hold with his friend Marforio, another statue at the foot of the Capitol. From the repartees appended to this statue, the term Pasquinade is derived. Pasquin has naturally been regarded as a mortal enemy by the popes, who on several occasions have made vain attempts to silence him. The bigoted Adrian Roman VI wished to have the statue burnt and then thrown into the Tiber, but it was saved by the suggestion of Ludovico Susano that his ashes would turn into frogs who would croak louder than he had done. When Marforio, in the hope of stopping the dialogues, was shut up in the Capitoline Museum, the Pope attempted to incarcerate Pasquino also, but he was defended by his proprietor, Duke Braschi. Among offensive Pasquinades which have been placed here are Venditor hic Christus, Venduntur digmata Petri, descendum infernum ni quoque vendar ego. Among the earliest Pasquinades were those against the venality and evil life of Alexander Roman VI. Rodrigo Borgia, 1492-1503. Vendit Alexander Claves, Alteria, Christum, immerit alle prius, vendirgir potest. And Sextus Tarquinius, Sextus Nero Sextus et ist, semper sub sextis perdita Roma fuit. And upon the body of his son Giovanni, murdered by his brother Caesar Borgia, being fished up on the following day from the Tiber. Piscatorum hominum reti non, sext, pudemus, piscaris natum redibus ex tuum. In the reign of the warlike Julius Roman II, 1500-313, of whom it is said that he threw the keys of Peter into the Tiber while marching his army out of Rome, declaring that the sword of Paul was more useful to him. Cum Petri nihil efficient ad praelia claves, auxilio Pauli forsitan and cis erit. And, in allusion to his warlike beard, Huc barbem Pauli, gladium Pauli, omnia Pauli, claviger ille nihil ad me voda Petrus. At a moment of great unpopularity. Julius est Rami, quid est, date numina brutum, nam quatis Rami est Julius ilia perit. In reference to the sale of indulgences and benefices by Leo X. Dona date estance, versus ni redite, sola imperat etheres alma monita days. And to his love of buffoons. Cur non ti fingiscurum, pasquil rogesti, cum Ramiscurus omnia jam licent. And with reference to the death of Leo, suddenly, under suspicion of poison, and without the sacrament. Sacra sub extrema, si forte requiritis, hora cur Leo non poduit sumir, vendidorat. On the death of Clement Roman VII, 1534, attributed to the mismanagement of his physician, Matteo Curzio. Curtius occidit Clementum Curtius oro donendis, per quem publica parta salis. To Paul Roman III, 1534-50, who attempted to silence him, Pasquin replied, Ut canerint data multa alim sunt vadibus era ut tasem, quantum tu mihi, Paul dabis. Upon the spoliation of ancient Rome by Urban Roman VIII. Quod non fecerunt barbari, fecerunt barbarini. Upon the passion of Innocent X, 1644-55, for his sister-in-law, Olympia Maldacini. Magi's aim at Olympium quam Olympum. Upon Christina of Sweden, who died at Rome in 1689. Regina senza Rigno, Christiana senza fede, e donna senza vergogna. In reference to the severities of the Inquisition during the reign of Innocent I. 1676. Si parliamo in galera, si scriviamo in peccati, si stiamo in quiet al santo officio, e ci bisogna fare. To Francis of Austria, on his visit to Rome. Gaudium urbis, fletus provinciarum rissus mundi. After an awful storm, and the plunder of the works of art by Napoleon occurring together. El altissimo in su, si I manda la tempesta el altissimo quagiu, si I taglia quel ci restai, fra la du altissimi stiamo noi malissimi. During the stay of the French in Rome. I Francis son tutti ladri. Non tutti ma buona part. Against the vainglorious follies of Pius Roman VI, Pasquin was especially bitter. Pius finished the sacristy of St. Peter's and inscribed over its entrance, Quod ad templi Vaticani ornamentum publico vota flagetabant, Pius Roman VI. Fecit. The next day Pasquin retorted. Publica mentiris, non publica vota fura, sed tumidi ingenii vota fura tui. Upon his nepotism, when building the Brasci Palace. Tres habuit focis, et turno Cerberus or latratus intra Tartara nigra dabat, et tibi plena fame tria sunt vel quatuor ora qui nulli latrant, quemque sed illa vocant. And in allusion to the self-laudatory inscriptions of this pope upon all his buildings, at a time when the 2 baiocchi loaf of the common people was greatly reduced in size. One of these tiny loaves was exhibited here, with the satirical notice, Munificentia per sexti. But perhaps the most remarkable of all Pasquin's productions is his famous antithesis Christi. Christus regna fugit sed Roman 6 papa subjugat urbum, spinosum Christus triplicum gerit ille coronam, obluit ille pedis reges his oscula prebent, vectigul solvit sed clarum hic eximit omnum, pavit oves Christus luxum hic sectator inertum, pauper erat Christus regna hic pedi omnia mundi, badulat ille crucem hic servis portator avaris, spurnit opes Christusori hic ardor tabsit, vendens pepulit templo quos suscipit ist. Pace venet Christus venet hic radiantibus armis, Christus mansutus venet ille superbus, quas legs dedit hic presel dissolvit iniquus, ascendit Christus descendit ad infera presel. The statue called Pasquin is said to represent Menelaus with the body of Patroclus, and to be the same as 2 groups which still exist at Florence, but so little remains of either of these heroes that it could only have been when overpowered by l'esprit de contradiction, that Bernini protested that this was the finest piece of ancient sculpture in Rome. A l'angle formant, durus de Rome si voit encore il Pasquino, nam donné par le pupil andes plus beau reste de la sculpture antique. Bernin, qui exaggerate, desate le plus beau, cette assertion fut sur le point de tirer un duel à celui qui si elate permis. Tout homme qui est avis d'avoir une opinion sur les monuments de Rome es applaudira pour son compte, and le regrettant puterator, quand ni prenne plus si occur les questions archéologiques. Ampere hist, Rome Roman 3, 440. Jan. 16, 1870. The public opinion of Rome has only one traditional organ. It is that mutilated block of marble called Pasquin's statue, on which are mysteriously affixed by unknown hands the frequent squibs of Roman motherwit on the events of the day. That organ has now uttered its cutting joke on the fathers in council. Some mornings ago, there was found pasted in big letters on this defaced and truncated stump of a once choice statue the inscription, Libero cum il concilio. The sarcasm is admirably to the point. Times. Following the Via del Anima from hence, on the right, opposite the medieval Torre Melina, is the Church of Sant Agnes. It was built in 1642 by Girolamo Rainaldi in the form of a Greek cross, upon the site of the scaffold where Saint Agnes, in her 14th year, was compelled to be burnt alive. When the blessed Agnes, with her hands extended in the midst of the flames, prayed thus, "It is to thee that I appeal, to thee, the all-powerful, adorable, perfect, terrible God. O my Father, it is through thy most blessed Son that I have escaped from the menaces of a sacrilegious tyrant, and have passed unblemished through shameful abominations. And thus I come to thee whom I have loved, to thee whom I have sought, and whom I have always chosen. Roman Breviary. Then the flames, miraculously changed into a heavenly shower, refreshed instead of burning her, and dividing in two and leaving her uninjured, consumed her executioners, and the virgin saint cried, I bless thee, O Father of my God and Savior Jesus Christ, who, by the power of this thy well-beloved Son, commanded the fire to respect me. At this age, a young girl trembles at an angry look from her mother. The prick of a needle draws tears as easily as a wound. Yet fearless under the bloody hands of her executioners, Agnes is immovable under the heavy chains which weigh her down. Ignorant of death, but ready to die, she presents her body to the point of the sword of a savage soldier. Dragged against her will to the altar, she holds forth her arms to Christ through the fires of the sacrifice, and her hand forms, even in those blasphemous flames, the sign which is the trophy of a victorious Savior. She presents her neck and her 2 hands to the fetters which they bring for her, but it is impossible to find any small enough to encircle her delicate limbs. St. Ambrose. The statue of Saint Sebastian in this church is an antique, altered by Mani. That of Saint Agnes is by Ercole Ferrata. The bas-relief of Saint Cecilia is by Antonio Raggi. Over the entrance is the half-length figure and tomb of Innocent X, Gio. Battista Pamphili, 1644–55. An amiable but feeble pope, who was entirely governed by his strong-minded and avaricious sister-in-law, Olympia Maldacchini, who deserted him on his deathbed, making off with the accumulated spoils of his 10 years' papacy, which enabled her son, Don Camillo, to build the Palazzo Doria Pamphili in the Corso and the beautiful Villa Doria Pamphili. After the 3 days during which the body of Innocent remained exposed at St. Peter's, say the memoirs of the time, no one could be found who would undertake his burial. They sent to tell Donna Olympia to prepare for him a coffin and an escutcheon, but she answered that she was a poor widow. Of all his other relations and nephews, not one gave any sign of life, so that at length the body was carried away into a chamber where the masons kept their tools. Someone, out of pity, placed a lighted tallow candle near the head, and someone else having mentioned that the room was full of rats, and that they might eat the corpse, a person was found who was willing to pay for a watcher. And after another day had elapsed, Monsignor Scotti, the majordomo, had pity upon him, and prepared him a coffin of poplar wood, and Monsignor Segni, canon of St. Peter's, who had been his majordomo and whom he had dismissed, returned him good for evil, and expended 5 crowns for his burial. Gregorovius. Beneath the church are vaulted chambers, said to be part of the house of infamy, where Saint Agnes was publicly exposed before her execution. As neither temptation nor the fear of death could prevail with Agnes, Sempronius thought of other means to vanquish her resistance. He ordered her to be carried by force to a place of infamy, and exposed to the most degrading outrages. The soldiers, who dragged her thither, stripped her of her garments, and when she saw herself thus exposed, she bent down her head in meek shame and prayed. And immediately her hair, which was already long and abundant, became like a veil, covering her whole person from head to foot, and those who looked upon her were seized with awe and fear as of something sacred, and dared not lift their eyes. So they shut her up in a chamber, and she prayed that the limbs which had been consecrated to Jesus Christ should not be dishonored, and suddenly she saw before her a white and shining garment, with which she clothed herself joyfully, praising God and saying, I thank thee, O Lord, that I am found worthy to put on the garment of thine elect. And the whole place was filled with miraculous light, brighter than the sun at noonday. The chamber, which for her preservation was filled with heavenly light, has become, from the change of level all over Rome, as well as from the position of the church, a subterranean cell, and is now a chapel of peculiar sanctity, into which you descend by torchlight. The floor retains the old mosaic, and over the altar is a bas-relief, representing Saint Agnes with clasped hands and covered only by her long tresses, while 2 ferocious soldiers drive her before them. The upper church, as a piece of architecture, is beautiful and rich in precious marbles and antique columns. The works of art are all mediocre and of the 17th century, but the statue over her altar has considerable elegance. Often have I seen the steps of this church, and the church itself, so crowded with kneeling worshippers at matins and vespers that I could not make my way among them. Principally the women of the lower orders, with their distaffs and market baskets, who had come thither to pray, through the intercession of the patron saint, for the gifts of meekness and chastity gifts not abounding in these regions. Jameson's Sacred Art. Yorkshire maidens, anxious to know who their future spouse is to be, still consult St. Agnes on St. Agnes Eve, after 24 hours abstinence from everything but pure spring water, in the distich. St. Agnes, be a friend to me, in the boon I ask of thee, let me this night my husband see. Here, on the festival of St. Agnes, the papal choir sing the antiphons of the Virgin Saint, and the hymn, Jesu Corona Virginum. The front of St. Agnes opens upon the Piazza Navona, a vast oblong square on the site of the ancient Circus Agonales, decorated with 3 fountains. That in the center, by Bernini, supports an obelisk brought from the Circus of Maxentius, where it was erected in honor of Domitian. Around the mass of rock which supports the obelisk are figures of the gods of the 4 largest rivers, Danube, Nile, Ganges, Rio de la Plata. That of the Nile veiled his face, said Bernini, that he might not be shocked by the facade which was added by Borromini to the Church of St. Agnes. Bernin Essingera de Crucer un des famu piliers de Saint Pierre pour y pratiquer un petit escalier montant à la tribune, aussitot le dôme prit quet si fendit. On fut obligé de le relire tout, entier avec un cercle de fer. Si en est point raillerie, le cercle y est encore, le mal en ap augmenté de puis. Par malheur pour le pauvre cavalier, on trouve dans les mémoires de Michelange quil avait recommandé, sub pona capitis, de nigemise toucher aux 4 piliers massifs fates pour supporter le dôme, sachant de quel mass epouvantable il allait les charger. Le pape voulait faire pender Bernin, qui, pour si raidemer, inventa la fontaine navon. De Brosses. The lower fountain, also by Bernini, is adorned with tritons and the figure of a Moor. The great palace to the right of the church is the Palazzo Pamphili, built by Rainaldi for Innocent X in 1650. It possesses a ceiling painted by Pietro di Cortona with the adventures of Ennius. Its music hall is still occasionally used for public concerts. It was in this palace that the notorious Olympia Maldacchini, foundress of the Pamphili fortunes, besported herself during the reign of her brother-in-law, Innocent X. The great object of Donna Olympia was to keep at a distance from Innocent every person and every influence that could either lessen her own or go shares in the profits to be extracted from it. For this, after all, was the great and ultimate scope of her exertions, to secure the profits of the papacy in hard cash. This was the problem. No appointment to office of any kind was made, except in consideration of a proportionable sum paid down into her own coffers. This often amounted to 3 or 4 years' revenue of the place to be granted. Bishoprics and benefices were sold as fast as they became vacant. One story is told of an unlucky disciple of Simon, who, on treating with the popess for a very valuable see just fallen vacant, and hearing from her a price, at which it might be his, far exceeding all he could command, persuaded the members of his family to sell all they had for the purpose of making this profitable investment. The price was paid, and the bishopric was given to him, but with a fearful resemblance to the case of Ananias, he died within the year, and his ruined family saw the CA second time sold by the insatiable and incorrigible Olympia. During the last year of Innocent's life, Olympia literally hardly ever quitted him. Once a week, we read, she left the Vatican, secretly by night, accompanied by several porters carrying sacks of coin, the proceeds of the week's extortions and sales, to her own palace. And during these short absences, she used to lock the Pope into his chamber and take the key with her. Trollope's Life of Olympia Pamphili. On the opposite side of the piazza, some architectural fragments denote the half-ruined church of S. Giacomo degli Spagnuoli of the 15th century. It possesses a Gothic rose window, which is almost unique in Rome. There is a handsome door on the other side towards the Via della Sediola. The lower end of the square near this is occupied by the Palazzo Lancelotti, built by Piero Ligorio, behind which is the frescoed front of Palazzo Massimo, mentioned above. The Piazza Navona has been used as a market ever since 1447. In the hot months, the singular custom prevails of occasionally stopping the escape of water from the fountains, and so turning the square into a lake, through which the rich splash about in carriages and eat ices and drink coffee in the water, while the poor look on from raised galleries. It is supposed that this practice is a remnant of the pleasures of the Naumatia, once annually exhibited almost on this very spot, formerly the Circus Agonales. Vital Mascardi gives an extraordinary account of the magnificent tournament held here in 1634 in honor of the visit of Prince Alexander of Poland, when the piazza was hung with draperies of gold and silver. And Donna Anna Collana and Donna Costanza Barberini awarded gorgeous prizes of diamonds to noble and princely competitors. Nearly opposite St. Agnes, a short street leads passing on the left Arvadi's, the famous Roman scarf shop, to the front of the Palazzo Madama, which is sometimes said to derive its name from Margaret of Parma, daughter of Charles V, who once occupied it, and sometimes from Catherine de' Medici, who also lived here, and under whom it was altered in its present form by Paolo Marucelli. The balcony towards the piazza is the scene every Saturday at noon of the drawing of the Roman lottery. In the middle of the balcony, on the rail, is fixed a glass barrel with a handle to turn it round. Behind it stand 3 or 4 officials who have been just now ushered in with a blast from 2 trumpeters, also stationed in the balcony. Immediately behind the glass barrel itself stands a boy of some 12 or 13 years, dressed in the white uniform of one of the orphan establishments, with a huge white shovel hat. Some time is occupied by the folding and putting into the barrel pieces of paper inscribed with the numbers from 1 onwards. Each of these is proclaimed, as folded and put in, by one of the officials who acts as spokesman or crier. At last, after 87, 88, and 89 have been given out, he raises his voice to a chant and sings forth Numero Noventa, number 90, this completing the number put in. And now, or before this, appears on the balcony another character no less a person than a Monsignor, who appears, not in his ordinary, but in his more solemn official costume, and this connects the ceremonial directly with the spiritual authority of the realm. And now commences the drawing. The barrel having been for some time turned rapidly round to shuffle the numbers, the orphan takes off his hat, makes the sign of the cross, and having waved his open hand in the air to show that it is empty, inserts it into the barrel and draws out a number, giving it to the Monsignor, who opens it and hands it to the crier. This latter then proclaims it prima estrada, numero 25. Then the trumpets blow their blast, and the same is repeated 4 times more. The proclamation varying each time, seconda estrada, terza, quattro, quinta, etc., 5 numbers being thus the whole drawn, out of 90 put in. This done, with various expressions of surprise, delight, or disappointment from the crowd below, the officials disappear, the square empties itself, and all is as usual till the next Saturday at the same time. In almost every street in Rome are shops devoted to the purchase of lottery tickets. 2 numbers purchased with the double chance of these 2 numbers turning up are called an ambo, and 3 purchased with the treble chance of those 3 turning up are called a turno, and of course, the higher and more perilous the stake, the richer the prize, if obtained. Ulford's letters from abroad. Les étrangers qui viennent à Rome commencent par blamer saverment la loterie. About de qualque temps, l'esprit de tolérance qui est dans l'air pénétre plus jusqu'au fond de leur cerveau. Ils excusent un jeu philanthropique qui fournit aux pauvres pupils 6 jours d'espérances pour 5 sous. Bientot, pour si render compte du mécanisme de la loterie, ils entrent uxmerms dans un bureau, en évitant de s'y laisser 3 mois après, ils poursuivent ouvertement une combinaison savante. Ils ont une théorie mathématique quils signorant volontiers de leur nom. Ils donnent des leçons aux nouveaux rêves. Ils érigent le jeu en principe, et durant quan ham est impardonnable est-il, ni laisse pas une porte ouverte à la fortune. About Rome contemporaine. The court at the back of the palazzo is now occupied by the General Post Office. Close by is the church of S. Luigi dei Francesi, rebuilt 1589, with a facade by Giacomo della Porta. It contains a number of tombs of eminent Frenchmen who have died in Rome and some good pictures. Following the right aisle, the second chapel has frescoes from the life of Sta. Cecilia, by Domenichino, she gives clothes to the poor, is crowned by an angel with her husband Valerian refuses to sacrifice to idols, suffers martyrdomenters into heaven. Domenichino is often cold and studied in the principal subject, while the subordinate persons have much grace and a noble character of beauty. Of this, the 2 frescoes in S. Luigi at Rome from the life of Sta. Cecilia are striking examples. It is not the saint herself, bestowing her goods from a balcony, who contributes the chief subject, but the masterly group of poor people struggling for them below. The same may be said of the death of the saint, where the admiration and grief of the bystanders are inimitable. Kugler. Reclining on a couch in the center of the picture, her hand pressed on her bosom, her dying eyes raised to heaven, the saint is breathing her last, while female forms of exquisite beauty and innocence are kneeling around or bending over her. The noble figure of an old man, whose clasped hands and bent brow seem to bespeak a father's affection, appears on one side, and lovely children, in all the playful graces of unconscious infancy, as usual in Domenichino's paintings, by contrast heighten, yet relieve, the deep pathos of the scene. From above, an angel such an angel as Domenichino alone knew how to paint, a cherub form of light and lovelinesses descending on rapid wing, bearing to the expiring saint the crown and palm of glory. Eaton's Rome. The copy of Raphael's Sta, Cecilia over the altar, is by Guido. The fourth chapel has on the right frescoes by Girolamo Cicciolante, on the left by Pellegrino de Bologna. The altarpiece is by Giacomo del Conte. The fifth chapel has on the right the monument of Agincourt Ab, 1814, the famous archaeologist, on the left that of Guérin the painter. The high altar has an Assumption by Bassano. The first chapel in the left aisle has a Saint Sebastian by Masse. In the fifth chapel, of Saint Matthew, 3 pictures by Caravaggio represent the vocation and martyrdom of that saint. The paintings of Caravaggio at S. Luigi belong to his most comprehensive works. The martyrdom of St. Matthew, with the angel with a palm branch squatting upon a cloud, and a boy running away, screaming, though highly animated, is an offensive production. On the other hand, the calling of the apostle may be considered as a genre picture of grand characteristic figures, for instance, those of the money changers and publican at the table, some of them counting money, others looking up astonished at the entrance of the Savior. Kugler. Over the altar is St. Matthew writing his gospel. He looks up at the attendant angel, who is behind with outspread wings and in the act of dictating. On the left is the calling of St. Matthew. The saint, who has been counting money, rises with one hand on his breast and turns to follow the Savior. An old man, with spectacles on his nose, examines with curiosity the personage whose summons has had such a miraculous effect. A boy is slyly appropriating the money which the apostle has thrown down. The third picture is the martyrdom of the saint, who, in the sacerdotal habit, lies extended on a block, while a half-naked executioner raises the sword and several spectators shrink back with horror. There is nothing dignified or poetical in these representations, and though painted with all that power of effect which characterized Caravaggio, then at the height of his reputation, they have also his coarseness of feeling and execution. The priests were not without reason dissatisfied, and it required all the influence of his patron, Cardinal Giustiniani, to induce them to retain the pictures in the church where we now see them. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 146. Amongst the monuments scattered over this church are those of Cardinal Dosset, ambassador of Henry Roman IV. Cardinal de la Grange d'Arquien, father-in-law of Sobieski, who died at the age of 105. Cardinal de la Trémouille, ambassador of Louis Roman XIV. Madame de Montmorin, with an epitaph by Chateaubriand, and Claude Lorraine, who is buried at the Trinità di Monti. The pillars which separate the nave and aisles are of splendid Sicilian jasper. They were intended for S. Ignazio, but when the order of the Jesuits was dissolved by Clement Roman XIV, he presented them to S. Luigi. The site of this church, the Palazzo Madama and their adjoining buildings, was once occupied by the Baths of Nero. They are commemorated by the name of the small church, S. Salvator in Thermes. In front of S. Luigi are the palaces Patrizzi and Giustiniani, and following to the right the Via della Sediola, on the left is the entrance to the University of the Sapienza, founded by Innocent Roman IV. In 1244 as a law school, its buildings were begun by Pius Roman III and Julius Roman II, and extended by Leo X on plans of Michelangelo. The portico was built under Gregory Roman XIII, by Giacomo della Porta. The northern facade was erected by Borromini, with the ridiculous church, S. Ivo, built in the form of a bee to flatter urban Roman VIII, that insect being his device. The building is called the Sapienza, from the motto, Inidium Sapientiae Timor Domini, engraved over the window above the principal entrance. 40 professors teach here all the different branches of law, medicine, theology, philosophy, and philology. Behind the Sapienza is the small Piazza di S. Eustachio, containing on three sides the Giustiniani, Lant, and Maccarini palaces, and celebrated for the Festival of the Befana, which takes place here. The piazza and all the adjacent streets are lined with booths covered with every kind of plaything for children. These booths are gaily illuminated with rows of candles and the three-wicked brass lucerne of Rome, and at intervals, painted posts are set into the pavement, crowned with pans of grease, with a wisp of tow for wick, from which flames blaze and flare about. Besides these, numbers of torches carried about by hand lend a wavering and picturesque light to the scene. By 8 o'clock in the evening, crowds begin to fill the piazza and the adjacent streets. Long before one arrives, the squeak of penny trumpets is heard at intervals. But in the piazza itself, the mirth is wild and furious, and the din that salutes one's ears on entering is almost deafening. The object of everyone is to make as much noise as possible, and every kind of instrument for this purpose is sold at the booths. There are drums beating, tamburelli thumping and jingling, pipes squeaking, watchmen's rattles clacking, penny trumpets and tin horns shrilling, the sharpest whistles shrieking, and mingling with these is heard the din of voices, screams of laughter, and the confused burr and buzz of a great crowd. On all sides you are saluted by the strangest noises. Instead of being spoken to, you are whistled at. Companies of people are marching together in platoons or piercing through the crowd in long files and dancing and blowing like mad on their instruments. It is a perfect witches' Sabbath. Here, huge dolls dressed as Polichinello or Pantaloon are borne about for sale, or over the heads of the crowd great black-faced jumping jacks, lifted on a stick, twitch themselves in fantastic fits or, what is more Roman than all, long poles are carried about strung with rings of hundreds of gimbelli, a light cake, called jumble in English, which are screamed for sale at a mezzo biacco each. There is no alternative but to get a drum, whistle, or trumpet and join in the racket, and to fill one's pocket with toys for the children and absurd presents for one's older friends. The moment you are once in for it, and making as much noise as you can, you begin to relish the jest. The toys are very odd, particularly the Roman whistles. Some of these are made of pewter, with a little wheel that whirls as you blow. Others are of terracotta, very rudely modeled into every shape of bird, beast, or human deformity, each with a whistle in its head, breast, or tail, which it is no joke to hear, when blown close to your ears by a stout pair of lungs. The scene is extremely picturesque. Above, the dark vault of night, with its far stars, the blazing and flaring of lights below, and the great, dark walls of the Sapienza and church looking down grimly upon the mirth. Stories Roba di Roma. The Church of S. Eustachio commemorates one, who, first a brave soldier of the army of Titus in Palestine, became master of the horse under Trajan and general under Hadrian, and who suffered martyrdom for refusing to sacrifice to idols by being roasted alive in a brazen bull before the Colosseum with his wife Theophista and his sons Agapetus and Theophistus. The relics of these saints repose in a porphyry sarcophagus under the high altar. The stag's heads on the portico and on the apex of the gable refer to the legend of the conversion of Saint Eustace. One day, while hunting in the forest, he saw before him a white stag of marvelous beauty, and he pursued it eagerly. And the stag fled before him and ascended a high rock. Then Placidus, Eustace was called Placidus before his conversion, looking up beheld between the horns of the stag a cross of radiant light, and on it the image of the crucified Redeemer. And being astonished and dazzled by this vision, he fell on his knees, and a voice which seemed to come from the crucifix cried to him and said, "Placidus, why dost thou pursue me? I am Christ, whom thou hast hitherto served without knowing me. Dost thou now believe?" And Placidus fell with his face to the earth and said, "Lord, I believe." And the voice answered, saying, "Thou shalt suffer many tribulations for my sake, and shalt be tried by many temptations, but be strong and of good courage, and I will not forsake thee." To which Placidus replied, "Lord, I am content. Do thou give me patience to suffer." And when he looked up again, the glorious vision had departed. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 792. A similar story is told of St. Hubert, St. Julian, and St. Felix. A fresco of St. Peter by Pirino del Vaga in this church was much admired by Vasari, who dilates upon the boldness of its design, the simple folds of its drapery, its careful drawing and judicious treatment. 2 streets lead from the Piazza S. Eustachio to the Pantheon, the most perfect pagan building in the city, built B.C. 27 by Marcus Agrippa, the bosom friend of Augustus Caesar and the second husband of his daughter Julia. The inscription in huge letters perfectly legible from beneath, M. Agrippa, L.F. Cos, Tertium Fecit, records its construction. Another inscription on the architrave, now almost illegible, records its restoration under Septimius Severus and his son Caracalla, c. 202, who, Pantheum vedestate corruptum cum omni cultu restiferunt. Some authorities have maintained that the Pantheon was originally only a vast hall in the Baths of Agrippa, acknowledged remains of which exist at no great distance. But the name, Pantheum, was in use as early as AD 59. In AD 399, the Pantheon was closed as a temple in obedience to a decree of the Emperor Honorius, and in 608 was consecrated as a Christian church by Pope Boniface Roman IV, with the permission of the Emperor Phocas under the title of Sta. Maria ad Martyrs. To this dedication, we owe the preservation of the main features of the building, though it had been terribly maltreated. In 663, the Emperor Constans, who had come to Rome with great pretense of devotion to its shrines and relics, and who only stayed there 12 days, did not scruple, in spite of its religious dedication, to strip off the tiles of gilt bronze with which the roof was covered, and carry them off with him to Syracuse, where, upon his murder, a few years after, they fell into the hands of the Saracens. In 1087 it was used by the anti-pope Guibert as a fortress, whence he made incursions upon the lawful pope, Victor Roman III, and his protector, the Countess Matilda. In 1101, another anti-pope, Sylvester Roman IV, was elected here. Pope Martin V, after the return from Avignon, attempted the restoration of the Pantheon by clearing away the mass of miserable buildings in which it was encrusted, and his efforts were continued by Eugenius Roman IV. But Urban Roman VIII, 1623-44, though he spent 15,000 scudi upon the Pantheon and added the 2 ugly campaniles, called in derision the ass's ears, of their architect Bernini, did not hesitate to plunder the gilt bronze ceiling of the portico, 450,250 pounds, in weight to make the baldacchino of St. Peter's and cannons for the castle of S. Angelo. Benedict Roman XIV, 1740-58, further despoiled the building by tearing away all the precious marbles which lined the attic to ornament other buildings. The Pantheon was not originally, as now, below the level of the piazza, but was approached by a flight of 5 steps. The portico, which is 110 feet long and 44 feet deep, is supported by 16 grand Corinthian columns of Oriental granite, 36 feet in height. The ancient bronze doors remain. On either side are niches, once occupied by colossal statues of Augustus and Agrippa. Agrippa wished to dedicate the Pantheon to Augustus, but he refused and only allowed his statue to occupy a niche on the right of the peristyle, while that of Agrippa occupied the niche on the left. Marieval. The interior is a rotunda, 143 feet in diameter, covered by a dome. It is only lighted by an aperture in the center, 28 feet in diameter. 7 great niches around the walls once contained statues of different gods and goddesses, that of Jupiter being the central figure. All the surrounding columns are of giallo antico, except 4, which are of pavonazzetto, painted yellow. It is a proof of the great value and rarity of giallo antico that it was always impossible to obtain more to complete the set. L'intérieur du Panthéon, comme l'extérieur, est parfaitement conservé, et les édicules, placés dans le porteur du temple forment les chapelles de l'église. Jamais la simplicité n'y fait allier à la grandeur dans une plus heureuse harmonie. Le jour tombant den haut et glissant le long des colonnes et des parois de marbre, porte dans l'âme un sentiment de tranquillité sublime, et donne à tous les objets, dit sur lieu, un air de beauté. Vue du dehors, la couple de plomb qui remplaçait à l'ancienne, couple de bronze couverte de tuiles dorées. Fait bien comprendre l'expression de Virgile, lequel elle avait sous les yeux et putériter en vue, quand il écrivait. Media testudine templi. En effet, cette couple surbaissée ressemble tout à fait à la carapace d'une tortue. Ampère, Emp. I 342. Being deep in talk, it so happened that they found themselves near the majestic, pillared portico and huge black rotundity of the Pantheon. It stands almost at the central point of the labyrinthine intricacies of the modern city, and often presents itself before the bewildered stranger when he is in search of other objects. Hilda, looking up, proposed that they should enter. They went in, accordingly, and stood in the free space of that great circle, around which are ranged the arched recesses and stately altars, formerly dedicated to heathen gods, but Christianized through 12 centuries gone by. The world has nothing else like the Pantheon. So grand it is that the pasteboard statues over the lofty cornice do not disturb the effect, any more than the tin crowns and hearts, the dusty artificial flowers, and all manner of trumpery gewgaws hanging at the saintly shrines. The rust and dinginess that have dimmed the precious marble on the walls. The pavement, with its great squares and rounds of porphyry and granite, cracked crosswise and in 100 directions, showing how roughly the troublesome ages have trampled here. The gray dome above, with its opening to the sky, as if heaven were looking down into the interior of this place of worship, left unimpeded for prayers to ascend the more freely. All these things make an impression of solemnity, which St. Peter's itself fails to produce. "I think," said Kenyon, "it is to the aperture in the dome that great eye, gazing heavenward, that the Pantheon owes the peculiarity of its effect. It is so heathenish, as it were so unlike all the snugness of our modern civilization. Look, too, at the pavement directly beneath the open space. So much rain has fallen there in the last 2,000 years that it is green with small, fine moss, such as grows over tombstones in damp English churchyards." "I like better," replied Hilda, "to look at the bright, blue sky roofing the edifice where the builders left it open. It is very delightful in a breezy day to see the masses of white cloud float over the opening, and then the sunshine fall through it again, fitfully, as it does now. Would it be any wonder if we were to see angels hovering there, partly in and partly out, with genial, heavenly faces, not intercepting the light, but transmuting it into beautiful colors? Look at that broad, golden bema sloping cataract of sunlight which comes down from the aperture and rests upon the shrine at the right hand of the entrance. Hawthorne. Trans dans le temple, dit Corinne, vous le voyez, il reste découvert presque comme il l'était autrefois. On dit que cette lumière qui venait d'en haut était l'emblème de la divinité supérieure à toutes les divinités. Les païens ont toujours aimé les images symboliques. Il semble en effet que si langage convient mieux à la religion que la parole. La pluie tombe souvent sur ces parvis de marbre, mais aussi les rayons du soleil viennent éclairer les prières. Quelle sérénité, quel air de faire on remarque dans cet édifice. Les païens ont divinisé la vie, et les créations ont divinisé la mort, tel est l'esprit des cultes. Mad, de style. In the ancient Pantheon, when the music of Christian chaunts rises among the shadowy forms of the old vanished gods painted on the walls, and the light streams down, not from painted windows in the walls, but from the glowing heavens above, every note of the service echoes like a peal of triumph, and fills my heart with thankfulness. Mrs. Charles. "Where," asked Redskid Pasha, on his visit to the Pantheon, "are the statues of the heathen gods?" "Of course they were removed when the temple was Christianized," was the natural answer. "No," he replied, "I would have left them standing to show how the true God had triumphed over them in their own house." Cardinal Weissman. "No, great dome of Agrippa, thou art not Christian. Canst not strip and replaster and daub, and do what they will with thee, be so. Here underneath the great porch of colossal Corinthian columns, here as I walk, do I dream of the Christian belfries above them, or on a bench as I sit and abide for long hours, till thy whole vast round grows dim as in dreams to my eyes, I repeople thy niches, not with the martyrs and saints and confessors and virgins and children, but with the mightier forms of an older, austerer worship. And I recite to myself, how eager for battle here stood Vulcan, here matronal Juno, and with the bow to his shoulder faithful, he who with pure dew laveth of Castaly his flowing locks, who holdeth of Lycia the oak forest and the wood that bore him, Delos and Patera's own Apollo. A. H. Clough. Some antiquarians have supposed that the aperture at the top of the Pantheon was originally closed by a huge pigna, or pine cone of bronze, like that which crowned the summit of the mausoleum of Hadrian, and this belief has been encouraged by the name of a neighboring church being S. Giovanni della Pigna. The Pantheon has become the burial place of painters. Raphael, Annibale Carracci, Taddeo Zucchero, Baldassare Peruzzi, Perino del Vaga, and Giovanni di Udine are all buried here. The third chapel on the left contains the tomb of Raphael, born April 6, 1483, died April 6, 1520. From the pen of Cardinal Bembo is the epigram: Ille hic est Raphael, timuit quo sospite vinci rerum magna parens, et moriant mori. Raphael muret à l'âge de 37 ans. Son corps restex passé pendant 3 jours. Au moment où Elon s'apprêtait à le descendre dans sa dernière demeure, on vit arriver le pape, Leon X qui s'y prosterna, pria quelques instants, bénit Raphael, et lui prit pour la dernière fois la main, quilla rosa de ses larmes, si prostro innanzi elestinto Raffaello et bassiagli quella mano, tra la lagrime. On lui fit de magnifiques funérailles, auxquels assistirent les cardinaux, les artistes, and du pays. When Raphael went, his heavenly face the mirror of his mind a temple for all lovely things to flock to and inhabit. When he went, wrapped in his sable cloak, the cloak he wore, to sleep beneath the venerable dome, by those attended, who in life had loved, had worshipped, following in his steps to fame. 'Twas on an April day, when nature smiles, all Rome was there. But ere the march began, ere to receive their charge the bearers came, who had not sought him. And when all beheld him, where he lay, how changed from yesterday him in that hour cut off, and at his head his last great work. When entering in, they looked now on the dead, then on that masterpiece, now on his face, lifeless and colorless, then on those forms divine that lived and breathed, and would live on for ages. All were moved, and sighs burst forth, and loudest lamentations. Rogers, Taddeo Zucchero, and Annibale Carracci are buried on either side of Raphael. Near the high altar is a monument to Cardinal Gonsalvi, 1757-1824, the faithful secretary and minister of Pius Roman VII, by Thorwaldsen. This, however, is only a cenotaph, marking the spot where his heart is preserved. His body rests with that of his beloved brother Andrew in the church of S. Marcello. During the Middle Ages, the Pope always officiated here on the day of Pentecost, when, in honor of the descent of the Holy Spirit, showers of white rose leaves were continually sent down through the aperture during service. Though plundered of all its brass, except the ring which was necessary to preserve the aperture above, though exposed to repeated fire, though sometimes flooded by the river, and always open to the rain, no monument of equal antiquity is so well preserved as this rotunda. It passed with little alteration from the pagan into the present worship, and so convenient were its niches for the Christian altar, that Michelangelo, ever studious of ancient beauty, introduced their design as a model in the Catholic Church. Forsyth. Simple, erect, severe, austere, sublime shrine of all saints and temple of all gods, from Jove to Jesus spared and blessed by time, looking tranquility, while falls or nods arch empire, each thing round thee, and man plods his way through thorns to ashes glorious dome, shalt thou not last? Time's scythe and tyrant's rods shiver upon thee, sanctuary and home of art and piety, Pantheon, pride of Rome. Byron, Childe Harold. In the Piazza della Rotonda is a small obelisk found in the Campus Martius. At a few paces from the streets where meat is sold, you will find gathered round the fountain in the Piazza della Rotonda a number of bird fanciers, surrounded by cages in which are multitudes of living birds for sale. Here are Java sparrows, parrots and paroquets, gray thrushes and nightingales, redbreasts, petty rossi, yellow canary birds, beautiful sweet-singing little cardellini, and gentle ringdoves, all chattering, singing, and cooing together to the constant splashing of the fountain. Among them, perched on stands and glaring wisely out of their great yellow eyes, may be seen all sorts of owls, from the great solemn barbagianni and white-tufted owl to the curious little civetta, which gives its name to all sharp-witted heartless flirts, and the aziola, which Shelley has celebrated in one of his minor poems. Stories Roba di Roma. Following the Via della Rotonda from hence, in the third street on the left is the small semicircular ruin called, from a fancied resemblance to the favorite cake of the people, Arco di Ciambella. This is the only remaining fragment of the Baths of Agrippa, unless the Pantheon itself was connected with them. Behind the Pantheon is the Piazza della Minerva, where a small obelisk was erected 1667 by Bernini on the back of an elephant. It is exactly similar to the obelisk in front of the Pantheon, and they were both found near this site, where they formed part of the decorations of the Campus Martius. The hieroglyphics show that it dates from Hafers, a king of the 25th dynasty. On the pedestal is the inscription: Sapientes Egypti insculptas, oblisco figuras, ab elephanto belluarum fortissimo, gestari quisquis hic vidis. Documentum intellige robusti, mentis esse solidum sapientium sustaner. One side of the piazza is occupied by the mean, ugly front of the Church of Sta. Maria Sopra Minerva, built in 1370 upon the ruins of a temple of Minerva founded by Pompey. It is the only Gothic church in Rome of importance. In 1848-55, it was redecorated with tawdry imitation marbles, which have only a good effect when there is not sufficient light to see them. In spite of this, the interior is very interesting, and its chapels are a perfect museum of relics of art or history. The services, too, in this church were, under the papal government, exceedingly imposing, especially the procession on the night before Christmas, the Mass of St. Thomas Aquinas, and that of the White Mule Day. Some celebrated divine generally preaches here at 11 a.m. every morning in Lent. Hither on the Feast of the Annunciation comes the famous procession of the White Mule, when the host is borne by the Grand Almoner riding on the papal mule, followed by the Pope in his glass coach, and a long train of cardinals and other dignitaries. Up to the time of Pius Roman VI, it was the Pope himself who rode upon the white mule, but Pius Roman VII was too infirm, and since his time they have given it up. But this procession has continued to be one of the finest spectacles of the kind, and has been an opportunity for a loyal demonstration. Balconies being hung with scarlet draperies and flowers showered down upon the papal coach, while the Pope, on arriving and departing, has usually been received with tumultuous evivas. On the right of the entrance is the tomb of Diotisalvi, a Florentine knight, ob 1482. Beginning the circuit of the church by the right aisle, the first chapel has a picture of S. Ludovico Bertrando, by Basiccio, the paintings on the pilasters being by Musiano. In the second, the Colonna Chapel, is the tomb of the late Princess Colonna, Donna Isabella Alvaria of Toledo, and her child, who both died at Albano in the cholera of 1867. The third chapel is that of the Gabrielli family. The fourth is that of the Annunciation. Over its altar is a most interesting picture, shown as a work of Fra Angelico, but more probably that of Benazzo Ghazali. It represents Monsignor Torquemada attended by an angel, presenting 3 young girls to the Virgin, who gives them dowries. The Almighty is seen in the clouds. Torquemada was a Dominican cardinal, who founded the Association of the Santissima Annunziata, which holds its meetings in this chapel, and which annually gives dowries to a number of poor girls, who receive them from the Pope when he comes here in state on the 25th of March. On this occasion, the girls who are to receive the dowries are drawn up in 2 lines in front of the church. Some are distinguished by white wreaths. They are those who are going to enter into religion, and who consequently receive double the dowry of the others, on the plea that money placed in the hands of religion bears interest for the poor. Torquemada is himself buried in this chapel, opposite the tomb by Ambrogio Buonvicino of his friend Urban Roman VII. Giove, Battista Castagna, 1590, who was pope only for 11 days. The fifth chapel is the burial place of the Aldobrandini family. It contains a faded Last Supper by Baroccio. The Cenacolo of Baroccio, painted by order of Clement Roman VIII, 1594, is remarkable for an anecdote relating to it. Baroccio, who was not eminent for a correct taste, had in his first sketch reverted to the ancient fashion of placing Satan close behind Judas, whispering in his ear and tempting him to betray his master. The Pope expressed his dissatisfaction, "Chi non glai piaceva il demonio si dimesticas tanto con Gesù Cristo," and ordered him to remove the offensive figure. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 277. Here are the fine tombs erected by Clement Roman VIII. Ippolito Aldobrandini, as soon as he obtained the papacy, to his father and mother. Their architecture is by Giacomo della Porta, but the figures are by Cordieri, the sculptor of Sta. Silvia's statue. At the sides of the mother's tomb are figures emblematical of charity, by that of the father, figures of humility and vanity. Beyond his mother's tomb is a fine statue of Clement Roman VIII, himself, who is buried at Sta. Maria Maggiore, by Ippolito Buzzi. Hippolyte Aldobrandini, qui prit le nom de Clément Romanate. Etate le cinquième fils du célèbre jurisconsult Silvestro Aldobrandini qui, après avoir professé à Pise et d'une autorité à Florence, avait été condamné à l'exil par le retour au pouvoir des Médicis ennemis. La vie de Sylvestre devint alors painable et calamitieuse. Depuis de ses biens, il fut, du moins, toujours ennoblir son malheur par la dignité de son caractère. Sa famille présentait un rare assemblage de douces vertus, et de jeunes talents qu'une forte éducation développait chaque jour avec puissance. Appelé à Rome par Paul Roman III. Qui le nama avocat consistorial, Sylvester si transporta avec son épouse, la pius ledidity, qui pendant 37 ans, fut pour lui comme son bon ange, et avec tous ses enfants Jean, qui devait herder un jour cardinal, Bernard qui devint un vaillant guerrier, Thomas, qui préparait déjà putherder sa traduction de Diogène Laës, Pierre, qui voulut herder jurisconsult comme son Pierre. Et le jeune Hippolyte, un enfant alors, dont les sales inquiétant la via, car il n'y savait comment pour voir son éducation et utiliser cette vivacité de génie qui déjà brillait dans son regard. Hippolyte fut élevé aux fries du cardinal Farnese, puis tous les emplois, toutes les dignités vinrent successivement au devant de lui, sans quil les churchet autrement quen sn rendent dean. Gurnery, Rome Creation, Roman II. 238. The sixth chapel contains two fine Cinquecento tombs. On the left, Benedetto Superanzio, Bishop of Nicosia, Ob 1495. On the right, a Spanish bishop, Giovanni de Coca, with frescoes. Close to the former tomb, on the floor, is the grave of Archdeacon Robert Wilberforce, who died at Albano in 1857. Here we enter the right transept. On the right is a small dark chapel containing a fine crucifix, attributed to Giotto. The central, or Carafa chapel, is dedicated to St. Thomas Aquinas and is covered with well-preserved frescoes. On the right, St. Thomas Aquinas is represented surrounded by allegorical figures by Filippino Lippi. Over the altar is a beautiful Annunciation, in which a portrait of the donor, Cardinal Oliveri Carafa, is introduced. Above is the Assumption of the Virgin. On the ceiling are the Four Sibyls by Raffaellino del Garbo. Against the left wall is the tomb of Paul Roman IV. Geo. Pietro Carafa, 1555-59, the great supporter of the Inquisition, the patron of the Jesuits, the persecutor of the Jews, whom he shut up with walls in the ghetto, a pope so terrible to look upon that even Alva, who feared no man, trembled at his awful aspect, such he is represented upon his tomb, with deeply sunken eyes and strongly marked features, with one hand raised in blessing or cursing, and the keys of Saint Peter in the other. The tomb was designed by Piero Ligorio. The statue is the work of Giacomo and Tommaso Casagnuola, and being made in marble of different pieces and colors, is cited by Vasari as an instance of a sculptor's ingenuity in imitating painting with his materials. The epitaph runs, "To Jesus Christ, the hope and the life of the faithful, to Paul Roman IV. Carafa, sovereign pontiff, distinguished amongst all by his eloquence, his learning, and his wisdom, illustrious by his innocence, by his liberality, and by his greatness of soul, to the most ardent champion of the Catholic faith, Pius V, sovereign pontiff, has raised this monument of his gratitude and of his piety. He lived 83 years, 1 month and 20 days, and died the 14th August, 1559, the 5th year of his pontificate. On the transept wall, just outside this chapel, is the beautiful Gothic tomb of Guillaume Durandus, Bishop of Mendi, with a recumbent figure guarded by 2 angels, the background being occupied by a mosaic of the Virgin and Child by Giovanni Cosmati. The first chapel on a line with the choir, the burial place of the Altieri family, has an altarpiece by Carlo Meretta, representing 5 saints canonized by Clement X, presented to the Virgin by Saint Peter. On the floor is the incised monument of a bishop of Sutri. The second chapel, which contains a fine Cinquecento tomb, is that of the Rosary. Its ceiling, representing the mysteries of the Rosary, is by Marcello Venusti. The history of Saint Catherine of Siena is by Giovanni de Vecchi. The large and beautiful Madonna with the Child over the altar is attributed to Fra Angelico. Here is the tomb of Cardinal Capranica of 1470. Beneath the high altar, with lamps always burning before it, is a marble sarcophagus with a beautiful figure, enclosing the body of Saint Catherine of Siena. In it, her relics were deposited in 1461 by Antoninus, Archbishop of Florence. On the last pillar to the right is an inscription stating that all the indulgences and privileges in every church, of all the religious orders, mendicant or not mendicant, in every part of the world, are granted especially to this church. Where is the body of Saint Catherine of Siena? Saint Catherine was one of 25 children born in wedlock to Jacopo and Lupa Benincasa, citizens of Siena. Her father exercised the trade of dyer and fuller. In the year of her birth, 1347, Siena reached the climax of its power and splendor. It was then that the plague of Boccaccio began to rage, which swept off 80,000 citizens and interrupted the building of the great Duomo. In the midst of so large a family, and during these troubled times, Catherine grew almost unnoticed, but it was not long before she manifested her peculiar disposition. At 6 years old, she already saw visions and longed for a monastic life. About the same time, she used to collect her childish companions together and preach to them. As she grew, her wishes became stronger. She refused the proposals which her parents made that she should marry, and so vexed them by her obstinacy that they imposed on her the most servile duties in their household. These she patiently fulfilled, at the same time pursuing her own vocation with unwearied ardor. She scarcely slept at all, and ate no food but vegetables and a little bread, scourged herself, wore sackcloth, and became emaciated, weak, and half delirious. At length, the firmness of her character and the force of her hallucination won the day. Her parents consented to her assuming the Dominican robe, and at the age of 13, she entered the monastic life. From this moment till her death, we see in her the ecstatic, the philanthropist, and the politician combined to a remarkable degree. For 3 whole years, she never left her cell except to go to church, maintaining an almost unbroken silence. Yet, when she returned to the world, convinced at length of having won by prayer and pain the favor of her Lord, it was to preach to infuriated mobs, to toil among men dying of the plague, to execute diplomatic negotiations, to harangue the Republic of Florence, to correspond with queens, and to interpose between kings and popes. In the midst of this varied and distracting career, she continued to see visions, and to fast and scourge herself. The domestic virtues and the personal wants and wishes of a woman were annihilated in her. She lived for the church, for the poor, and for Christ, whom she imagined to be constantly supporting her. At length she died, at Rome on the 29th of April, 1380, in her 33rd year, worn out by inward conflicts, by the tension of a half-delirious ecstasy, by want of food and sleep, and by the excitement of political life. Cornhill Mag. Sept. 1866. On the right of the high altar is a statue of Saint John, by Aubixi. On the left is the famous statue of Christ, by Michelangelo. This is one of the sculptures which Francis I tried hard to obtain for Paris. Its effect is marred by the bronze drapery. Behind in the choir are the tombs of 2 Medici popes. On the left is Leo X, Giovanni de' Medici, 1500–1321. This great pope, son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, was destined to the papacy from his cradle. He was ordained at 7 years old, was made a cardinal at 17, and pope at 38, and at the installation procession to the Lateran, rode upon the same white horse, upon which he had fought and had been taken prisoner at the Battle of Ravenna. His reign was one of fêtes and pleasures. He was the great patron of artists and poets, and Raphael and Ariosto rose into eminence under his protection. His tomb is from a design of Antonio di Sangallo, but the figure of the Pope is by Raffaello da Montelupo. Near the foot of Leo X's tomb is the flat monumental stone of Cardinal Bembo, his friend, and the friend of Raphael, who died 1547. His epitaph has been changed. The original inscription, half pagan, half Christian, ran: Hic bembus jacet aeonitum laus maxima phobi cum sol, et luna vix periturus honos. Hic et fama jacet, spes, et suprema gallery quam non ulla quit restituus dies. Hic jacet exemplar vidi omni fraud carenties, summa jacet, summa hic cum piedate fids. On the right of the choir is the tomb, by Sangallo, of Clement Roman VII. Giulio de' Medici, 1523–34, son of the Giulio who fell in the conspiracy of the Pazzi, who in his unhappy reign saw the sack of Rome, 1527, under the Constable de Bourbon, and the beginning of the separation from England under Henry Roman VIII. The figure of the Pope is by Baxio Bandinelli. Among other graves here is that of the English Cardinal Howard, Ob. 1694. Just beyond the choir is a passage leading to a door into the Via S. Ignazio. Immediately on the left is the slab tomb of Fra Angelico de Fiesole. It is inscribed: Hic jacet veen pictor Fl. Jo, de Florentia Ordinis Predicatorum, 1404. Non mihi sit laudi quad iram velit altere pels, sed quad lucra tuis omnia, Christ, dabem, altera nam terras opera extant, altero silo, urbs me Johannem flows chalit etrurii. Fra Angelico was simple and most holy in his manners, and let this serve for a token of his simplicity, that Pope Nicholas one morning offering him refreshment, he scrupled to eat flesh without the license of his superior, forgetful for the moment of the dispensing authority of the pontiff. He shunned altogether the commerce of the world, and living in holiness and in purity, was as loving towards the poor on earth as I think his soul must be now in heaven. He worked incessantly at his art, nor would he ever paint other than sacred subjects. He might have been rich, but cared not to be so, saying that true riches consisted rather in being content with little. He might have ruled over many, but willed it not, saying there was less trouble and hazard of sin in obeying others. Dignity and authority were within his grasp, but he disregarded them, affirming that he sought no other advancement than to escape hell and draw nigh to paradise. He was most meek and temperate, and by a chaste life loosened himself from the snares of the world, ofttimes saying that the student of painting hath need of quiet and to live without anxiety, and that the dealers in the things of Christ ought to live habitually with Christ. Never was he seen in anger with the brethren, which appears to me a thing most marvelous, and all but incredible. His admonitions to his friends were simple and always softened by a smile. Whoever sought to employ him, he answered with the utmost courtesy that he would do his part willingly so the prior were content in some. This never sufficiently to be lauded father was most humble and modest in all his words and deeds, and in his paintings graceful and devout. And the saints which he painted have more of the air and aspect of saints than those of any other artist. He was wont never to retouch or amend any of his paintings, but left them always as they had come from his hand at first, believing, as he said, that such was the will of God. Some say that he never took up his pencil without previous prayer. He never painted a crucifix without tears bathing his cheeks, and throughout his works, in the countenance and attitude of all his figures, the correspondent impress of his sincere and exalted appreciation of the Christian religion is recognizable. Such was this verily angelic father, who spent the whole time of his life in the service of God and in doing good to the world and to his neighbor. And truly a gift like his could not descend on any but a man of most saintly life, for a painter must be holy himself before he can depict holiness. Lord Lindsay from Vasari. In the same passage are tombs of Cardinal Alessandrino by Giacomo della Porta, of Cardinal Pimentel by Bernini, and of Cardinal Benelli by Carlo Rainaldi. Beyond this, in the left transept, is the chapel of S. Domenico, with 8 black columns, appropriate to the color of the order, and an interesting picture of the saint. Here is the tomb of Benedict Roman 13. Vincenzo Maria Orsini, 1724-30, by Pietro Bracci. This pope, who had been a Dominican monk, labored hard in his short reign for the reformation of the church and the morals of the clergy. Over a door leading to the sacristy are frescoes representing the election of Eugenius Roman IV in 1431 and of Nicholas V in 1447, which both took place in this church. The altar of the sacristy has a crucifixion by Andrea Sacchi. Returning down the left aisle, the second chapel, counting from this end, is that of the Lant family, which contains the fine tomb of the Duchess Lant, ob 1840, by Tenerani, with the Angel of the Resurrection, a sublime upward-gazing figure seated upon the sarcophagus. Here is a picture of St. James, by Baroccio. The third chapel is that of S. Vincenzo Ferrari, apostle of the Order of Preachers, with a miracle-working picture, by Bernardo Caselli. The fourth chapel of the Grazioli family has on the right a statue of Saint Sebastian, by Mino de Fiesole, and over the altar a lovely head of Our Savior, by Perugino. This chapel was purchased by the Grazioli from the old family of Maffei, of which there are some fine tombs. The fifth chapel of the Patrizzi family contains the famous miraculous picture called La Madonna Consolatrix digli Afflitti, in honor of which Pope Gregory Roman XVI conceded so many indulgences, as we read by the inscription. La Santità di N.S. Gregorio Papa Roman 16. Con breve in data 17, sept ho accordato l'indulgenzia, plenaria a ciunc confessato e comunicato, visitor a dividiment questa santa immagine delebi. Virgin sato il titolo di consolatrice digli afflitti, nella seconda domenica di luglio e su ottavo di ciascun anno. Concede altresì la parziale indulgenza di 200 giorni in qualunque giorno dell'anno, a ciunc almeno contrito visitor la detta s. Imagine. Le dette indulgens, poi sono pure applicabili, alle benedette anime del purgatorio. The last chapel, belonging to a Spanish nobleman, contains the picture of the crucifixion, which is said to have conversed with Sta. Rosa di Lima. Near the entrance is the tomb of Cardinal Giacomo Tebaldi, Ob 1466, and beneath it that of Francesco Tornabuoni by Mino de Fiesole. It was for the tomb of the wife of this Tornabuoni, who died in childbirth, that the wonderful relief of Verrocchio, now in the Uffizi at Florence, was executed. In the pavement is the gravestone of Paulus Manutius, the printer, son of the famous Aldus Manutius of Venice, with the inscription, Paulo Manutio Aldi Filio. Obiit Sioilxiv. The great Dominican convent of the Minerva, lately suppressed, was the residence of the general of the order. It contains the Bibliotheca Casinatensis, so called from its founder, Cardinal Casinata, the largest library in Rome after that of the Vatican, comprising 120,000 printed volumes and 4,500 MSS. It is open from 8 to 11 a.m., and 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. This convent has always been connected with the history of the Inquisition. Here, on June 22, 1633, Galileo was tried before its tribunal for the heresy of saying that the earth went round the sun, instead of the sun round the earth, and was forced to recant upon his knees. This, accursed, heretical, and detestable doctrine. As he rose from his humiliation, he is said to have consoled himself by adding, in an undertone, E per si muove. When the Palace of the Holy Office was stormed by the mob in the Revolution of 1848, it was feared that the Dominican convent would have been burnt down. The very beautiful cloister of the convent, which has a vaulted roof richly painted in arabesques, contains grand 15th-century tombs of Cardinal Tarraso, Ob 1502, and of Cardinal Astorgius, Ob 1503. S. Antonino, Archbishop of Florence, who lived in the reigns of Eugenius Roman IV, and Nicholas V. was prior of this convent. From the Minerva, the Via del Piedi Marmo, so called from a gigantic marble foot which stands on one side of it, leads to the Corso. Chapter 15. The Borgo and St. Peter's. Via Tordinona S. Salvator in Loro House of Raphael S. Giovanni, de Fiorentini Bridge, and Castle of S. Angelo Sta. Maria Trespontina Palazzo, Gerard Piazza Scassacavalli Hospital of Santo Spirito Piazza, and Obelisk of the Vatican S. Peter's. Its portico, tombs, crypts, dome, and sacristy churches of S. Stefano and Sta. Mardale Cimitero dei Tedeschi Palazzo, del Santo Uffizio S. Salvator, in Torriani S. Michael in Sascia. Continuing in a direct course from the Piazza Borghese, we pass through a series of narrow, dirty streets quite devoid of interest, but bordering on one side upon the Tiber, of which with its bridge, S. Angelo, and St. Peter's beautiful views may be obtained from little courts and narrow strips of shore, at the back of the houses. A short distance after passing on left the Locanda del Orso, where Montaigne used to stay when he was in Rome, and beneath which are some curious vaulted chambers of c.A.D. 1500, the street, which repeatedly changes its name, is called Via Tordinona, from the Tor di None, which once stood here, but was destroyed in 1690. It was used as a prison, as is shown by the verse of Regnier. Quan Barisol vus, mit de dans la Tordinani. One of the narrow streets on the left of the Via Tordinona debouches into the Via dei Cornari, close to the church of S. Salvator in Lauro, built on the site of a laurel grove, which flourished near the portico of Europa. It contains a picture of the Nativity by Pietro da Cortona and a modern work of Gagliardi, representing S. Emidio, S. Niccolo de Tolentino, and S. Giacomo della Marina, the three protectors of Ancona. In a side chapel, opening out of the cloisters, is the rich tomb of Pope Eugenius Roman IV. Gabriel Condalmeri, Ob 1439, with his recumbent figure by Isia de Pisa. Francesco Salviati painted a portrait of this pope for the adjoining convent, to which he had belonged, as well as a fine fresco of the marriage of Cana. There are several other fine monuments in the same chapel with the tomb, which in 1867 was given up as a barrack to the Flemish Zouaves, at the great risk of injury to its delicate carvings. Passing the Apollo Theatre, the Via Tordinona emerges upon the quay of the Tiber, opposite S. Angelo. Hence several streets diverge into the heart of the city. At the corner of the Via di Banchi is a house with a frieze, richly sculptured with lions' heads, and see on the left is the church of San Celso in Banchi, in front of which Lorenzo Colonna, the protonotary, was murdered by the Orsini and Santa Croce, immediately after the death of Sixtus Roman IV. 1484, and where his mother, finding his head cut off and seizing it by the hair, shrieked forth her curses upon his enemies. On the right, further down the street, is the Church of Sta. Caterina da Siena, which contains an interesting altarpiece by Girolamo Genga, representing the return of Gregory Zy from Avignon, which was due to her influence. The house joining the Pont S. Angelo is said to have been that of the violinista, the friend of Raphael, who is familiar to us from his portrait in the Sciarra Palace. Some say that Raphael died while he was on a visit to him, but the best authorities maintain that he died in a house built for him by Bramante in the Piazza Rusticucci, which was pulled down to enlarge the Piazza of St. Peter's. Number 124, Via Coronari, not far from the Pont S. Angelo, is shown as the house in which the great painter lived previously to this, and is that which he bequeathed to the chapel in the Pantheon in which he is buried. It was partly rebuilt in 1705, when Carlo Maderno painted on its facade a portrait of Raphael in chiaroscuro, now almost obliterated. The house at present belongs to the canons of Sta. Maria Maggiore. The Via S. Giovanni de Fiorentini leads to the church of that name, abutting picturesquely into the angle of the Tiber. This is the national church of the Tuscans and was built at the expense of the city of Florence. In the tribune are tombs of the Falconieri family. Here are several fine pictures. A Saint Jerome writing by Sigulli, who is buried in this church. Saint Jerome praying before a crucifix, Tito Santi, 1538-1603. Saint Francis, Tito Santi, SS. Cosmo and Damian condemned to martyrdom by fire. A grand work of Salvator Rosa. Some of the altar pieces of Salvator Rosa, 1673, are well conceived and full of effect, especially when they represent a horrible subject, like the martyrdom in S. Giovanni de Fiorentini. Lanzi, Roman II, 165. The chapel of the crucifix is painted by Lanfranco. The third chapel on the right has frescoes by Tempesta on the roof, relating to the history of S. Lorenzo. The building of this church was begun in the reign of Leo X by Sansovino, who, for want of space, laid its foundations at enormous expense in the bed of the Tiber. While overlooking this, he fell from a scaffold, and being dangerously hurt, was obliged to give up his place to Antonio de Sangallo. Soon after Pope Leo died, and the work with many others was suspended during the reign of Adrian Roman VI, under Clement Roman VII. Sansovino returned, but was driven away, robbed of all his possessions in the sack of Rome, under the Constable de Bourbon. The church was finished by Giacomo della Porta in 1588, but Alessandro Galileo added the facade in 1725. In 1488, Unifrus epidemi decimate les malheureux habitants des environs de Rome, les mourants étant abandonnés, les cadavres restant sans sépulture. Oscitat quelques Florentins formant une confrérie sous le titre de la pitié, pour rendre aux pestiférés les derniers devoirs de la charité chrétienne. C'est à cette confrérie qu'on doit la belle église de Saint-Jean des Florentins Estrada Giulia. Gurnary, Rome Cratian. The Pont S. Angelo is the Pons Elias of Hadrian, built as an approach to his mausoleum, and only intended for this, as another public bridge existed close by at the time of its construction. It is almost entirely ancient, except the parapets. The statues of St. Peter and St. Paul, at the extremity, were erected by Clement Roman VII, in the place of two chapels in 1530 and the angels by Clement Roman IX, in 1688. The pedestal of the third angel on the right is a relic of the siege of Rome in 1849, and bears the impress of a cannonball. These angels, which have been called the breezy maniacs of Bernini, are only from his designs. The two angels which he executed himself, and intended for this bridge, are now at S. Andrea del Frat. The idea of Clement Roman 9 was a fine one, that an avenue of the heavenly host should be assembled to welcome the pilgrim to the shrine of the great apostle. Dante saw the bridge of S. Angelo divided lengthways by barriers to facilitate the movement of the crowds going to and from St. Peter's on the occasion of the first Jubilee, 1300. Cum I Romani per l'esercito molto, l'anno del Giubileo, super lo pont hanno a passer la gent modo tolto, ci dal un lato tutti hanno, la front verso el casello, e vanno a Santo Pietro dal, altra sponda vanno verso el monte. Inferno, Roman 18, 29. From the Pont S. Angelo, when the Tiber is low, are visible the remains of the bridge by which the ancient Via Triumphalis crossed the river. Close by, where Santo Spirito now stands, was the Porta Triumphalis, by which victors entered the city in triumph. Facing the bridge is the famous castle of S. Angelo, built by the Emperor Hadrian as his family tomb, because the last niche in the imperial mausoleum of Augustus was filled when the ashes of Nerva were laid there. The first funeral here was that of Aelius Verus, the first adopted son of Hadrian, who died before him. The emperor himself died at Baiae, but his remains were transported hither from a temporary tomb at Pozzuoli by his successor Antoninus Pius, by whom the mausoleum was completed in AD 140. Here also were buried Antoninus Pius, AD 161, Marcus Aurelius 180, Commodus 192, and Septimius Severus in an urn of gold, enclosed in one of alabaster, AD 211. Caracalla in 217 was the last emperor interred here. The well-known lines of Byron. Turn to the mole which Hadrian reared on high imperial mimic of old Egypt's piles, colossal copyist of deformity, whose travelled fantasy from the far Nile's enormous model doomed the artist's toils to build for giants, and for his vain earth, his shrunken ashes, raise this dome. How smiles the gazer's eye with philosophically mirth, to view the huge design which sprung from such a birth. Seem rather applicable to the pyramid of Caius Cestius than to this mausoleum. The castle, as it now appears, is but the skeleton of the magnificent tomb of the emperors. Procopius, writing in the 6th century, describes its appearance in his time. It is built, he says, of Parian marble. The square blocks fit closely to each other without any cement. It has 4 equal sides, each a stone's throw in length. In height it rises above the walls of the city. On the summit are statues of men and horses, of admirable workmanship, in Parian marble. Canona, in his Architectura Romana, gives a restoration of the mausoleum, which shows how it consisted of 3 stories. 1, a quadrangular basement, the upper part intersected with Doric pillars, between which were spaces for epitaphs of the dead within, and surmounted at the corners by marble equestrian statues. 2, a circular story with fluted Ionic colonnades. 3, a circular story surrounded by Corinthian columns, between which were statues. The whole was surmounted by a pyramidal roof, ending in a bronze fir cone. The mausoleum which Hadrian erected for himself on the further bank of the Tiber far outshone the tomb of Augustus, which it nearly confronted. Of the size and dignity which characterized this work of Egyptian massiveness, we may gain a conception from the existing remains, but it requires an effort of imagination to transform the scarred and shapeless bulk before us into the graceful pile which rose column upon column, surmounted by a gilded dome of span almost unrivaled. Marival, ch. LXVI. The history of the mausoleum in the Middle Ages is almost the history of Rome. It was probably first turned into a fortress by Honorius, AD 423. From Theodoric it derives the name of Carcer Theodorusi. In 537, it was besieged by Vitiges, when the defending garrison, reduced to the last extremity, hurled down all the magnificent statues which decorated the cornice upon the besiegers. In AD 498, Pope Symmachus removed the bronze fir cone at the apex of the roof to the court of St. Peter's, whence it was afterwards transferred to the Vatican Garden, where it is still to be seen between 2 bronze peacocks, which probably stood on either side of the entrance. Belisarius defended the castle against Totila, whose Gothic troops captured and held it for 3 years, after which it was taken by Narses. It was in 530 that the event occurred which gave the building its present name. Pope Gregory the Great was leading a penitential procession to St. Peter's. in order to offer up prayers for the staying of the great pestilence, which followed the inundation of 589. When, as he was crossing the bridge, even while the people were falling dead around him, he looked up at the mausoleum and saw an angel on its summit, sheathing a bloody sword, while a choir of angels around chanted with celestial voices. The anthem, since adopted by the Church in her Vesper service Regina Caeli, Lider quia quem meruisti porteris erexit, sicut dixit, Alleluia, to which the earthly voice of the Pope solemnly responded, Ora pro nobis diem, Alleluia. In the 10th century, the fortress was occupied by the infamous Marozia, who, in turn, brought her 3 husbands, Alberic, Count of Tusculum, Guido, Marquis of Tuscany, and Hugo, King of Italy, thither to tyrannize with her over Rome. It was within the walls of this building that Alberic, her son by her first husband, waiting upon his royal stepfather at table, threw a bowl of water over him, when Hugo retorted by a blow, which was the signal for an insurrection, the people taking part with Alberic, putting the king to flight, and imprisoning Marozia. Shut up within these walls, Pope John Zi. 931–936, son of Marozia by her first husband, ruled under the guidance of his stronger-minded brother Alberic. Here, also, Octavian, son of Alberic and grandson of Marozia, succeeded in forcing his election as John Roman XII. Being the first pope who took a new name, and scandalized Christendom by a life of murder, robbery, adultery, and incest. In 974, the castle was seized by Crescenzio Nomentano, the consul who raised up an anti-pope Boniface Roman VII. Here, with the determination of destroying the temporal power of the popes, and imprisoned and murdered 2 popes, Benedict Roman VI, 972, and John Roman XIV, 984, within these walls. In 996, another lawful pope, Gregory V, calling in the Emperor Otho to his assistance, took the castle and beheaded Censio, though he had promised him life if he would surrender. From this governor, the fortress long held the name of Castello de Crescenzio, or Turris Crescentiae, by which it is described in medieval writings. A second Censio supported another anti-pope, Catalaus, here in 1063, against Pope Alexander Roman II. A third Censio imprisoned Gregory Roman VII, here in 1084. From this time, the possession of the castle was a constant point of contest between popes and anti-popes. In 1313, Arlato degli Stefanski, having demolished most of the other towers in the city, arranged the same fate for San Gilo, but it was saved by cession to the Orsini. It was from hence, on December 15, 1347, that Renzi fled to Bohemia, at the end of his first period of power, his wife having previously made her escape disguised as a friar. The cause of final ruin to this monument is described by Nibby to have been the resentment of the citizens against a French governor who espoused the cause of the anti-pope, Clement Roman VII, against Urban Roman VI, in 1378. It was then that the marble casings were all torn from the walls and used as street pavements. A drawing of Sangallo of 1465 shows the upper part of the fortress crowned with high square towers and turreted buildings. A cincture of bastions and massive square towers girding the whole. 2 square-built bulwarks flanking the extremity of the bridge, which was then so connected with these outworks that passengers would have immediately found themselves inside the fortress after crossing the river. Marlianus, 1588, describes its double cincture of fortifications, a large round tower at the inner extremity of the bridge, 2 towers with high pinnacles, and the cross on their summits, the river flowing all around. The castle began to assume its present aspect under Boniface Roman IX, in 1395. John Roman XXIII, 1411, commenced the covered way to the Vatican, which was finished by Alexander Roman VI, and roofed by Urban Roman VIII, in 1630. By the last-named pope, the great outworks of the fortress were built under Bernini and furnished with cannon made from the bronze roof of the Pantheon, under Paul Roman III. The interior was decorated with frescoes, and a colossal marble angel erected on the summit, in the place of a chapel S. Angelo inter nubs, built by Boniface Roman IV. The marble angel was exchanged by Benedict Roman XIV for the existing angel of bronze by a Dutch artist, Verschafelt. Paul Roman III. Voulant justifier le nom donné à cette forteresse, fit placer au sommet de l'édifice une statue de marbre, representant un ange tenant à la main une peinu. C.T. ouvrage de Raphaël de Montelupo a été remplacé, du temps de Benoît Roman 14. Par une statue de bronze qui fournit, cette belle réponse à un officier franchise assiégé dans le fort. Jimmy rendrai quand l'ange remettra son épée dans le faro. C.T. ange a l'air knife d'une fil de dix huit ens, et ni church qua bien remetter son épée dans le faro. Stendhal, I-33. I suppose no one ever looked at this statue critically, at least for myself, I never could. Nor can I remember now whether, as a work of art, it is above or below criticism, perhaps both. With its vast wings, poised in air, as seen against the deep blue skies of Rome, or lighted up by the golden sunset, to me it was ever like what it was intended to represent, like a vision. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 98. Of the castle, as we now see it externally, only the quadrangular basement is of the time of Hadrian, the round tower is of that of Urban Roman 8, its top added by Paul Roman 3. The 4 round towers of the outworks, called after the 4 evangelists, are of Nicholas V. 1447. The interior of the fortress can be visited by an order. Excavations made in 1825 have laid open the sepulchral chamber in the midst of the basement. Here stood, in the center, the porphyry sarcophagus of Hadrian, which was stolen by Pope Innocent Roman II. To be used as his own tomb in the Lateran, where it was destroyed by the fire of 1360, the cover alone escaping, which was used for the tomb of Otho Roman II. In the atrium of St. Peter's, and which, after filling this office for 7 centuries, is now the baptismal font of that basilica. A spiral passage 30 feet high and 11 wide, up which a chariot could be driven, gradually ascends through the solid mass of masonry. There is wonderfully little to be seen. A saloon of the time of Paul Roman III is adorned with frescoes of the life of Alexander the Great by Pirino del Vaga. This room would be used by the Pope in case of his having to take refuge in S. Angelo. An adjoining room, adorned with a stucco frieze of tritons and nereids, is that in which Cardinal Carafa was strangled, 1561, under Pius Roman IV, for alleged abuses of authority under his uncle, Paul Roman IV, his brother, the Marquis Carafa, being beheaded in the castle the same night. The reputed prison of Beatrice Cenci is shown, but it is very uncertain that she was ever confined here, also the prison of Cagliostro, and that of Benvenuto Cellini, who escaped, and broke his leg in trying to let himself down by a rope from the ramparts. The statue of the angel by Montelupo is to be seen stowed away in a dark corner. Several horrible trabequettes, oubliettes, are shown. On the roof, from which there is a beautiful view, are many modern prisons, where prisoners suffer terribly from the summer sun beating upon their flat roofs. Among the sculptures found here were the Barberini Faun, now at Munich, the Dancing Faun, at Florence, and the bust of Hadrian at the Vatican. The sepulchral inscriptions of the Antonines existed till 1572, when they were cut up by Gregory Roman 13. Buoncompagni, and the marble used to decorate a chapel in St. Peter's. The magnificent Easter display of fireworks, from an idea of Michelangelo, carried out by Bernini, called the Girandola, used to be exhibited here, but now takes place at S. Pietro in Montorio or from the Pincio. From 1849 to 1870, the castle was occupied by French troops, and their banner floated here except on great festivals when it was exchanged for that of the Pope. Running behind and crossing the back streets of the Borgo is the covered passage intended for the escape of the popes to the castle. It was used by Alexander Roman VI, when invaded by Charles Roman VIII, in 1494 and twice by Clement Roman VII. Giulio de' Medici, who fled in 1527 from Moncada, Viceroy of Naples, and in May 1527 during the terrible sack of Rome by the troops of the Constable de Bourbon. Pendant que elan si batate, Clement Roman VII. Itaten priors devant l'hôtel de Sacipello Vatican, datel singulier chez un homme qui avait commencé sa carrière par erreur militaire. Lorsque l'escris des Murants lui annonceront la prise de la ville, il s'enfuit du Vatican au château Saint-Ange par le long corridor qui s'élève au-dessus des plus hautes maisons. El historien Paul Jove, qui suivait Clement Roman VII. Relevate sa longue robe pour quil put marcher plus vite, et lorsque le pape fut arrivé au pont qui le laissait à découvert pour un instant. Paul Jove le couvrit de son manteau et de son chapeau violet, De pour quil ni fut reconnu à son rachet blanc, et ajusté par quelques, soldat bon tireur. Pendant cette longue fuite le long du corridor, Clement Roman 7, apercevait au-dessous de lui, par les petites fenêtres, ses sujets poursuivis par les soldats vainqueurs qui déjà si répandant dans les rues. Ils n'y faisant aucun cardi à personne, et tuant à coups de piquetout, si quils pouvaient atteindre. Stendhal, I. The escape consists of two passages, the upper open like a loggia, the lower covered, and only lighted by loopholes. The keys of both are kept by the Pope himself. S. Angelo is at the entrance of the Borgo, promised at the Italian invasion of September 1870, as the sanctuary of the papacy, the tiny sovereignty where the temporal sway of the popes should remain undisturbed, the sole relic left to them of all their ancient dominions. The Borgo, or Leonine city, is surrounded by walls of its own, which were begun in AD 846 by Pope Leo Roman IV, for the better defense of St. Peter's from the Saracens, who had been carrying their devastations up to the very walls of Rome. These walls, 10,800 feet in circumference, were completed in 4 years by laborers summoned from every town and monastery of the Roman states. Pope Leo himself daily encouraged their exertions by his presence. In 852, the walls were solemnly consecrated by a vast procession of the whole Roman clergy barefooted, their heads strewn with ashes, who sprinkled them with holy water, while the Pope offered a prayer composed by himself, at each of the 3 gates. The adjoining Piazza Pia is decorated with a fountain erected by Pius Roman IX. The principal of the streets which meet here is the Via del Borgo Nuovo, the main artery to St. Peter's. On its left is the Church of Sta. Maria Traspontina, built 1566, containing 2 columns which bear inscriptions, stating that they were those to which St. Peter and St. Paul were respectively attached when they suffered flagellation by order of Nero. This church occupies the site of a pyramid supposed to have been erected to Scipio Africanus, who died at Liternum, BC 183, and which was regarded in the Middle Ages as the tomb of Romulus. Its sides were once coated with marble, which was stripped off by Donus I. This pyramid is represented on the bronze doors of St. Peter's. A little further is the Palazzo Girard, belonging to Prince Torlonia. It was built 1506 by Bramante for Cardinal Adriano de Corneto, who gave it to Henry Roman VIII, by whom it was given to Cardinal Campeggio. Thus it was for a short time the residence of the English ambassador before the Reformation. Innocent Roman XII converted it into a college for priests, by whom it was sold to the Marquis Girard. Facing this palace is the Piazza Scassa Cavalli, with a pretty fountain. Its name bears witness to a curious legend, which tells how when Saint Helena returned from Palestine, bringing with her the stone on which Abraham was about to sacrifice Isaac, and that on which the Virgin Mary sate down at the time of the presentation of the Savior in the temple, the horses drawing these precious relics stood still at this spot, and refused every effort to make them move. Then Christian people, recognizing the finger of God, erected a church on this spot, Giacomo Scassa Cavalli, where the stones are still to be seen. The Strada del Borgo Sto. Spirito contains the immense hospital of Santo Spirito, running along the bank of the Tiber. This establishment was founded in 1198 by Innocent Roman III. Sixtus Roman IV, in 1471, ordered it to be rebuilt by Bassio Pintelli, who added a hall 376 feet long by 44 high and 37 wide. Under Benedict Roman XIV, Ferdinando Fuga built another great hall. The altar in the midst of the great hall is the only work of Andrea Palladio in Rome. The church was designed by Bassio Pintelli, but built by Antonio di San Gallo under Paul Roman III. Under Gregory Roman XIII, Ottaviano Mascherino built the Palace of the Governor, which unites the hospital with the church. The institution comprises a hospital for every kind of disease, containing in ordinary times 1620 beds, a number which can be almost doubled in time of necessity. A lunatic asylum containing an average of 450 inmates, and a foundling hospital where children are received from all parts of the Papal States and even from the Neapolitan towns. Upwards of 3,000 foundlings pass through the hospital annually, but the mortality is very great in the return of 1846, as much as 57%. The person who wishes to deposit an infant rings a bell, when a little bed is turned towards the grill near the door, in which the baby is deposited. Close to this is another grill, without any apparent use. What is that for, you ask? Because, when nurses come in from the country, they might be tempted to take the children for money, and yet not feel any natural tenderness towards them. But by looking through the second grill, they can see the child and discover if it is simpatico, and if not, they can go away and leave it. At the end of the street, one enters the Piazza Rusticucci, where Raphael died, from which open the magnificent colonnades of Bernini, which lead the eye up to the facade of St. Peter's, while the middle distance is broken by the silvery spray of its glittering fountains. The colonnades have 284 columns, are 61 feet wide, and 64 high. They enclose an area of 777 English feet. They were built by Bernini for Alexander Roman VII, 1657-67. In the center is the famous red granite obelisk of the Vatican, brought to Rome from Heliopolis by Caligula, in a ship which Pliny describes as being nearly as long as the left side of the port of Ostia. It was used to adorn the circus of Nero, and was brought from a position near the present sacristy of St. Peter's by Sixtus V in 1586. Here it was elevated by Domenico Fontana, who estimated its weight at 963,537 Roman pounds, and employed 800 men, 150 horses, and 46 cranes in its removal. The obelisk was first exorcised as a pagan idol and then dedicated to the cross. Its removal was preceded by High Mass in St. Peter's, after which Pope Sixtus bestowed a solemn benediction upon Fontana and his workmen, and ordained that none should speak, upon pain of death, during the raising of the obelisk. The immense mass was slowly rising upon its base, when suddenly it ceased to move, and it was evident that the ropes were giving way. An awful moment of suspense ensued, when the breathless silence was broken by a cry of "Aquae funi?" Throw water on the ropes, and the workmen, acting on the advice so unexpectedly received, again saw the monster move and gradually settle on its base. The man who saved the obelisk was Brescia, a sailor of Bordighera, a village of the Riviera di Ponente, and Sixtus V, in his gratitude, promised him that his native village should ever henceforth have the privilege of furnishing the Easter palms to St. Peter's. A vessel laden with palm branches, which abound in Bordighera, is still annually sent to the Tiber in the week before Palm Sunday. And the palms, after being prepared and plated by the nuns of S. Antonio Abate, are used in the ceremonial in St. Peter's. The height of the whole obelisk is 132 feet, that of the shaft 83 feet. Upon the shaft is the inscription to Augustus and Tiberius, Divo, quis, divi, Juliae F. Augusto Tai, Caesari, divi, Aug F. Augusta, Sacrum. The inscriptions on the base show its modern dedication to the cross ex crux Domini fugit parts adversi visit Leo de tribu Juda. 6 quint es applaudis 8 du succès, comme de ello over la plus gigantesque des temps modernes. Des maidils furent frappés, Fontana fut créé, noble Ramen, chevalier de l'Éperindor, et recut une gratification de 5,000 écus, indépendamment des matériaux qui avaient servi à l'entreprise, et dont la valeur est s'élevée à 000 écus, 108,000 fr. En fin des poems, dans toutes les langues, sur ce nouveau triomphe de la croix, furent adressés aux différents souverains de l'Europe. Gurnery, Rome Creation Roman II, 232. In summer, the great square basks in unalluring magnificence in the midday sun. Its tall obelisk sends but a slim shadow to travel round the oval plain, like the gnomon of a huge dial. Its fountains murmur with a delicious dreaminess, sending up massive jets like blocks of crystal into the hot sunshine, and receiving back a broken spray, on which sits serene an unbroken iris, but present no cool grot, where one may enjoy their freshness. And in spite of the shorter path, the pilgrim looks with dismay at the dazzling pavement and long flight of unsheltered steps between him and the church, and prudently plunges into the forest of columns at either side of the piazza, and threads his way through their uniting shadows, intended, as an inscription tells him, for this express purpose. Cardinal Weissman. Un jour pivi traversate, avec l'ambassadeur de Pologne, cette place du Vatican. Pris d'enthusiasme au souvenir du courage des martyrs qui ayant arcé de leurs larmes, et fertilisé par leur sang, Il s'y base, et s'assistent dans sa main une poignée de pausière. Tenez, dit-il au représentant de cette noble nation, prenez cette pausière formée de la cendre des saints, et imprégnée du sang des martyrs. L'ambassadeur n'y portait pas dans son cœur la foi d'un pape, ni dans son âme les illuminations d'un saint. Il recapportant avec respect cette relique étrange à ses yeux. Mais revenu en son palais, retournant d'une main indifférente peut-être, le linge qui la contenait, il la trouva ensanglantée. La pausière avait disparu. La foi du pontife avait évoqué le sang des martyrs, et si sang gainer reparaissait à cet appel pour attester, en face de l'hérésie, que l'Église romaine, au ex-siècle, était toujours celle pour laquelle ces héros avaient donné leur visus néron. Une création à Rome. No one can look upon the piazza of St. Peter's without associating it with the great religious ceremonies with which it is connected, especially that of the Easter benediction. Out over the great balcony stretches a white awning, where priests and attendants are collected, and where the Pope will soon be seen. Below, the piazza is alive with moving masses. In the center are drawn up long lines of soldiery, with yellow and red pompons and glittering helmets and bayonets. These are surrounded by crowds on foot, and at the outer rim are packed carriages filled and overrun with people, mounted on the seats and boxes. What a sight it is! Above us the great dome of St. Peter's, and below, the grand embracing colonnade, and the vast space, in the center of which rises the solemn obelisk thronged with masses of living beings. Peasants from the Campagna and the mountains are moving about everywhere. Pilgrims in oilcloth cape and with iron staff demand charity. On the steps are rows of purple, blue, and brown umbrellas, for there the sun blazes fiercely. Everywhere crop forth the white hoods of Sisters of Charity, collected in groups, and showing, among the party-colored dresses, like beds of chrysanthemums in a garden. One side of the massive colonnade casts a grateful shadow over the crowd beneath that fill up the intervals of its columns, but elsewhere the sun burns down and flashes everywhere. Mounted on the colonnade are crowds of people leaning over, beside the colossal statues. Through all the heat is heard the constant plash of the sunlit fountains that wave to and fro their veils of white spray. At last the clock strikes. In the far balcony are seen the two great showy peacock fans, and between them a figure clad in white that rises from a golden chair and spreads his great sleeves like wings as he raises his arms in benediction. That is the Pope, Pius IX. All is dead silence, and a musical voice, sweet and penetrating, is heard chanting from the balcony. The people bend and kneel. With a cold gray flash, all the bayonets gleam as the soldiers drop to their knees and rise to salute as the voice dies away, and the two white wings are again waved. Then thunder the cannon, the bells clash and peal, a few white papers, like huge snowflakes, drop wavering from the balcony. These are indulgences, and there is an eager struggle for them below. Then the Pope again rises, again gives his benediction, waving to and fro his right hand, 3 fingers open. And making the sign of the cross end, the peacock fans retire, and he between them is borne away and Lent is over. Stories Roba di Roma. The first church which existed on or near the site of the present building was the oratory founded in AD 90 by Anacletus, Bishop of Rome, who is said to have been ordained by St. Peter himself, and who thus marked the spot where many Christian martyrs had suffered in the Circus of Nero, and where St. Peter was buried after his crucifixion. In 306, Constantine the Great yielded to the request of Pope Sylvester, and began the erection of a basilica on this spot, laboring with his own hands at the work, and himself carrying away 12 loads of earth in honor of the 12 apostles. Anastasius describes how the body of the great apostle was exhumed at this time and reinterred in a shrine of silver, enclosed in a sarcophagus of gilt bronze. The early basilica measured 395 feet in length by 212 in width. Its nave and aisles were divided by 86 marble pillars of different sizes, in great part brought from the Septizonium of Severus, and it had an atrium and a paradisus, or quadrangular portico, along its front. Though only half the size of the present cathedral, still it covered a greater space than any medieval cathedral except those of Milan and Seville, with which it ranked in size. The old basilica suffered severely in the Saracenic invasion of 846, when some authorities maintain that even the tomb of the great apostle was rifled of its contents, but it was restored by Leo Roman IV. who raised the fortifications of the Borgo for its defense. Among the most remarkable of its early pilgrims were Theodosius, who came to pray for a victory over Eugenius; Valentinian, emperor of the East with his wife Eudoxia and his mother Galla Placidia; Belisarius, the great general under Justinian; Totila; Cedwalla, king of the West Saxons, who came for baptism; Concord, king of the Mercians, who came to remain as a monk, having cut off and consecrated his long hair at the tomb of St. Peter; Liutprand, king of the Lombards; Inne of Wessex, who founded a church here in honor of the Virgin, that Anglo-Saxons might have a place of prayer, and those who died, a grave; Carloman of France, who came for absolution and remained as a monk, first at Es-Orst-Soracte, then at Monte Cassino; Richard of England, Bertrade, wife of Pepin and mother of Charlemagne; Offa the Saxon, who made his kingdom tributary to St. Peter; Charlemagne 4 times, who was crowned here by Leo Roman III; Lautera, crowned by Paschal I; and in the last year of the reign of Leo Roman IV, Ethelwulf, king of the Anglo-Saxons, who was crowned here, remained a year, and who brought with him his boy of 6 years old, afterwards the great Alfred. Of the old basilica, the crypt is now the only remnant, and there are collected the few relics preserved of the endless works of art with which it was filled, and which for the most part were lost or willfully destroyed when it was pulled down. Its destruction was first planned by Nicholas V. 1450, but was not carried out till the time of Julius Roman II, who in 1506 began the new St. Peter's from designs of Bramante. The 4 great piers and their arches above were completed before the deaths of both Bramante and Pope Julius interrupted the work. The next pope, Leo X, obtained a design for a church in the form of a Latin cross from Raphael, which was changed, after his death, on account of expense, to a Greek cross by Baldassare Peruzzi, who only lived to complete the tribune. Paul Roman III, 1534, employed Antonio di Sangallo as an architect, who returned to the design of a Latin cross, but died before he could carry out any of his intentions. Giulio Romano succeeded him and died also. Then the Pope, being inspired by God, says Vasari, sent for Michelangelo, then in his 72nd year, who continued the work under Julius Roman III, returning to the plan of a Greek cross, enlarging the tribune and transepts, and beginning the dome on a new plan, which he said would raise the Pantheon in the air. The dome designed by Michelangelo, however, was very different to that which we now admire, being much lower, flatter, and heavier. The present dome is due to Giacomo della Porta, who brought the great work to a conclusion in 1590, under Sixtus V, who devoted 100,000 gold crowns annually to the building. In 1605, Paul V destroyed all that remained of the old basilica and employed Carlo Maderno as his architect, who once more returned to the plan of the Latin cross and completed the present ugly facade in 1614. The church was dedicated by Urban Roman VIII. November 18, 1626, the colonnade added by Alexander Roman VII. 1667, the sacristy by Pius Roman VI. In 1780. The building of the present St. Peter's extended altogether over 176 years, and its expenses were so great that Julius Roman II and Leo X were obliged to meet them by the sale of indulgences, which led to the Reformation. The expense of the main building alone has been estimated at 10 million L. The annual expense of repairs is 6,300 L. St. Pierre est une sorte de ville apart dans Rome, ayant son climat, sa temperature proper, sa lumière trop vive pour erder religieux, tantot désert, tantot traversé par des sociétés de voyageurs, au rempli d'une foule attirée par les cérémonies religieuses. À l'époque des jubilés le nombre des pèlerins sont parfois élevé à Rome, jusqu'à 400,000. Elle a 16 réservoirs d'eau. Sa fontaine coulante perpétuellement au pied de la grande coupole, dans un bassin de plomb pour la commodité des travaux. 16 ramps, par lesquelles les berts de son pouvant monter. Sa population fixe habitant 16 terrasses. Les Saint-Pietrene, ouvriers chargés de tous les travaux qu'excède la conservation d'un aussi précieux édifice, si succédent de pire en fils, et forment une corporation qui a 16 lois et sa police. Du pays. The facade of St. Peter's is 357 feet long and 144 feet high. It is surmounted by a balustrade 6 feet in height, bearing statues of the Savior and the 12 apostles. Over the central entrance is the loggia where the Pope is crowned, and whence he gives the Easter benediction. The huge inscription runs in Honorum, Principes, Apost, Paulus v. Burgesius, Romanus, Pont, Max Amdcza, Pont, Roman 7. I don't like to say the facade of the church is ugly and obtrusive. As long as the dome overawes, that facade is supportable. You advance towards it through, oh such a noble court, with fountains flashing up to meet the sunbeams, and right and left of you two sweeping half-crescents of great columns, but you pass by the courtiers and up to the steps of the throne, and the dome seems to disappear behind it. It is as if the throne was upset and the king had toppled over. Thackeray, The Newcomes. A wide flight of steps, at the foot of which are statues of St. Peter by de Fabris and St. Paul by Tattellini, lead by fine entrances to the vestibule, which is 468 feet long, 66 feet high, and 50 feet wide. Closing it on the right is a statue of Constantine by Bernini, on the left that of Charlemagne by Cornacchini. Over the principal entrance, facing the door of the church, is the celebrated mosaic of the Navicella, executed 1298 by Giotto and his pupil Pietro Cavallini. For the ancient Basilica of St. Peter, Giotto executed his celebrated mosaic of the Navicella, which has an allegorical foundation. It represents a ship with the disciples on an agitated sea. The winds, personified as demons, storm against it. Above appear the fathers of the Old Testament speaking comfort to the sufferers. According to the early Christian symbolization, the ship denoted the church. Nearer and on the right in a firm attitude stands Christ, the rock of the church, raising Peter from the waves. Opposite sits a fisherman in tranquil expectation, denoting the hope of the believer. The mosaic has frequently changed its place and has undergone so many restorations that the composition alone can be attributed to Giotto. The fishermen and the figures hovering in the air are, in their present form, the work of Marcello Provenzale. Kugler, I-127. This mosaic is ill-placed and ill-seen for an especial reason. Early converts from paganism retained the heathen custom of turning round to venerate the sun before entering a church, so that in the old basilica, as here, the mosaic was thus placed to give a fitting object of worship. The learned Cardinal Baronius never, for a single day during the space of 30 years, failed to bow before this symbol of the primitive church, tossed on the stormy sea of persecution and of sin, saying, "Lord, save me from the waves of sin as thou didst Peter from the waves of the sea." Mrs. Eliot's Historical Pictures. The magnificent central door of bronze is a remnant from the old basilica and was made in the time of Eugenius Roman IV. 1430–139 by Antonio Filarete and Simone, brother of Donatello. The bas-reliefs of the compartments represent the martyrdoms of SS. Peter and Paul, and the principal events in the reign of Eugenius, the Council of Florence, the coronation of Sigismund, Emperor of Germany, and see the bas-reliefs of the framework are entirely mythological. Ganymede, Leda and her swan, and C. are to be distinguished. Carine fit remarquer à Lord Nelville, que sur les portes étant représentées en bas-relief les métamorphoses d'Ovide. On nisi scandalise point à Rome, lieu de-tel, des images du paganisme, quand les beaux-arts les ont consacrés. Les merveilles du génie portant taugers à l'âme une impression religieuse, et nous faisons homage au culte création de tous les chefs d'œuvre que les auteurs cultes ont inspirés. Mad. De Stael. Let into the wall between the doors are 3 remarkable inscriptions. 1. Commemorating the donation made to the church by Gregory Roman II. Of certain olive grounds to provide oil for the lamps. 2. The bull of Boniface Roman 8. 1300, granting the indulgence proclaimed at every jubilee. 3. In the center, the Latin epitaph of Adrian I. Colonna, 772–95, by Charlemagne, one of the most ancient memorials of the papacy. The father of the church, the ornament of Rome, the famous writer Adrian, the blessed pope, rests in peace. God was his life, love was his law, Christ was his glory. He was the apostolic shepherd, always ready to do that which was right. Of noble birth and descended from an ancient race, he received a still greater nobility from his virtues. The pious soul of this good shepherd was always bent upon ornamenting the temples consecrated to God. He gave gifts to the churches and sacred dogmas to the people, and showed us all the way to heaven. Liberal to the poor, his charity was second to none, and he always watched over his people in prayer. By his teachings, his treasures, and his buildings he raised, O illustrious Rome, thy monuments, to be the honor of the town and of the world. Death could not injure him, for its sting was taken away by the death of Christ. It opened for him the gate of the better life. I, Charles, have written these verses, while weeping for my father. O my father, my beloved one, how lasting is my grief for thee! Dost thou think upon me, as I follow thee constantly in spirit, now reign blessed with Christ in the heavenly kingdom. The clergy and people have loved you with a heart love. Thou wert truly the love of the world, O excellent priest. O most illustrious, I unite our two names and titles, Adrian and Charles, the king and the father. O thou who readest these verses, say with pious heart the prayer, O merciful God, have pity upon them both. Sweetly slumbering, O friend, may thy earthly body rest in the grave, and thy spirit wander in bliss with the saints of the Lord till the last trumpet sounds in thine ears, then arise with Peter to the contemplation of God. Yes, I know that thou wilt hear the voice of the merciful judge bid thee to enter the paradise of thy Savior. Then, O great Father, think upon thy Son, and ask, that with the Father the Son may enter into joy. Go, blessed Father, enter into the kingdom of Christ, and thence, as an intercessor, help thy people with thy prayers. Even so long as the sun rolls upon its fiery axis, shall thy glory, O heavenly Father, remain in the world. Adrian the Pope, of blessed memory, reigned for 23 years, 10 months and 17 days, and died on the 25th of December. The walled-up door on the right is the Porta Santa, only opened for the Jubilee, which has taken place every 25th year, except 1850, since the time of Sixtus Roman IV. The Pope himself gives the signal for the destruction of the wall on the Christmas Eve before the sacred year. After preliminary prayers from Scripture singularly apt, the Pope goes down from his throne and, armed with a silver hammer, strikes the wall in the doorway, which, having been cut round from its jambs and lintel, falls at once inwards, and is cleared away in a moment by the San Pietrini. The Pope then, bareheaded and torch in hand, first enters the door and is followed by his cardinals and his other attendants to the high altar, where the first vespers of Christmas Day are chaunted as usual. The other doors of the church are then flung open, and the great Queen of Churches is filled. Cardinal Weissman. Arertes vus un moment eis, dit Carina Lord Nelville, comme ilitate de Jesus la portique de l'Église. Arertes vus, avant de solever le rideau qui couvre la porte du temple, vater kerni bat-il pas à l'approche de si sanctuaire, et ni recentes vus pas au moment d'entre, tout si que ferit approver à l'attente d'un événement solennel, mad, de style. We now push aside the heavy double curtain and enter the basilica. Hilda had not always been adequately impressed by the grandeur of this mighty cathedral. When she first lifted the heavy leathern curtains, at one of the doors, a shadowy edifice in her imagination had been dazzled out of sight by the reality. Hawthorne. The ulterior burst upon our astonished gaze, resplendent in light, magnificence, and beauty, beyond all that imagination can conceive. Its apparent smallness of size, however, mingled some degree of surprise, and even disappointment, with my admiration. But as I walked slowly up its long nave, empaneled with the rarest and richest marbles, and adorned with every art of sculpture and taste, and caught through the lofty arches opening views of chapels and tombs and altars of surpassing splendor, I felt that it was, indeed, unparalleled in beauty, in magnitude, and magnificence, and one of the noblest and most wonderful of the works of man. Eaton's Rome. St. Peter's, that glorious temple, the largest and most beautiful, it is said, in the world, produced upon me the impression rather of a Christian pantheon than of a Christian church. The aesthetic intellect is edified more than the God-loving or God-seeking soul. The exterior and interior of the building appear to me more like an apotheosis of the popedom than a glorification of Christianity and its doctrine. Monuments to the popes occupy too much space. One sees all round the walls angels flying upwards with papal portraits, sometimes merely with papal tiaras. Frederica Bremer. L'architecture de Saint-Pierre est une musique fixée, Madame de Staël. The building of St. Peter's surpasses all powers of description. It appears to me like some great work of nature, a forest, a mass of rocks, or something similar, for I never can realize the idea that it is the work of man. You strive to distinguish the ceiling as little as the canopy of heaven. You lose your way in St. Peter's, you take a walk in it, and ramble till you are quite tired. When divine service is performed and chaunted there, you are not aware of it till you come quite close. The angels in the baptistery are enormous giants. The doves, colossal birds of prey, you lose all sense of measurement with the eye or proportion, and yet who does not feel his heart expand when standing under the dome and gazing up at it? Mendelssohn's Letters. But thou of temples old, or altars new, standest alone with nothing like to thee worthiest of God, the holy and the true, since Zion's desolation, when that he forsook his former city, what could be of earthly structures in his honor piled of a sublimer aspect? Majesty, power, glory, strength, and beauty all are aistled in this eternal ark of worship undefiled. Enter, its grandeur overwhelms thee not, and why? It is not lessened. But thy mind, expanded by the genius of the spot, has grown colossal, and can only find a fit abode wherein appear enshrined thy hopes of immortality. And thou shalt one day, if found worthy, so defined, see thy God face to face, as thou dost now his holy of holies, nor be blasted by his brow. Byron, Child Herald. On paus avec pain une grosse portière de cure, et nous voici dans Saint Pierre. On ni put quador la religion qui produit de telles choses. Rien du monde ni put erder comparé à l'intérieur de Saint Pierre. Après un an de séjour à Rome, j'y allais encore passer des heures entières avec plaisir. Fontana, Tempio Vaticano Illustrato. Tandisque, dans les églises gothiques, l'impression est de s'égenouiller, de joindre les mains avec un sentiment de humble prière et de profond regret. Dans Saint Pierre au contraire, le mouvement involontaire serait d'ouvrir les bras en signe de joie de relever la terre avec benheur et épanouissement. Il semble que là le péché inaccable plus. Le sentiment vif du pardon par le triomphe de la résurrection remplit sur le cœur. Eugénie de la Ferronnaise. The temperature of St. Peter's seems, like the Happy Islands, to experience no change. In the coldest weather it is like summer to your feelings, and in the most oppressive heats it strikes you with a delightful sensation of colda luxury not to be estimated but in a climate such as this. Eaton's Rome. On each side of the nave are 4 pillars with Corinthian pilasters and a rich entablature supporting the arches. The roof is vaulted, coffered, and gilded. The pavement is of colored marble, inlaid from designs of Giacomo della Porta and Bernini. In the center of the floor, immediately within the chief entrance, is a round slab of porphyry, upon which the emperors were crowned. The enormous size of the statues and ornaments in St. Peter's do away with the impression of its vast size, and it is only by observing the living, moving figures that one can form any idea of its colossal proportions. A line in the pavement is marked with the comparative size of the other great Christian churches. According to this, the length of St. Peter's is 613.5 feet, of St. Paul's, London, 520.5 feet, Milan Cathedral, 443 feet, St. Sophia, Constantinople, 360.5 feet. The height of the dome in the interior is 405 feet, on the exterior, 448 feet. The height of the baldacchino is 94.5 feet. The first impulse will be to go up to the shrine, around which a circle of 86 gold lamps is always burning, and to look down into the confessional, where there is a beautiful kneeling statue of Pope Pius Roman VI. Braschi, 1780, 1800, by Canova. Hence one can gaze up into the dome, with its huge letters in purple-blue mosaic upon a gold ground, each 6 feet long. 2 Es Petrus, et super hanc Petrum edificabo ecclesiam meme, et tibi dabo claves regni celorum. Above this are 4 colossal mosaics of the evangelists from designs of the cave. D'Arpino. The pen of St. Luke is 7 feet in length. The cupola is glorious, viewed in its design, its altitude, or even its decorations. Viewed either as a whole or as a part, it enchants the eye, it satisfies the taste, it expands the soul. The very air seems to eat up all that is harsh or colossal, and leaves us nothing but the sublime to feast on, a sublime peculiar as the genius of the immortal architect, and comprehensible only on the spot. Forsyth. Si dome, en le considerant merm den bas, fate approver une sorte de terror, en croit voir des abîmes suspendus sur sa terre. Madame de Staël. The baldacchino, designed by Bernini in 1633, is of bronze, with gilt ornaments, and was made chiefly with bronze taken from the roof of the Pantheon. It covers the high altar, which is only used on the most solemn occasions. Only the Pope can celebrate Mass there, or a cardinal who is authorized by a papal brief. Without a sovereign priest officiating before and for his people, St. Peter's is but a grand aggregation of splendid churches, chapels, tombs, and works of art. With him, it becomes a whole, a single, peerless temple, such as the world never saw before. That central pile, with its canopy of bronze as lofty as the Farnese Palace, with its deep-diving stairs leading to a court walled and paved with precious stones, that yet seems only a vestibule to some cavern or catacomb, with its simple altar that disdains ornament in the presence of what is beyond the reach of human price, that which in truth forms the heart of the great body, placed just where the heart should be, is then animated, and surrounded by living and moving sumptuousness. The immense cupola above it ceases to be a dome over a sepulchre and becomes a canopy over an altar. The quiet tomb beneath is changed into the shrine of relics below the place of sacrifice the saints under the altar, the quiet spot at which a few devout worshippers at most times may be found, bowing under the 100 lamps, is crowded by rising groups, beginning from the lowest step, increasing in dignity and in richness of sacred robes, till at the summit and in the center stands supreme the pontiff himself, on the very spot which becomes him, the one living link in a chain, the first ring of which is riveted to the shrine of the apostles below. St. Peter's is only itself when the Pope is at the high altar, and hence only by, or for, him it is used. Cardinal Weissman. The 4 huge piers which support the dome are used as shrines for the 4 great relics of the Church, viz. 1. The lance of S. Longinus, the soldier who pierced the side of our Savior, presented to Innocent Roman VIII, by Pier Daubason, Grand Master of the Knights of Rhodes, who had received it from the Sultan Bajazet. 2. The head of St. Andrew, said to have been brought from Achaia in 1460, when its arrival was celebrated by Pius Roman II. 3. A portion of the true cross, brought by Sta. Helena. 4. The napkin of Sta. Veronica, said, doubtless from the affinity of names, to bear the impression vero icon of our Saviour's face. The volto santo, said to be the impress of the countenance of our Savior on the handkerchief of Sta. Veronica, or Berenice, which wiped his brow on the way to Calvary, was placed in the Vatican by John Roman VII. In 707, and afterwards transferred to the Church of Santo Spirito, where 6 Roman noblemen had the care of it, each taking charge of one of the keys with which it was locked up. Among the privileges enjoyed for this office was that of receiving, every year from the hospital of Santo Spirito at the Feast of Pentecost, 2 cows, whose flesh, an ancient chronicle says, si mangiavano lie con gran festa. In 1440, this picture was carried back to St. Peter's, whence it has not since been moved. When I examined the head on the Veronica handkerchief, it struck me as undoubtedly a work of early Byzantine art, perhaps of the 7th or 8th century, painted on linen. It is with implicit acceptance of its claims that Petrarch alludes to it verendum populis Salvatoris imaginum. Ep. Roman 9. Lib 2. During the Republican domination in 1849, it was rumored that about Easter, the canons of St. Peter saw the volto santo turn pale and ominously change color while they gazed upon it. Hemans Catholic Italy, Volume I. The ceremony of exhibiting the relics from the balcony above the statue of Sta. Veronica takes place on Holy Thursday, Good Friday, and Easter Day, but the height is so great that nothing can really be distinguished. Today we gazed on the Veronica, the holy impression left by our Savior's face on the cloth Sta. Veronica presented to him to wipe his brow, bowed under the weight of the cross. We had looked forward to this sight for days, for 7,000 years of indulgence from penance are attached to it. But when the moment came, we could see nothing but a black board hung with a cloth, before which another white cloth was held. In a few minutes this was withdrawn, and the great moment was over, the glimpse of the sacred thing on which hung the fate of 7,000 years. Skonberg Kata Chronicles. The niches in the piers are occupied by 4 statues of Longinus, St. Andrew, Sta, Helena, and Sta. Veronica holding the napkin or sudarium, flourishing a marble pocket handkerchief. Malheureusement touts, ces statues petunt par le gout. Le Rococo, mis à la mode par le Bernin, est surtout exécrable dans le genre colossal. Mais la présence du génie de Bramante et de Michelange si fait tellement sentir, quelles choses ridicules ni le sont plus aisa. Elles ni sont insignifiants. Les statues colossales des piliers representant. Saint André, par François Quesnay, Fiamingo, Elixida la jalousie du Bernin, Saint Veronique par machi, don't ill blamate les draperies volants, dans un endroit close. Unplacent lui répondate que leur agitation provenate du vent qui soufflate par les crevasses de la couple, depuis quil avate affaibli les pillars par des niches et tribunes, Saint Helene par a. Balgi, Saint Longan par Bernin. Dupes. Not very far from the confessional, against the last pier on the right of the nave, stands the statue of Saint Peter, said to have been cast by Leo the Great, from the old statue of Jupiter Capitolinus. It is of very rude workmanship. Its extended foot is eagerly kissed by Roman Catholic devotees, who then rub their foreheads against its toes. Protestants wonder at the feeling which this figure excites. Gregory Roman II wrote of it to Leo the Isaurian, "Christ is my witness that when I enter the temple of the Prince of the Apostles and contemplate his image, I am filled with such emotion that tears roll down my cheeks like the rain from heaven." On high festivals, the statue is dressed up in full pontificals, on the day of the Jubilee of Pius Roman IX. June 16, 1871, it was attired in a lace alb, stole, and gold-embroidered cope, fastened at the breast by a clasp of diamonds, and its foot was kissed by upwards of 20,000 persons during the day. La caudum antique, chez les Grecs de habeler et de parer les statues sacrées, essayent conserver, arome et essaye conserve encore, tout le monde vu la statue de Saint Pierre revertir dans les grandes solennités, ses magnifiques habits de pape. On lavate les statues des dia, on les fraudate, on les frissate comme des poupées. Les divinités du Capitole avient un nombre de mystiques, attaché à leur personne et quietate chargée de cisoin. El usage ramain a subsister chez les populations latins de l'Espagne et elles allant porter jusqu'au Mexique où j'aivu, à Puebla, la veille d'une fête, une femme de chambre faire une toilette en réglée à une statue de la Vierge. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 4, 91. Along the piers of the nave and transepts are ranged statues of the different founders, male and female, of religious orders. Returning to the main entrance, we will now make the tour of the basilica. Those who expect to find monuments of great historical interest will, however, be totally disappointed. Scarcely anything remains above ground which is earlier than the 16th century. Of the tombs of the 87 popes who were buried in the old basilica, the greater part were totally lost at its destruction. A few were removed to other churches, those of the Piccolomini to S. Andrea della Valle and C. And some fragments are still to be seen in the crypt. Only 2 monuments were replaced in the new basilica, those of the 2 popes who lived in the time and excited the indignation of Savonarola, Sixtus Roman IV, with whose cordial concurrence the assassination of Lorenzo di Medici was attempted, and Innocent Roman VIII, the main object of whose policy was to secure place and power for his illegitimate children. The side chapels are splendid and so large that they might serve for independent churches. The monuments and statues are numerous, but all are subordinate or unite harmoniously with the large and beautiful proportions of the chief temple. Everything there is harmony, light, beauty, and image of the church triumphant, but a very worldly, earthly image, and whilst the mind enjoys its splendor, the soul cannot, in the higher sense, be edified by its symbolism. Frederica Bremer. The first chapel on the right derives its name from the Pietà of Michelangelo, representing the dead Savior upon the knees of the Madonna, a work of the great artist in his 24th year, upon an order from the French ambassador, Cardinal Jean de Villiers, abbot of Saint Denis. The sculptor has inscribed his name, the only instance in which he has done so, upon the girdle of the Virgin. Francis I attempted to obtain this group from Michelangelo in 1507, together with the statue of Christ at the Minerva, commet choses que allon emma assurer ester des plus exquises et excellence en votre art. Opening from this chapel are 2 smaller ones. That on the right has a crucifix by Pietro Cavallini. The mosaic, representing Saint Nicholas of Bari, is by Cristofari. That on the left is called Cappella della Colonna Santa, from a column said to have been brought from Jerusalem, and to have been that against which our Savior leant when he prayed and taught in the temple. It is inscribed, Hic est illa columna in quadienes, and our Jesus expies apodietis dum populo predicabit, et Dio poprex in templo affundibat adherendo, stabec una cum aliis undeci hic circumstantibus de Salomonis templo in triumphum. Hugis basilici hic locata fuit demons expellit, et immundis spiritibus vexatos liberos, reddit et multa miracula codidi facit. P. reverendissimum pri et dominum dominus. Card. De Ursines. AD MDCsis XXXVI. A more interesting object in this chapel is the sarcophagus, once used as a font of Anicius Probus, a prefect of Rome in the 4th century of the great family of the Anici, to which Saint Gregory the Great belonged. Its 5 compartments have bas-reliefs representing Christ and the Apostles. Returning to the aisle on the right is the tomb of Leo Roman XII. Annibale della Genga, 1823-29 by Fabris. On the left is the tomb of Christina of Sweden, daughter of Gustavus Adolphus, who died at Rome, 1689, by Carlo Fontana, with a bas-relief by Tudon, representing her abjuration of Protestantism in 1655 in the Cathedral of Innsbruck. On the right is the altar of Saint Sebastian, with a mosaic copy of Domnicino's picture at Sta. Maria degli Angeli, beyond which is the tomb of Innocent Roman XII, Antonio Pignatelli, 1691–1700. This was the last pope who wore the martial beard and mustache, which we see represented in his statue. Pignatella is Italian for a little cream jug. In allusion to this, we may see 3 little cream jugs in the upper decorations of this monument, which is by Filippo Val. On the left is the tomb, by Bernini, of the Countess Matilda, foundress of the temporal power of the popes, who died in 1115, was buried in a monastery near Mantua, and transported hither by Urban Roman VIII. In 1635. The bas-relief represents the absolution of Henry Roman IV. Of Germany, by Hildebrand, which took place at her intercession and in her presence. We now reach, on the right, the large chapel of the Santissimo Sacramento, decorated with a fresco altarpiece, representing the Trinity, by Pietro de Cortona, and a tabernacle of lapis lazuli and gilt bronze, copied from Bramante's little temple at S. Pietro in Montorio. Here is the magnificent tomb of Sixtus Roman IV. Francesco della Rover, 1471–81, removed from the choir of the old St. Peter's, where it was erected by his nephew, Cardinal Giulio della Rover, afterwards Pope Julius Roman II. This pope's reign was entirely occupied with politics, and he was secretly involved in the conspiracy of the Pazzi at Florence. He was the first pope who carried nepotism to such an extent as to found a principality, Imola and Forli, for his nephew Girolamo Riario. The tomb is a beautiful work of the Florentine artist Antonio Pollajuola in 1493. The figure of the pope reposes upon a bronze couch, surrounded, in memory of his having taught successively in the 6 great universities of Italy, with allegorical bas-reliefs of arithmetic, astrology, philology, rhetoric, grammar, perspective, music, geography, philosophy, and theology, which last is represented like a pagan Diana with a quiver of arrows on her shoulders. Close to this monument of his uncle, a flat stone in the pavement marks the grave of Julius Roman II, for whom the grand tomb at S. Pietro in Vincoli was intended. Returning to the aisle, we see on the right the tomb of Gregory Roman XIII. Ugo Buoncompagni, 1572–85, during whose reign the new calendar was invented, an event commemorated in a bas-relief upon the monument, which was not erected till 1723 and is by Camillo Rusconi. The figure of the Pope, he died aged 84, is in the attitude of benediction. Beneath are wisdom, represented as Minerva, and faith, holding a tablet inscribed, Novi opera hugis et fidem. Opposite this is the paltry tomb of Gregory Roman XIV, Niccolo Sfrandati, 1590–91. L'Atomo de Gregoire Roman XIII, quella massacre de Saint Barthélemy réduit si fort, est de marbre. L'Atomo de Stuck au debord il avait été placé, a été accordé, après son départ, aux cendres de Gregoire Roman XIV. Stendhal. On the left, against the Great Pier, is a mosaic copy of Domnicino's Communion of Saint Jerome. On the right is the Chapel of the Madonna, founded by Gregory Roman XIII, and built by Giacomo della Porta. The cupola has mosaics by Girolamo Musiano. Beneath the altar is buried Saint Gregory Nazianzen, removed hither from the convent of Sta. Maria in the Campo Marzo by Gregory Roman XIII. Saint Gregory Nazianzen, or Saint Gregory Theologos, was son of Saint Gregory and Saint Nana, and brother of Saint Gorgonia and Saint Caesarea. He was born c. AD 328. In his childhood, he was influenced by a vision of the two virgins, temperance and chastity, summoning him to pursue them to the joys of paradise. Being educated at Athens, together with Julian the Apostate, he formed there a great friendship with Saint Basil. He became first the coadjutor, afterwards the successor, of his father in the bishopric of Nazianzen, but removed thence to Constantinople, where he preached against the Arians. By the influence of Theodosius, he was ordained bishop of Constantinople, but was so worn out by the cabals and schisms in the church that he resigned his office and retired to his paternal estate, where he passed the remainder of his life in the composition of Greek hymns and poems. He died May 9, AD 390. On the right is the tomb of Benedict Roman 14. Prospero Lambertini, 1740-58, by Pietro Bracci, a huge and ugly monument. On the left is the tomb of Gregory Roman 16. Moro Capillari, 1830-146, by Amasai, erected in 1855 by the cardinals he had created. Turning into the right transept, used as a council chamber, for which purpose it proved thoroughly unsatisfactory, 1869-70, we find several fine mosaics from pictures, viz. The Martyrdom of SS. Processus and Martinianus from the Valentin at the Vatican, the Martyrdom of Saint Erasmus from Posen, Saint Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia, from Caroselli, Our Savior walking on the sea to the boat of Saint Peter, from Lanfranco. Opposite to the last-named mosaic is the famous monument of Clement Roman 13. Carlo Rezzonico, 1758-69, in whose reign the order of Jesuits was attacked by all the sovereigns of the House of Bourbon and expelled from Portugal, France, Spain, Naples, and Parma. The Pope, who had long defended them, was about to yield to the pressure put upon him and had called a consistory for their suppression, but died suddenly on the evening before its assembling. This tomb, the greatest work of Canova, was uncovered April 4, 1795, in the presence of an immense crowd, with whom the sculptor mingled, disguised as an abbé, to hear their opinion. The Pope, aged 75, is represented in prayer, upon a pedestal, beneath which is the entrance to a vault, guarded by two grand marble lions. On the right is Religion, standing erect with a cross, on the left the Genius of Death, holding a torch reversed. The beauty of this work of Canova is only felt when it is compared with the monuments of the 17th century in St. Peter's. Then, it seems as if they were separated by an abyss of centuries. Beyond this are mosaics from the Saint Michael of Guido at the Cappuccini, and from the martyrdom of Saint Petronilla of Guercino at the Capitol. Each of these large mosaics has cost about 150,000 francs. Now on the right is the tomb of Clement X. Gio. Baptista Altieri, 1676, by Rossi, the statue by Ercole Ferrata, and on the left is a mosaic of Saint Peter raising Tabitha from the dead, by Costanzi. Ascending into the tribune, we see at the end of the church, beneath the very ugly window of yellow glass, the Cathedra Petri of Bernini, supported by figures of the four fathers of the church, Augustine, Ambrose, Chrysostom, and Athanasius. Enclosed in this is a very ancient wooden senatorial chair, encrusted with ivory, which is believed to have been the episcopal throne of Saint Peter and his immediate successors. Late Roman Catholic authorities, Mgr. Gerbit and C. consider that it may perhaps have been originally the chair of the Senator Pudens, with whom the apostle lodged. A magnificent festival in honor of Saint Peter's chair, Natal Petri de Cathedra, has been annually celebrated here from the earliest times and is mentioned in a calendar of Pope Liberius of A.D. 354. It was said that if any pope were to reign longer than the traditional years of the government of Saint Peter, Pius Roman 9, is the first pope who has done so, Saint Peter's chair would be again brought into use. On the right of the chair is the tomb of Urban Roman 8, Matteo Barberini, 1623-44, who was chiefly remarkable from his passion for building, and who is perpetually brought to mind through the immense number of his erections which still exist. The tomb is by Bernini, the architect of his endless fountains and public buildings, and has the usual fault of this sculptor in overloading his figures, except in that of Urban himself, which is very fine, with meaningless drapery. Figures of charity and justice stand by the black marble sarcophagus of the Pope, and a gilt skeleton is occupied in inscribing the name of Urban on the list of death. The whole monument is alive with the bees of the Barberini. The pendant tomb on the left is that of Paul Roman III, Alessandro Farnese, 1534–50, in whose reign the Order of the Jesuits was founded. This pope, the first Roman who had occupied the throne for 103 years since Martin V, was learned, brilliant, and witty. He was adored by his people, in spite of his intense nepotism, which induced him to form Parma into a duchy for his natural son Pierluigi, to build the Farnese Palace, and to marry his grandson Ottavio to Marguerite, natural daughter of Charles V, to whom he gave the Palazzo Madama and the Villa Madama as a dowry. His tomb, by Guglielmo della Porta, perhaps the finest in St. Peter's, cost 24,000 Roman crowns. It was erected in the old basilica just before its destruction in 1562, and in 1574 was transferred to this church, where its position was the source of a quarrel between the sculptor and Michelangelo, by whose interest he had obtained his commission. It was first placed on the site where the Veronica now stands, whence it was moved to its present position in 1629. The figure of the Pope is in bronze. In its former place, 4 marble statues adorn the pedestal. 2 are now removed to the Farnese Palace. Those which remain, of Prudence and Justice, were once entirely nude, but were draped by Bernini. The statue of Prudence is said to represent Giovanna Gaetani de Sermonetta, the mother of the Pope, and that of Justice his famous sister-in-law, Giulia. On a dit de ces figures, quaesiede la Rubens and sculpture, et dupes. Near the steps of the tribune are 2 marble slabs, on which Pius Roman IX has immortalized the names of the cardinals and bishops who, on December 8, 1854, accepted on this spot his dogma of the Immaculate Conception. Turning towards the left transept, on the left is a mosaic of St. Peter healing the lame man from Mancini. On the right is the tomb of Alexander Roman VIII, Pietro Ottabuoni, 1689–91, by Giuseppe Verlosi and Angelo Rossi, gorgeous in its richness of bronze, marbles, and alabasters. Beyond this is the altar of Leo the Great, over which is a huge bas-relief, by Algardi, representing S. Leo calling down the assistance of SS. Peter and Paul against the invasion of Attila. The king of the Huns, terrified by the apparition of the 2 apostles in the air, turns his back and flies. We have here a picture in marble, with all the faults of taste and style which prevailed at that time, but the workmanship is excellent. It is, perhaps, the largest bas-relief in existence, excepting the rock sculpture of the Indians and Egyptians at least 15 feet in height. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 685. Next to this is the Cappella della Colonna, possessing a much-revered Madonna from a pillar of the old basilica, and beneath it an ancient Christian sarcophagus containing the remains of Leo Roman II. Ob 683, Leo Roman III. Ob 816, and Leo Roman IV. Ob 855. In the pavement near these 2 altars is the slab tomb of Leo Roman XII. Ob 1828, with an epitaph illustrating invocation of saints, but touching in its humility. Commending myself, a suppliant, to my great celestial patron Leo I, Leo Roman XII. His humble client, unworthy of so great a name, have chosen a place of sepulture near his holy ashes. Over the door known as the Porta Sta Marta from the church in the square behind St. Peter's to which it leads, is the tomb of Alexander Roman VII, Fabio Chigi, 1655–67, the last work of Bernini, who had built for this pope the Scala Regia and the colonnade of St. Peter's. This is, perhaps, the worst of all the papal monuments. A hideous figure of death is pushing aside an alabaster curtain and exhibiting his hourglass to the kneeling pope. Opposite to this tomb is an oil painting on slate by Francesco Vanni of the fall of Simon Magus. The south transept has a series of mosaic pictures, the Incredulity of St. Thomas from Camuccini, the Crucifixion of St. Peter and a St. Francis from Guido, and on the pier of the cupola, Ananias and Sapphira from the Roncalli at Sta Maria degli Angeli, and the Transfiguration from Raphael. Opposite the mosaic of Ananias and Sapphira is the last tomb erected in St. Peter's, that of Pius Roman VIII. Francesco Castigliani, 1829–31, by Tenerani. It represents the Pope kneeling, and above him the Savior in benediction, with SS, Peter and Paul. It is of no great merit. The Capella Clementina has the miracle of Saint Gregory the Great from the Andrea Sacchi at the Vatican. Close to this is the fine tomb of Pius Roman VII, Gregorio Chiaramont, 1823, who crowned Napoleon, who suffered exile for 7 years for refusing to abdicate the temporal power, and who returned in triumph to die at the Quirinal after having re-established the order of the Jesuits. His monument is the work of Thorwaldsen, graceful and simple, though perhaps too small to be in proportion to the neighboring tombs. The figure of the Pope, a gentle old man, he died at the age of 81, having reigned 23 years, is seated in a chair. Figures of courage and faith adorn the pedestal. The tomb was erected by Cardinal Gonsalvi, the faithful friend and minister of this Pope, who died very poor, having spent all his wealth in charity, at an expense of 27,000 scudi. Turning into the left aisle on the right is the tomb of Leo Zai Alessandro de' Medici, 1605, to which one is inclined to grudge so much space, considering that the Pope it commemorates only reigned 26 days. The tomb, in allusion to this short life, is sculptured with flowers and bears the motto Sic Florui. It is the work of Algardi. The figures of wisdom and abundance which adorn the pedestal are fine specimens of this allegorical type. Opposite is the tomb of Innocent Zai, Benedetto Odescalchi, 1676–89, by Etienne Monod, with a bas-relief representing the raising of the siege of Vienna by King John Sobieski. Near this is the entrance to the Cappella del Coro, the very inconvenient chapel, decorated with gilding and stucco by Giacomo della Porta, in which the Vesper services are held. The altarpiece is a mosaic copy of the Conception by Pietro Bianchi at the Angeli. In the pavement is the gravestone of Clement Zai Giove, Francesco Albani, 1721. Under the next arch of the aisle on the left is the interesting tomb of Innocent Roman VIII, Gio, Battista Cibo, 1484–92, by Pietro and Antonio Palagiulo. The Pope is represented asleep upon his sarcophagus, and a second time above, seated on a throne, his right hand extended in benediction, and his left holding the sacred lance of Longinus, said to have been that which pierced the side of our Savior, sent to him by the Sultan Bajazet. It is supposed that it was owing to the representation of this relic that this tomb alone, except that of Sixtus Roman IV, uncle of the destroyer, was replaced after the destruction of the old basilica. Upon the sarcophagus of the Pope is inscribed, in allusion to the name of Innocent, the 11th verse of the 26th Psalm, In innocentia me ingressus sum, redeem me domine et miserere me. Opposite is a tomb which is a kind of memento mori to the living Pope, which always bears the name of his predecessor, and in which his corpse will be deposited till his real tomb is prepared. This tomb is now empty and awaits its prey, Pius Roman IX. Passing the Cappella della Presentazione, which contains a mosaic from the Presentation of the Virgin, by Romanelli, we reach the last arch, which contains the tombs of the Stuarts. On the right is the monument by Filippo Baragini of Maria Clementina Sobieski, wife of James Roman III, called in the inscription Queen of Great Britain, France, and Ireland. On the left is that by Canova to the 3 Stuart princes, James Roman III, and his sons, Charles Edward and Henry Cardinal York. It bears this inscription: Jacobo Roman III, Jacobi Roman II, Magni Brit, Regis Filio Carlo Edordo et Henrico, Decano Patrum Cardinalium, Jacobi Roman III. Filiis Reglistiapes Estivardii Postremus, Anno MDCCC6 Bedi Mortui qui in Domino Morienter. George Roman IV. Fidela sa reputation du gentleman la plus accompli, des royaumes, a voulu honorer la sender des princes malheureux que de leur vivant il out envoyés à l'échafaud essils, facent, tombés en son pouvoir. Stendhal. Beneath the unrivaled dome of St. Peter's lie mouldering the remains of what was once a brave and gallant heart, and a stately monument from the chisel of Canova, and at the charge, as I believe, of the House of Hanover, has since arisen to the memory of James III, Charles III, and Henry IX, kings of England, names which an Englishman can scarcely read without a smile or a sigh. Often at the present day does the British traveler turn from the sunny crest of the Pincian, or the carnival throng of the Corso, to gaze, in thoughtful silence, on that mockery of human greatness, and that last record of ruined hopes. The tomb before him is of a race justly expelled. The magnificent temple that enshrines it is of a faith wisely reformed. Yet who at such a moment would harshly remember the errors of either, and might not join in the prayer even of that erring church for the departed, requiescent in pace? Lord Man. The last chapel is the baptistry, and contains, as a font, the ancient porphyry cover of the sarcophagus of Hadrian, which was afterwards used for the tomb of the Emperor Otho, Roman II. The mosaic of the baptism of our Savior is from Carlo Meretta. Distributed around the whole basilica are confessionals for every Christian tongue. Au milieu de toutes les créations hardies et splendides de l'art, dans la basilique de Saint-Pierre, il est une impression morale qui saisit l'esprit, à la vue des confessionaux des diverses langues, il y a là encore une autre espèce de grandeur. Dupays. The crypt of St. Peter's can always be visited by gentlemen, on application in the sacristy, but by ladies only with a special permission. The entrance is near the statue of Sta. Veronica. The visitor is terribly hurried in his inspection of this, the most historically interesting part of the basilica, and the works of art it contains are so ill-arranged as to be difficult to investigate or remember. The crypt is divided into two portions, the Grotte Neuve, occupying the area beneath the dome, and opening into some ancient lateral chapels, and the Grotte Vecchie, which extended under the whole nave of the old basilica and reaches as far as the Cappella del Coro of the present edifice. The first portion entered is a corridor in the Grotte Neuve. Hence open, on the right, two ancient chapels. The first, Sta. Maria in portico, derives its name from a picture of the Virgin attributed to Simone Memmi, which stood in the portico of the old basilica. It contains, besides several statues from the magnificent monument of Nicholas V, which perished with the old church, a statue of St. Peter which stood in the portico, and the cross which crowned its summit. The second chapel, Sta. Maria del Partoriente, has a mosaic of Our Savior in benediction, from the tomb of Otho, Roman II. A mosaic of the Virgin of the 8th century, several ancient inscriptions, and at the entrance statues of the two apostles James. From the tomb of Nicholas V behind this chapel were preserved the remains of Leo Roman II, Roman III, and Roman IX, till they were removed to the upper church by Leo Roman XII. Entering the Grotte Vecchie, we find a nave and aisles separated by pilasters with low arches. Following the south aisle, we are first arrested by the marble inscription relating to the donation of lands made by the Countess Matilda to the church in 1102. Near this is the small Cappella del Salvator, containing a bas-relief of the Virgin and Child by Arnolfo, which once decorated the tomb of Boniface Roman VIII, and the grave of Charlotte, Queen of Cyprus, who died in 1487. Near this are the sepulchral urns of the 3 Stuart princes, commemorated in the upper church. At the end of this aisle is the tomb of the Emperor Otho, Roman II, who died at Rome in AD 983. This formerly stood in the portico of the basilica. Here is the empty tomb of Alexander, Roman VI. Rodrigo Borgia, 1492–1503. The wicked and avaricious father of Caesar and Lucretia, who is believed to have died of the poison which he intended for one of his cardinals. The body of this pope was not allowed to rest in peace. Julius Roman II, the bitter enemy of the Borgias, turned it out of its tomb and had it carried to S. Giacomo degli Spagnuoli, whence, when that church was pulled down, it was taken to Sta. Maria di Monserrato. The empty sarcophagus is surmounted by the figure of Alexander, who was himself a handsome old man, and in whose features may be traced the lineaments of the splendid Caesar Borgia, known to us from the picture in the Borghese Palace. At the end of the central nave is the sarcophagus of Christina of Sweden, who has a monument in the upper church. The first tomb in the south aisle, beginning from the west, is that of Boniface Roman VIII. Benedetto Gaetani, 1294–1303. The last prince of the church, who understood the papacy in the sense of universal dominion in the spirit of Gregory Roman VII, of Alexander and Innocent Roman III. 2 kings held the bridle of his palfrey as he rode from St. Peter's to the Lateran after his election. He received Dante as the ambassador of Florence. In 1300, he instituted the Jubilee, and his reign filled with contests with Philip le Bel of France and the Colonnas ended in his being taken prisoner in his palace at Anagni by Sira Colonna and William of Nogaret, and subjected to the most cruel indignities. He was rescued by his fellow citizens and conducted to Rome by the Orsini, but he died 37 days after of grief and mortification. The Ghibelline story relates that he sate alone silently gnawing the top of his staff, and at length dashed out his brains against the wall or smothered himself with his own pillows. But the contemporary verse of the Cardinal St. George describes him as dying quietly in the midst of his cardinals, at peace with the world, and having received all the consolations of the Church. See Millman's Latin Christianity, Volume V. The character of Boniface has ever been one of the battlefields of history. He was scarcely dead when the epitaph, "He came in like a fox, he ruled like a lion, he died like a dog," was proclaimed to Christendom. He was consigned by Dante to the lowest circle of hell. Yet even Dante expressed the universal shock with which Christendom beheld the fleur-de-lis enter Anagni, and Christ again captive in his vicar, the mockery, the gall and vinegar, the crucifixion between living robbers, the cruelty of the second Pilate. In later times, Tosti, Drummond, and lastly, Cardinal Weissman have engaged in his defense. Boniface Roman VIII was buried with the utmost magnificence in a splendid chapel which he had built himself and adorned with mosaics, and where a grand tomb was erected to him. Of this nothing remains now but the sarcophagus, which bears a majestic figure of the Pope by Arnolfo del Cambio. The head is unusually beautiful, severe and noble in its form, and corresponds perfectly with the portrait which we have at the Lateran from the hand of Giotto, which represents his face as beardless and of the most perfect oval. His head is covered by a long, pointed mitre, like a sugar loaf, decked with 2 crowns. This proud man was indeed the first who wore the double crown, all his predecessors having been content with a simple crown mitre. This new custom existed till the tune of Urban V, by whom the 3rd crown was added. Gregorovius, Grabmailer der Papst. Close to that of Boniface are the sarcophagi of Pius Roman II. Ennia's Silvius Piccolomini, 1458-64, and Pius Roman III. Antonio Todeschini Piccolomini, 1503, whose monuments are removed to S. Andrea della Valle. Next beyond Boniface is the tomb of Adrian Roman IV. Nicholas Breakspere, 1154-59, the only Englishman who ever occupied the papal throne. He is buried in a pagan sarcophagus of red granite, adorned with Medusa heads in relief and without any inscription. Opposite this is a sarcophagus bearing the figure of Nicholas V. Tommaso di Sarzana, 1447-55, being nearly all that has been preserved of the glorious tomb of that pope, who founded the Vatican Library, collected around him a court of savants and poets, and with whom opened the age of papacy to which belonged the times of Julius Roman II. And Leo X, his epitaph, attributed to Pius Roman II, is by his secretary Maffeo Veggio. The bones of Nicholas V rest in this grave, who gave to thee, O Rome, thy golden age. Famous in counsel, more famous in shining virtue, he honored wise men, who was himself the wisest of all. He gave healing to the world, long wounded with schism, and renewed at once its manners and customs, and the buildings and temples of the city. He gave an altar to Saint Bernardino of Siena when he celebrated the Holy Year of Jubilee. He crowned with gold the forehead of Frederick and his wife, and gave order to the affairs of Italy by the treaty which he made. He translated many Greek writings into the Latin tongue, then offer incense today at his holy grave. Next comes a remnant of the tomb of Paul Roman II, Pietro Barbo, 1464-71, chiefly remarkable for his personal beauty, of which he was so vain that when he issued from the conclave as pope, he wished to take the name of Formosus. This pontiff built the Palazzo S. Marco and gave a name to the Corso by establishing the races there. He also prepared for himself one of the most splendid tombs in the old basilica, for which he obtained Mino de Fiesole as an architect. It was his wish to lie in the porphyry sarcophagus of Sta. Costanza, which he stole from her church for this purpose, hence the simplicity of the existing sarcophagus, which bears his effigy. Beyond this are sarcophagi of Julius Roman III, Gio. Maria Siacchi del Monte, 1550-55, builder of the Villa Papa Giulio, and Nicholas Roman III. Orsini, 1277-81, who made a treaty with Rudolph of Habsburg and obtained from him a ratification of the donation of the Countess Matilda. Then comes the sarcophagus of Urban Roman VI. Bartolomeo Prignani, 1378-87, the sole relic of a most magnificent tomb of this cruel pope, who is believed to have died of poison. It bears his figure, and in the front, a bas-relief of him receiving the keys from Saint Peter. His epitaph runs, "Here rests the just, wise, and noble Prince Urban Roman VI. A native of Naples, he, full of zeal, gave a safe refuge to the teachers of the faith. That gained for him, noble one, a fatal poison cup at the close of the repast. Great was the schism, but great was his courage in opposing it, and in the presence of this mighty Pope Simony sate dumb. But it is needless to reiterate his praises upon earth, while heaven is shining with his immortal glory. Sepuliter in Bedi Petri Basilica, possis admodum ejus mortem, utpot heminis rustici et inexorabilis, flentibus. Hugus autem sepulchrum ad huc visitor cum epitaphio satis rustico et inepto. Platina." Next come the sarcophagi of Innocent Roman VII. Cosmato de Milirati, 1446, bearing his figure, of Marcellus Roman II, Marcello Cervini, 1555, who only reigned 25 days, and of Innocent Roman IX. Giove Antonio Faccainti, 1591-92, who reigned only 60. Near these is the urn of Agnese Gitani Colonna, the only lady not of royal birth buried in the basilica. Hence we return to the corridor of the Grotte Neuve, containing a number of mosaics and statues detached from different papal tombs, the best being those from that of Nicholas V and that of Paul Roman II. By Mino da Fiesole, a figure of charity is especially beautiful, and a bas-relief of the Virgin and Child, by Arnolfo, from the tomb of Benedict Roman VIII. Here also are a half-length statue of Boniface Roman VIII, ascribed to Andrea Pisano, a half-length of Benedict Roman XII, by Paolo di Siena, and a figure of Saint Peter seated on a Gothic throne which once supported a statue of Benedict Roman XII. The chapel of St. Longinus has a mosaic from a picture by Andrea Sacchi. Near the entrance of the shrine are marble reliefs of the martyrdoms of St. Peter and St. Paul. Opposite to the entrance of the shrine is the magnificent sarcophagus of Junius Bacchus, Christian prefect of Rome, who died AD 359. It was discovered near its present site in 1595. It is adorned with admirable sculptures from the Old and New Testament. Opening from the center of the circular passage is the Confession or Shrine of SS. Peter and Paul, which contains the sarcophagus brought from the catacomb near S. Sebastiano in 257, and which the Roman Catholic Church has always revered as that of St. Peter. On the altar, consecrated in 1122, are two ancient pictures of St. Peter and St. Paul. Only half the bodies of the saints are held to be preserved here, the other portion of that of St. Peter being at the Lateran, and of St. Paul at S. Paolo Fiori Mura. To the Roman Catholic mind, this is naturally one of the most sacred spots in the world, since it holds literally the words of St. Ambrose that, "Where Peter is, there is the church, and where the church is, there is no death, but life eternal. From this place Peter, from this place Paul, shall be caught up in the resurrection. O consider with trembling that which Rome will behold when Paul suddenly rises with Peter from the sepulchre and is carried up into the air to meet the Lord." St. John Chrysostom, Homily on the Ep, to the Romans. Among the cemeteries ascribed by tradition to apostolic times, the crypts of the Vatican would have the first claim on our attention, had they not been almost destroyed by the foundations of the vast basilica which guards the tomb of St. Peter. The Liber Pontificalis says that Anacletus, the successor of Clement in the Apostolic See, built and adorned the sepulchral monument, construxit memoriam of blessed Peter, since he had been ordained priest by St. Peter and other burial places where the bishops might be laid. It is added that he himself was buried there, and the same is recorded of Linus and Cletus, and of Evaristus, Sixtus I, Telesphorus, Hyginus, Pius I, Eleutherius, and Victor, the last of whom was buried AD 203. And after Saint Victor, no other pontiff is recorded to have been buried at the Vatican until Leo the Great was laid in St. Peter's, AD 461. The idea conveyed by the words construxit memoriam is that of a monument above ground according to the usual Roman custom. And we have seen that such a monument, even though it covered the tomb of Christian bishops, would not be likely to be disturbed at any time during the 1st or 2nd century. For the reason we have already stated, it is impossible to confront these ancient notices with any existing monuments. It is worth mentioning, however, that de Rossi believes that the sepulchre of Saint Linus was discovered in this very place early in the 17th century, bearing simply the name of Linus. Northcote and Brownlow, Roma Sediterranea. To ascend the dome of St. Peter's requires a special order. The entrance is from the first door in the left aisle, near the tomb of Maria Clementina Sobieski. The ascent is by an easy staircase at Cordoni, the walls of which bear memorial tablets of all the royal personages who have ascended it. The aspect of the roof is exceedingly curious from the number of small domes and houses of workmen with which it is studded, quite a little village in themselves. A chamber in one of the pillars which support the dome contains a model of the ancient throne of St. Peter, and a model of the church by Michelangelo and his predecessor, Antonio di Sangallo. The dome is 300 feet above the roof and 613.5 feet in circumference. An iron staircase leads thence to the ball, which is capable of containing 16 persons. Sed hauteur fate framir, dit Bale, quand on songe aux tremblements de terre qui agitant frequement elidili, et quan instant pute vus priver du plus beau monument qui existe, certainement jamais il ni serrate relevé, nous sommes trop raisonnables. De Bras raconte que du moins espagnols, qui si trouviant dans la boule de Saint-Pierre lors de la séquence de 1730, eurent une telle pour, que ellen du muret sur la place. Du pays. The sacristy of St. Peter's, which is entered by a grey marble door on the left before turning into the south transept, was built by Pius Roman VI. In 1755 from designs of Carlo Martian. It consists of 3 halls with a corridor adorned with columns and inscriptions from the old church, and with statues of SS, Peter and Paul, which stood in front of it. The central hall, Sagrestia Commune, is adorned with 8 fluted pillars of grey marble, Biggio, from Hadrian's villa. On the left is the Sagrestia dei Canonici, with the Capella dei Canonici, which has 2 pictures, the Madonna and Saints, Anna, Peter, and Paul, by Francesco Penni, and the Madonna and Child, Giulio Romano. Hence opens the stanza Capitolare, containing an interesting remnant of the many works of Giotto in the old basilica under Boniface Roman VIII, for which he received 30 20-gold florins, in 3 panel pictures belonging to the ciborium for the high altar ordered by Cardinal Stefanski, and representing Christ with that Cardinal the Crucifixion of St. Peter. The execution of St. Peterend on the back of the same panel, another picture, in which Cardinal Stefanski is offering his ciborium to St. Peter. The fragments which are preserved of the painting which Giotto executed for the Church of St. Peter cannot fail to make us regret its loss. The fragments are treated with a grandeur of style, which has led rumor to suspect that the susceptible imagination of Giotto was unable to resist the impression which the ancient mosaics of the Christian basilicas must have produced upon him. Rio, Poetry of Christian Art. Here also are several fragments of the frescoes of Angels and Apostles by Milazzo de Forli, which existed in the former dome of the SS. Apostoli, and of which the finest portion is now at the Quirinal Palace. On the right is the Sagrestia dei Beneficiati, which contains a picture of the Savior giving the keys to St. Peter, by Musiano, and an image called La Madonna della Febbre, which stood in the old sacristy. Opening hence is the treasury of St. Peter's, containing some ancient jewels, crucifixes, and candelabra, by Benvenuto Cellini and Michelangelo, and, among other relics, the famous sacerdotal robe called the Dalmatica di Papa San Leone, said to have been embroidered at Constantinople for the coronation of Charlemagne as Emperor of the West, but fixed by German criticism as a production of the 12th or the early part of the 13th century. The emperors, at least, have worn it ever since, while serving as deacons at the Pope's altar during their coronation mass. It is a large robe of stiff brocade, falling in broad and unbroken folds in front and behind broad, and deep enough for the Goliath-like stature and the Herculean chest of Charlemagne himself. On the breast, the Savior is represented in glory, on the back the Transfiguration, and on the 2 shoulders Christ administering the Eucharist to the apostles. In each of these last compositions, our Savior, a stiff but majestic figure, stands behind the altar, on which are deposited a chalice and a paten or basket containing crossed wafers. He gives, in the one case, the cup to St. Paul, in the other the bread to St. Peter. They do not kneel, but bend reverently to receive it. 5 other disciples await their turn. In each instance all are standing. I do not apprehend your being disappointed with the Dalmatica di San Leone, or your dissenting from my conclusion, that a master, a Michelangelo I would almost say, then flourished at Byzantium. It was in this Dalmatica then, semé all over with pearls and glittering in freshness, that Cola di Renzi robed himself over his armor in the sacristy of St. Peter's, and thence ascended to the palace of the popes, after the manner of the Caesars, with sounding trumpets and his horsemen following him, his truncheon in his hand, and his crown on his head, terribile e fantastico, as his biographer describes him to wait upon the legate. Lord Lindsay's Christian Art, I 137. Above the sacristy are the archives of St. Peter's, containing, among many other ancient MSS, a Life of St. George with miniatures by Giotto. The entrance to the Archivio at the end of the corridor is adorned with fragments of the chains of the ports of Smyrna and Tunis. Here also is a statue of Pius Roman VI, by Agostino Penna. It is quite worthwhile to leave St. Peter's by the Porta Sta Marta beneath the tomb of Alexander Roman VII, in order to examine the exterior of the church from behind, where it completely dwarfs all the surrounding buildings. Among these are the Church of S. Stefano, with a fine door composed of antique fragments, and the dismal Church of Sta Marta, which contains several of the Roman weights known as Pietra di Paragon, said to have been used in the martyrdoms. Beyond the sacristy is the pretty little Cimeterio dei Tedeschi, the oldest of Christian burial grounds, said to have been set apart by Constantine and filled with earth from Calvary. It was granted to the Germans in 1779 by Pius Roman VI. Close by is the Church of Sta Maria della Pieta in Campo Santo. Not far from hence, in a street behind the nearest colonnade, is the Palazzo del Santo Ufficiore of the Inquisition. This body, for some time past, suppressed everywhere except in the States of the Pope, was established here in 1536 by Paul Roman III, acting on the advice of Cardinal Carafa, afterwards Paul Roman IV, for inquiry into cases of heresy and the punishment of ecclesiastical offenses. It was by the authority of the Holy Office that the Index of Prohibited Books was first drawn up. Paul Roman IV, on his deathbed, summoned the cardinals to his side and recommended to them this Santissimo Tribunal, as he called it, and succeeding popes have protected and encouraged it. The character of the Inquisition has been much changed from that which it bore 300 years ago, but even in late years, many cases of extreme severity have been reported, especially one of a French bishop cruelly imprisoned for 16 years in one of its dungeons, merely because he had received his consecration from a French constitutional prelate, and who was only released when its doors were opened in the Revolution of 1848. Within these walls has been confined for many years a very extraordinary person, the Archbishop of Memphis, Pope Leo Roman XII. Received a letter from the Pacha of Egypt informing His Holiness that he and a large portion of his subjects desired to be received into the bosom of the Church of Rome, and announcing that he and they were willing to conform, provided the Pope would send out an archbishop with a suitable train of ecclesiastics, and requesting that His Holiness would do him the favor of appointing a certain young student whom he named, the first Archbishop of Memphis, and dispatch him to Egypt. No doubt was entertained as to the truth of this communication, but an objection presented itself in the youth of the ecclesiastical student whom the Pacha wished to have as his archbishop. The Pope consulted his cardinals, who advised him not to make the dangerous precedent of raising a novice to so high a rank in the Church. But His Holiness, tempted by the desire of converting a kingdom to Christianity, resolved to conform to the wishes of the Pacha, and did consecrate the youth Archbishop of Memphis. The Archbishop was sent out attended by a train of priests to Egypt. When the ship arrived, the authorities in Egypt declared the affair was an imposition. His Grace confessed the fraud, was arrested, and reconducted to Rome. He was the author of the letter which imposed on the Pope, his original intention having been to confess to the Pope as a priest, after his consecration, the imposition he had practiced. And as the Pope could not betray a secret imparted to him at the confessional, the offender might have obtained absolution and escaped punishment. Whether this would have been practicable I know not, but it was not accomplished, and as the youth had the rank of archbishop indelibly imprinted on him, nothing remained but to confine his grace for the remainder of his life, and accordingly he was confined to this prison near the Vatican, whence he may find it difficult to escape. Whitesides, Italy, 1860. The tribunal of the Inquisition was formally abolished by the Roman Assembly in February 1849, but was re-established by Pius Roman IX in the following June. Its meetings, however, now take place in the Vatican, and the old palace of the Holy Office was long used as a barrack for French soldiers. In the interior of the building is a lofty hall, with gloomy frescoes of Dominican saints and many terrible dungeons and cells in which the victim is unable to stand upright, having their vaulted ceilings lined with reeds, to deaden sound, but all this is seldom seen. When the people rushed into the Inquisition at the Revolution, a number of human bones were found in these vaults, which so excited the popular fury that an attack on the Dominican convent at the Minerva was anticipated. Ardent defenders of the papacy maintain that these bones had been previously transported to the Inquisition from a cemetery to get up a sensation. Built up into the back of this palace is the tribune of the Church of S. Salvator in Torriani or in Masolo, whose foundation is ascribed to Charlemagne, 797. Senerano, Set Chis, supposes that the French had here their scola, or special center for worship and assemblage. The windows of this building are among the few examples of Gothic in Rome, and there are good terracotta moldings. It may best be seen from the Porta Cavalleggeri, which was designed by Sangallo and derives its name from the cavalry barracks close by. A short distance from the lower end of the colonnade is the Church of S. Michael in Sascia, whose handsome tower is a relic of the church founded by Leo Roman IV, who built the walls of the Borgo, especially for funeral masses for the souls of those who fell in its defense against the Saracens. Raphael Mengs is buried in the modern church. The name of this church commemorates the Saxon settlement called Burgus Saxonum, Vicus Saxonum, Scola Saxonum, and simply Saxia or Sascia, founded c. 727 by Anne, king of Wessex, and enlarged in 794 by Offa, king of Mercia, when he made a pilgrimage to Rome in penance for the murder of Ethelbert, king of East Anglia. Inne founded here a church, Sta. Maria qui vocatur Scola Saxorum, which is mentioned as late as 854. Dyer Hist, of the city of Rome, says that when Leo Roman IV enclosed this part of the city, it obtained the name of Borgo from the Burgus Saxonum, and one of the gates was called Saxonum Posteriula. The Scola Francorum was also in the Borgo. Chapter 16. The Vatican. History of the Vatican Quarter, and of the Palace-Scalar Regia Pauline Chapel Sistine Chapel Sala, Ducal Court, of St. Damasus Galleria, Lapidaria Braccio, Nuovo Museo Chiaramonti, the Belvedere Gallery, of Statues Hall of Busts Sala, del Muse Sala Rotunda Sala, Acros Greca Galleria dei Candelabri Galleria digli Arazzi Liberi Appartamenti, Borgia Etruscan Museum Egyptian, Museum Gardens Villa Pialoghi Stan's Chapel, of S. Lorenzo Gallery of Pictures. The hollow of the Janiculum between S. Onofrio and the Monte Mario is believed to have been a site of Etruscan divination. Fani Vetus Canebent. Aeneas. Hence the name, which is now only used in regard to the Papal Palace and the Basilica of St. Peter, but which was once applied to the whole district between the foot of the hill and the Tiber near S. Angelo. Ut paterni fluminis ripi, simul et jocoser rederit laudes tibi Vaticani montes imago. Horace Iod, 20. Tacitus speaks of the unwholesome air of this quarter. In this district was the circus of Caligula, adjoining the gardens of his mother Agrippina, decorated by the obelisk which now stands in the front of St. Peter's. Here Seneca describes that while Caligula was walking by torchlight, he amused himself by the slaughter of a number of distinguished persons, senators, and Roman ladies. Afterwards it became the circus of Nero, who from his adjoining gardens used to watch the martyrdom of the Christians mentioned by Suetonius as a race given up to a new and evil superstition, and who used their living bodies, covered with pitch and set on fire, as torches for his nocturnal promenades. The first residence of the popes at the Vatican was erected by Saint Symmachus, AD 498–514, near the forecourt of the old St. Peter's, and here Charlemagne is believed to have resided on the occasion of his several visits to Rome during the reigns of Adrian I, 772–795, and Leo Roman III, 795–816. This ancient palace having fallen into decay during the 12th century, it was rebuilt in the 13th by Innocent Roman III. It was greatly enlarged by Nicholas Roman III. 1277–1281, but the Lateran continued to be the papal residence, and the Vatican Palace was only used on state occasions, and for the reception of any foreign sovereigns visiting Rome. After the return of the popes from Avignon, the Lateran Palace had fallen into decay, and for the sake of the greater security afforded by the vicinity of S. Angelo, it was determined to make the pontifical residence at the Vatican, and the first conclave was held there in 1378. In order to increase its security, John Roman XXIII constructed the covered passage to S. Angelo in 1410. Nicholas V. 1440–1455 had the idea of making it the most magnificent palace in the world, and of uniting in it all the government offices and dwellings of the cardinals, but died before he could do more than begin the work. The building which he commenced was finished by Alexander Roman VI, and still exists under the name of Tor di Borgia. In 1473, Sixtus Roman IV built the Sistine Chapel, and in 1490, the Belvedere was erected as a separate garden house by Innocent Roman VIII, from designs of Antonio de Pollajuolo, Julius Roman II. With the aid of Bramante, united this villa to the palace by means of one vast courtyard, and erected the loggie around the court of St. Damasus. He also laid the foundation of the Vatican Museum in the gardens of the Belvedere. The loggie were completed by Leo X, the Sala Regia and the Pauline Chapel were built by Paul Roman III. Sixtus V divided the great court of Bramante into two by the erection of the library, and began the present residence of the popes, which was finished by Clement Roman VIII, 1592–1605. Urban Roman VIII built the Scala Regia, Clement Roman XIV, and Pius Roman VII, the Museo Pio Clementino, Pius Roman VII. The Braccio Nuovo, Leo Roman XII, the Picture Gallery, Gregory Roman XVI, the Etruscan Museum, and Pius Roman IX, the handsome staircase leading to the court of Bramante. The length of the Vatican Palace is 1151 English feet. Its breadth, 767. It has 8 grand staircases, 20 courts, and is said to contain 11,000 chambers of different sizes. The collections in the Vatican may be visited daily with an order and at fixed hours, except on Sundays and high festivals. Permission to make drawings must be obtained from the Maggiordomo. The principal entrance of the Vatican is at the end of the right colonnade of St. Peter's. Hence a door on the right opens upon the staircase leading to the Cortile di S. Damaso, and is the nearest way to the collections of statues and pictures. Following the great corridor, and passing on the left the entrance to the portico of St. Peter's, we reach the Scala Regia, a magnificent work of Bernini, formerly guarded by the picturesque Swiss soldiers. Hence we enter the Sala Regia, built in the reign of Paul Roman III, by Antonio di Sangallo, and used as a hall of audience for ambassadors. It is decorated with frescoes illustrative of the history of the popes. Entrance wall. Alliance of the Venetians with Paul V against the Turks, and Battle of Lepanto, 1571. Vasari. Right wall. Absolution of the Emperor Henry Roman IV, by Gregory Roman VII, Federigo and Taddeo Zuccaro. Left wall. Massacre of St. Bartholomew, Vasari. Opposite wall, towards the Sala Regia. Return of Gregory, Zy from Avignon. Benediction of Frederick Barbarossa by Alexander Roman III, in the Piazza of S. Marco, Giuseppe Porta. On the right is the entrance of the Pauline Chapel, Cappella Paulina, also built 1540 by Antonio di Sangallo for Paul Roman III. Its decorations are chiefly the work of Sabatini and F. Zuccaro, but it contains 2 frescoes by Michelangelo. 2 excellent frescoes, executed by Michelangelo on the side walls of the Pauline Chapel, are little cared for, and are so much blackened by the smoke of lamps that they are seldom mentioned. The crucifixion of St. Peter, under the large window, is in a most unfavorable light, but is distinguished for its grand, severe composition. That on the opposite wall, the conversion of St. Paul is still tolerably distinct. The long train of his soldiers is seen ascending in the background. Christ, surrounded by a host of angels, bursts upon his sight from the storm flash. Paul lies stretched on the ground, a noble and finely developed form. His followers fly on all sides or are struck motionless by the thunder. The arrangement of the groups is excellent, and some of the single figures are very dignified. The composition has, moreover, a principle of order and repose, which, in comparison with the Last Judgment, places this picture in a very favorable light. If there are any traces of old age to be found in these works, they are at most discoverable in the execution of details. Kugler, p. 308. On the left of the approach from the Scala Regia is the Sistine Chapel, Capella Sistina, built by Bassio Pintelli in 1473 for Sixtus Roman IV. The lower part of the walls of this wonderful chapel was formerly hung on festivals with the tapestries executed from the cartoons of Raphael. The upper portion is decorated in fresco by the great Florentine masters of the 15th century. It was intended to represent scenes from the life of Moses on one side of the chapel and from the life of Christ on the other, so that the old law might be confronted by the new, the type by the typified. Lanzi. The following is the order of the frescoes, type and anti-asterisk type together. Over the altar now destroyed to make way for the Last Judgment, Moses in the bulrushes, 1, Christ in the manger, Perugino. Perugino. Between these was the Assumption of the Virgin, in which Pope Sixtus Roman IV was introduced, kneeling, Perugino. On the left wall, still existing. On the right wall, still existing, Moses and Zipporah on the way to the baptism of Christ, to Egypt and the circumcision Perugino of their son, Luca Signorelli. Moses killing the Egyptian, and 3, the temptation of Christ, driving away the shepherds from Sandro Botticelli, the well, Sandro Botticelli. Moses and the Israelites, 4, the calling of the apostles after the passage of the Red Sea, on the lake of Gennesareth, Cosimo Rosselli. Domenico Ghirlandajo, Moses giving the law, 5, Christ's sermon on the from the Mount, Cosimo Rosselli. Mount Cosimo Rosselli, the punishment of Korah, 6, the institution of the Dathan and Abiram who aspired Christian priesthood, Christ uncalled to the priesthood, giving the keys to Peter, Sandro Botticelli. Perugino, the last interview of Moses, 7, the Last Supper, Cosimo and Joshua, Luca Signorelli. Rosselli. On the entrance wall, Michael bears away the 8, the resurrection, Domenico body of Moses, Jude 9, Ghirlandajo restored by Cecchino Salviati. Arrigo Fiammingo. On the pillars between the windows are the figures of 28 popes, by Sandro Botticelli. Vasari says that the two works of Luca Signorelli surpass in beauty all those which surround them, an assertion which is at least questionable as far as regards the frescoes of Perugino. But with respect to all the rest, the superiority of Signorelli is evident, even to the most inexperienced eye. The subject of the first picture is the journey of Moses and Zipporah into Egypt. The landscape is charming, although evidently ideal. There is great depth in the aerial perspective. And in the various groups scattered over the different parts of the picture, there are female forms of such beauty that they may have afforded models to Raphael. The same graceful treatment is also perceptible in the representation of the death of Moses, the mournful details of which have given scope to the poetical imagination of the artist. The varied group to whom Moses has just read the law for the last time, the sorrow of Joshua, who is kneeling before the man of God. The charming landscape, with the river Jordan threading its way between the mountains, which are made singularly beautiful, as if to explain the regrets of Moses when the angel announces to him that he will not enter into the promised land, all form a series of melancholy scenes perfectly in harmony with one another. The only defect being that the whole is crowded into too small a space. Rio, Poetry of Christian Art. The avenue of pictures is a preparation for the surpassing grandeur of the ceiling. The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel contains the most perfect works done by Michelangelo in his long and active life. Here his great spirit appears in its noblest dignity, in its highest purity. Here the attention is not disturbed by that arbitrary display to which his great power not unfrequently seduced him in other works. The ceiling forms a flattened arch in its section. The central portion, which is a plane surface, contains a series of large and small pictures, representing the most important events recorded in the book of Genesis, the creation and fall of man, with its immediate consequences. In the large triangular compartments at the springing of the vault are sitting figures of the prophets and sibyls as the foretellers of the coming of the Savior. In the soffits of the recesses between these compartments, and in the arches underneath, immediately above the windows, are the ancestors of the Virgin, the series leading the mind directly to the Savior. The external connection of these numerous representations is formed by an architectural framework of peculiar composition, which encloses the single subjects, tends to make the principal masses conspicuous, and gives to the whole an appearance of that solidity and support so necessary, but so seldom attended to in soffit decorations, which may be considered as if suspended. A great number of figures are also connected with the framework. Those in unimportant situations are executed in the color of stone or bronze, in the more important, in natural colors. These serve to support the architectural forms, to fill up, and to connect the whole. They may be best described as the living and embodied genii of architecture. It required the unlimited power of an architect, sculptor, and painter to conceive a structural whole of so much grandeur, to design the decorative figures with the significant repose required by the sculpturesque character, and yet to preserve their subordination to the principal subjects, and to keep the latter in the proportions and relations best adapted to the space to be filled. Kugler, p. 301. The pictures from the Old Testament, beginning from the altar, are the separation of light and darkness, the creation of the sun and moon, the creation of trees and plants, the creation of Adam, the creation of Eve, the fall and the expulsion from paradise, the sacrifice of Noah, the deluge, the intoxication of Noah. The scenes from Genesis are the most sublime representations of these subjects. The creating spirit is unveiled before us. The peculiar type which the painter has here given of the form of the Almighty Father has been frequently imitated by his followers, and even by Raphael, but has been surpassed by none. Michelangelo has represented him in majestic flight, sweeping through the air, surrounded by genii, partly supporting, partly borne along with him, covered by his floating drapery. They are the distinct syllables, the separate virtues of his creating word. In the first, large compartment we see him with extended hands, assigning to the sun and moon their respective paths. In the second, he awakens the first man to life. Adam lies stretched on the verge of the earth, in the act of raising himself. The Creator touches him with the point of his finger and appears thus to endow him with feeling and life. This picture displays a wonderful depth of thought in the composition and the utmost elevation and majesty in the general treatment and execution. The third subject is not less important, representing the fall of man and his expulsion from paradise. The tree of knowledge stands in the midst. The serpent, the upper part of the body being that of a woman, is twined around the stem. She bends down towards the guilty pair, who are in the act of plucking the forbidden fruit. The figures are nobly graceful, particularly that of Eve. Close to the serpent hovers the angel with the sword, ready to drive the fallen beings out of paradise. In this double action, this union of two separate moments, there is something peculiarly poetic and significant. It is guilt and punishment in one picture. The sudden and lightning-like appearance of the avenging angel behind the demon of darkness has a most impressive effect. Kugler, p. 304. It was the seed of Eve that was to bruise the serpent's head. Hence it is that Michelangelo made the creation of Eve the central subject on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. He had the good taste to suggest, and yet to avoid, that literal rendering of the biblical story which in the ruder representations borders on the grotesque, and which Milton, with all his pomp of words, could scarcely idealize. Mrs. Jameson hissed, of our Lord. The lower portion of the ceiling is divided into triangles occupied by the prophets and sibyls in solemn contemplation, accompanied by angels and genii. Beginning from the left of the entrance, their order is Jonah, Jeremiah, 7, Sibylla Libica, Sibylla Persica, 8, Daniel, Ezekiel, 9, Sibylla Cumia, Sibylla Erythrea, 10, Isaiah Joel, 11, Sibylla Delphica, Zechariah. The prophets and sibyls in the triangular compartments of the curved portion of the ceiling are the largest figures in the whole work. These, too, are among the most wonderful forms that modern art has called into life. They are all represented seated, employed with books or rolled manuscripts. Genii stand near or behind them. These mighty beings sit before us pensive, meditative, inquiring, or looking upwards with inspired countenances. Their forms and movements, indicated by the grand lines and masses of the drapery, are majestic and dignified. We see in them beings who, while they feel and bear the sorrows of a corrupt and sinful world, have power to look for consolation into the secrets of the future. Yet the greatest variety prevails in the attitudes and expression. Each figure is full of individuality. Zacharias is an aged man, busied in calm and circumspect investigation. Jeremiah is bowed down, absorbed in the thought of deep and bitter grief. Ezekiel turns with hasty movement to the genius next to him, who points upwards with joyful expectation, and see the sibyls are equally characteristic. The Persian, a lofty, majestic woman, very aged, the Erythraean full of power, like the warrior goddess of wisdom. The Delphic like Cassandra, youthfully soft and graceful, but with strength to bear the awful seriousness of revelation. Kugler, p. 304. The belief of the Roman Catholic Church in the testimony of the Sibyl is shown by the well-known hymn, said to have been composed by Pope Innocent III. At the close of the 13th century, beginning with the verse, Diseri, dis illa, solvet seclum in favilla test David cum Sibylla. It may be inferred that this hymn, admitted into the liturgy of the Roman Church, gave sanction to the adoption of the Sibyls into Christian art. They are seen from this time accompanying the prophets and apostles in the cyclical decorations of the Church. But the highest honor that art has rendered to the Sibyls has been by the hand of Michelangelo, on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Here, in the conception of a mysterious order of women, placed above and without all considerations of the graceful or the individual, the great master was peculiarly in his element. They exactly fitted his standard of art, not always sympathetic, nor comprehensible to the average human mind, of which the grand in form and the abstract in expression were the first and last conditions. In this respect, the Sibyls on the Sistine Chapel ceiling are more Michelangelesque than their companions the prophets. For these, while types of the highest monumental treatment, are yet men, while the Sibyls belong to a distinct class of beings, who convey the impression of the very obscurity in which their history is wrapped, creatures who have lived far from the abodes of men, who are alike devoid of the expression of feminine sweetness, human sympathy, or sacramental beauty, who are neither Christians nor Jewesses, witches nor graces, yet living, grand, beautiful, and true, according to laws revealed to the great Florentine genius only. Thus their figures may be said to be unique, as the offspring of a peculiar sympathy between the master's mind and his subject. To this sympathy may be ascribed the prominence and size given them both prophets and sibyls as compared to their usual relation to the subjects they environ. They sit here in 12 throne-like niches, more like presiding deities, each wrapped in self-contemplation, than as tributary witnesses to the truth and omnipotence of him they are intended to announce. Thus they form a gigantic framework round the subjects of the creation, of which the birth of Eve, as the type of the Nativity, is the intentional center. For some reason, the 12 figures are not prophets, and sibyls alternately, there being only 5 sibyls to 7 prophets, so that the prophets come together at one angle. Books and scrolls are given indiscriminately to them. The Sibylla Persica, supposed to be the oldest of the sisterhood, holds the book close to her eyes, as if from dimness of sight, which fact, contradicted as it is by a frame of obviously Herculean strength, gives a mysterious intentness to the action. The Sibylla Libica, of equally powerful proportions, but less closely draped, is grandly ringing herself to lift a massive volume from a height above her head onto her knees. The Sibylla Cumana, also aged, and with her head covered, is reading with her volume at a distance from her eyes. The Sibylla Delphica, with waving hair escaping from her turban, is a beautiful young being, the most human of all, gazing into vacancy or futurity. She holds a scroll. The Sibylla Erythrea, grand bare-headed creature, sits reading intently with crossed legs, about to turn over her book. The prophets are equally grand in structure, and though, as we have said, not more than men, yet they are the only men that could well bear the juxtaposition with their stupendous female colleagues. Ezekiel, between Erythrea and Persica, has a scroll in his hand that hangs by his side, just cast down, as he turns eagerly to listen to some voice. Jeremiah, a magnificent figure, sits with elbow on knee and head on hand, wrapped in the meditation appropriate to one called to utter lamentation and woe. He has neither book nor scroll. Jonah is also without either. His position is strained and ungraceful, looking upwards, and apparently remonstrating with the Almighty upon the destruction of the gourd, a few leaves of which are seen above him. His hands are placed together with a strange and trivial action, supposed to denote the counting on his fingers the number of days he was in the fish's belly. A formless marine monster is seen at his side. Daniel has a book on his lap with one hand on it. He is young, and a piece of lion's skin seems to allude to his history. Lady Eastlake hissed, "Of our Lord, I 248. In the recesses between the prophets and sibyls are a series of lovely family groups representing the genealogy of the Virgin and expressive of calm expectation of the future. The four corners of the ceiling contain groups illustrative of the power of the Lord displayed in the especial deliverances of his chosen people. Near the altar are: right, the deliverance of the Israelites by the brazen serpent; left, the execution of Haman. Near the entrance are: right, Judith and Holofernes; left, David and Goliath. It was when Michelangelo was already in his 60th year that Clement Roman 7 formed the idea of effacing the 3 pictures of Perugino at the end of the chapel and employing him to paint the vast fresco of the Last Judgment in their place. It occupied the artist for 7 years and was finished in 1541 when Paul Roman III was on the throne. To induce him to pursue his work with application, Paul Roman III went himself to his house attended by 10 cardinals, an honor, says Lanzi, unique in the annals of art. The Pope wished that the picture should be painted in oil, to which he was persuaded by Sebastian del Piombo, but Michelangelo refused to employ anything but fresco, saying that oil painting was work for women and for idle and lazy persons. In the upper half of the picture we see the Judge of the world, surrounded by the apostles and patriarchs. Beyond these, on one side, are the martyrs, on the other, the saints and a numerous host of the blessed. Above, under the 2 arches of the vault, 2 groups of angels bear the instruments of the Passion. Below the Savior, another group of angels holding the book of life sound the trumpets to awaken the dead. On the right is represented the resurrection, and higher, the ascension of the blessed. On the left, hell and the fall of the condemned, who audaciously strive to press to heaven. The day of wrath, dies irae, is before us, the day of which the old hymn says, "Quantus tremor est futuris, quando judex est venturus cuncta strict discussuris." The judge turns in wrath towards the condemned and raises his right hand, with an expression of rejection and condemnation. Beside him the Virgin veils herself with her drapery, and turns, with a countenance full of anguish, toward the blessed. The martyrs, on the left, hold up the instruments and proofs of their martyrdom, in accusation of those who had occasioned their temporal death. These the avenging angels drive from the gates of heaven and fulfill the sentence pronounced against them. Trembling and anxious, the dead rise slowly, as if still fettered by the weight of an earthly nature. The pardoned ascend to the blessed. A mysterious horror pervades even their hosts. No joy, nor peace, nor blessedness are to be found here. It must be admitted that the artist has laid a stress on this view of his subject, and this has produced an unfavorable effect upon the upper half of his picture. We look in vain for the glory of heaven, for beings who bear the stamp of divine holiness and renunciation of human weakness. Everywhere we meet with the expression of human passion, of human efforts. We see no choir of solemn, tranquil forms, no harmonious unity of clear, grand lines produced by ideal draperies. Instead of these, we find a confused crowd of the most varied movements, naked bodies in violent attitudes, unaccompanied by any of the characteristics made sacred by holy tradition. Christ, the principal figure of the whole, wants every attribute but that of the judge. No expression of divine majesty reminds us that it is the Savior who exercises this office. The upper part of the composition is in many parts heavy, notwithstanding the masterly boldness of the drawing, confused in spite of the separation of the principal and accessory groups, capricious, notwithstanding a grand arrangement of the whole. But, granting for a moment that these defects exist, still this upper portion, as a whole, has a very impressive effect, and at the great distance from which it is seen, some of the defects alluded to are less offensive to the eye. The lower half deserves the highest praise. In these groups, from the languid resuscitation and upraising of the pardoned, to the despair of the condemned, every variety of expression, anxiety, anguish, rage, and despair, is powerfully delineated. In the convulsive struggles of the condemned with the evil demons, the most passionate energy displays itself, and the extraordinary skill of the artist here finds its most appropriate exercise. A peculiar tragic grandeur pervades alike the beings who are given up to despair and their hellish tormentors. The representation of all that is fearful, far from being repulsive, is thus invested with that true moral dignity which is so essential a condition in the higher aims of art. Kugler, P. The Last Judgment is now more valuable as a school of design than as a fine painting, and it will be sought more for the study of the artist than the delight of the amateur. Beautiful it is not, but it is sublime, sublime in conception, and astonishing in execution. Still, I believe there are few who do not feel that it is a labor rather than a pleasure to look at it. Its blackened surface, its dark and dingy sameness of coloring, the obscurity which hangs over it, the confusion and multitude of naked figures which compose it, their unnatural position, suspended in the air, and the sameness of form and attitude, confound and bewilder the senses. These were, perhaps, defects inseparable from the subject, although it was one admirably calculated to call forth the powers of Michelangelo. To merit in coloring it has confessedly no pretensions, and I think it is also deficient in expression that in the conflicting passions, hopes, fears, remorse, despair, and transport that must agitate the breasts of so many thousands in that awful moment, there was room for powerful expression which we do not see here. But it is faded and defaced. The touches of immortal genius are lost forever, and from what it is, we can form but a faint idea of what it was. Its defects daily become more glaring, its beauties vanish. And, could the spirit of its great author behold the mighty work upon which he spent the unremitting labor of 7 years, with what grief and mortification would he gaze upon it now? It may be fanciful, but it seems to me that in this, and in every other of Michelangelo's works, you may see that the ideas, beauties, and peculiar excellences of statuary were ever present to his mind, that they are the conceptions of a sculptor embodied in painting. Saint Catherine, in a green gown, and somebody else in a blue one, are supremely hideous. Paul Roman IV, in an unfortunate fit of prudery, was seized with the resolution of whitewashing over the whole of the Last Judgment, in order to cover the scandal of a few naked female figures. With difficulty was he prevented from utterly destroying the grandest painting in the world, but he could not be dissuaded from ordering these poor women to be clothed in this unbecoming drapery. Daniel de Volterra, whom he employed in this office, in the lifetime of Michelangelo, received in consequence the name of Il Braghitn, the breeches maker. Eaton's Rome. Michelangelo avenged himself upon Messer Biagio de Cesena, master of the ceremonies, who first suggested the indelicacy of the naked figures to the Pope, by introducing him in hell as Midas with ass's ears. When Cesena begged Paul Roman IV to cause this figure to be obliterated, the Pope sarcastically replied, "I might have released you from purgatory, but over hell I have no power. Michelange est extraordinaire, tandis quorcagna est religia. Lures compositions si resument dans les du Christs qui jugent. Elun est un bureau qui faudre, elauter est un monarque qui condamne and montrant la playa sacrée de son côté pour justifier sa sentence. Cartier, vi du Pier Angelico." The apostles in Michelangelo's Last Judgment stand on each side of the Savior, who is not, here, Savior and Redeemer, but inexorable Judge. They are grandly and artificially grouped, all without any drapery whatever, with forms and attitudes which recall an assemblage of Titans holding a council of war, rather than the glorified companions of Christ. Jameson's Sacred and Legendary Art, I 179. The Sistine Chapel is associated in the minds of all Roman sojourners with the great ceremonies of the Church, but especially with the Miserere of Passion Week. On Wednesday afternoon began the Miserere in the Sistine Chapel. The old cardinals entered in their magnificent violet-colored velvet cloaks with their white ermine capes, and seated themselves side by side, in a great half-circle within the barrier, whilst the priests who had carried their trains seated themselves at their feet. By the little side door of the altar, the Holy Father now entered in his purple mantle and silver tiara. He ascended his throne. Bishops swung the vessels of incense around him, whilst young priests in scarlet vestments knelt, with lighted torches in their hands, before him and the high altar. The reading of the lessons began, but it was impossible to keep the eyes fixed on the lifeless letters of the missal. They raised themselves, with the thoughts, to the vast universe which Michelangelo had breathed forth in colors upon the ceiling and the walls. I contemplated his mighty sibyls and wondrously glorious prophets, every one of them a subject for a painting. My eyes drank in the magnificent processions, the beautiful groups of angels. They were not to me painted pictures, all stood living before me. The rich tree of knowledge, from which Eve gave the fruit to Adam, the Almighty God who floated over the waters, not borne up by angels, as the older masters had represented him. No, the company of angels rested upon him and his fluttering garments. It is true, had seen these pictures before, but never as now had they seized upon me. My excited state of mind, the crowd of people, perhaps even the lyric of my thoughts, made me wonderfully alive to poetical impressions, and many a poet's heart has felt as mine did. The bold foreshortenings, the determinate force with which every figure steps forward, is amazing and carries one quite away. It is a spiritual sermon on the mount in color and form. Like Raphael, we stand in astonishment before the power of Michelangelo. Every prophet is a Moses like that which he formed in marble. What giant forms are those which seize upon our eye and our thoughts as we enter? But when intoxicated with this view, let us turn our eyes to the background of the chapel, whose whole wall is a high altar of art and thought. The great chaotic picture, from the floor to the roof, shows itself there like a jewel, of which all the rest is only the setting. We see there the last judgment. Christ stands in judgment upon the clouds, and the apostles and his mother stretch forth their hands beseeching for the poor human race. The dead raise the gravestones under which they have lain, blessed spirits float upwards, adoring, to God, whilst the abyss seizes its victims. Here one of the ascending spirits seeks to save his condemned brother, whom the abyss already embraces in its snaky folds. The children of despair strike their clenched fists upon their brows and sink into the depths. In bold foreshortening, float and tumble whole legions between heaven and earth. The sympathy of the angels, the expression of lovers who meet, the child that, at the sound of the trumpet, clings to the mother's breast, is so natural and beautiful that one believes oneself to be among those who are waiting for judgment. Michelangelo has expressed in colors what Dante saw and has sung to the generations of the earth. The descending sun, at that moment, threw his last beams in through the uppermost windows. Christ and the blessed around him were strongly lighted up, whilst the lower part, where the dead arose and the demons thrust their boat, laden with damned from shore, were almost in darkness. Just as the sun went down, the last psalm was ended, and the last light which now remained was extinguished, and the whole picture world vanished in the gloom from before me. But in that same moment burst forth music and singing. That which color had bodily revealed arose now in sound. The day of judgment, with its despair and its exultation, resounded above us. The Father of the Church, stripped of his papal pomp, stood before the altar and prayed to the Holy Cross, and upon the wings of the trumpet resounded the trembling choir, Populus Muse, quid feci tibi? Soft angel notes rose above the deep song, tones which ascended not from a human breast. It was not a man's nor a woman's, it belonged to the world of spirits. It was like the weeping of angels dissolved in melody. Anderson's Improvisator. Le miserere, sea dire, ias pitié de nous. Est un somme composé de versets qui si chantent alternativement, d'une manière très différente. Tour une musique céleste si fait entendre, et le verset suivant, dit en récitatif, et murmuré d'un ton sourd et presque rock, on dirait que c'est la réponse des caractères durs aux cœurs sensibles, que c'est le rire de la vie qui vient flétrir et repousser les voix des âmes généreuses. Et quand le choeur si du reprend, on renate à l'espérance. Mais lorsque le verset récité recommence, une sensation de Freud cesse de nouveau. Si en est pas la terreur qui la cause, mais le découragement de l'enthousiasme. En fin le dernier morceau, plus noble et plus touchant encore que tous les autres, les au fond de l'âme une impression douce et pure. De nous accord cette même impression avant de mourir. On atteint les flambeaux, la nuit est savants, les figures des prophètes et des sibyls apparaissent comme des phantoms enveloppés du crépuscule. Le silence est profond, la parole ferait un mal insupportable dans cet état de l'âme, outout est intime et intérieur, et quand le dernier son est éteint, chacun est valentement et sans brute, chacun semble craindre de rentrer dans les intérieurs vulgaires de ce monde. Mad. De style. Opposite the Sistine Chapel is the entrance of the Sala Ducale, in which the popes formerly gave audience to foreign princes, and which is now used for the consistories for the admission of cardinals to the Sacred College. Its decorations were chiefly executed by Bernini for Alexander Roman VII. The landscapes are by Brill. This hall is used as a passage to the Loggie of Bramante. The small portion of the Vatican inhabited by the Pope is never seen except by those who are admitted to a special audience. The rooms of the aged pontiff are furnished with a simplicity which would be inconceivable in the abode of any other sovereign prince. It is a lonely life, as the dread of an accusation of nepotism has prevented any of the later popes from having any of their family with them, and etiquette always obliges them to dine, and see, alone. No one, whatever the difference of creed, can look upon this building inhabited by the venerable old men who have borne so important a part in the history of Christianity and of Europe, without the deepest interest. G la voix et Rome, ou d'Augustus Villas, héritiers d'un pater et vainqueurs des Césars, souverains sans armée, et conquérants sans guerre, et leur triple couronne ont asservi la terre. Racine. 255 popes are reckoned from St. Peter to Pio Roman IX, inclusive. A famous prophecy of S. Malachi, first printed in 1595, is contained in a series of mottos, one for each of the whole line of pontiffs until the end of time. Following this, it will be seen that only 11 more popes are needed to exhaust the mottos and to close the destinies of Rome and of the world. The later ones run thus: Pius Roman VII, Aquila Rapax, Leo Roman XII, Canis et Coluber Pius Roman VIII, Ver Religiosus Gregory Roman XVI, De Balnes Etrurii Pius Roman IX, Crux de Cruce, Lumen in Silo, Ignes Ardens, Religio Depopulata, Fides Intrepida, Pastor Angelicus, Pastor et Nata, Flos Florum, De Medietate Luni, De Labor Solis, Gloria Olivi. In persecution extrema sacra Romani ecclesiae sedibit Petrus Romanus, qui passit oves in multis tribulationibus, quibus transactis, civitas septicalis duruter, et judex tremendus judicabit populum. The Cardinal Secretary of State has rooms above the pontifical apartments. His collection of antique gems is of European celebrity. Antonelli loge au Vatican sur la terre du pape. Les Romans demandant en manière du Calember, lequel est le plus haut du pape au d'Antonelli. About question Romaine. The entrance to the Museum of Statues, for those who do not come from the Sala Regia, is by the central door on the left of the Cortile S. Damaso, whence you ascend a staircase and follow the loggia on the first floor, covered with stuccos and arabesques by Giovanni de Udine, to the door of the Galleria Lapidaria, a corridor 21-31 feet in length. Its sides are covered on the right with pagan, on the left with early Christian inscriptions. Ranged along the walls are a series of sarcophagi, cippi, and funeral altars, some of them very fine. The last door on the left of this gallery is the entrance to the library. Separated from this by an iron gate, which is locked except on Mondays, but opened by a custod, fee 50c, is the Museo Chiaramonti. But the visitors should first enter on the left. The Braccio Nuovo, built under Pius Roman VII. In 1817, by Raphael Stern, a fine hall, 250 feet long, filled with gems of sculpture. Perhaps most worth attention are the chefs d'oeuvre being marked with an asterisk. Right Caryatide. This statue was admirably restored by Thorwaldsen. Its Greek origin is undoubted, and it is supposed to be the missing figure from the Erechtheum at Athens. Quand une fil des premières familles, en avait pour vertement comme celle-ci, qu'une chemise et par-dessus une demi-chemise, quand elle avait l'habitude de porter des vases sur sa tête, et par suite de s'y tenir droit. Quand portout toilette au retrousate says, chevieux les lacet tomer en boucles. Quand le visage en était pas plissé par les mille petites graces, et les mille petites préoccupations bourgeoises, une femme pouvait avoir la tranquille attitude de cette statue. Aujourd'hui il en restant débris dans les paysans, des environs qui portent leurs corbeilles sur la terre, mais elles sont gâtées par le travail et les halens, le sein parrot sous la chemise. La tunique collet visiblement en est quinlinge, on voit la forme de la jambe qui casse l'aide off au genou. Les pieds apparaissent nous dans les sandals. Rien ni pute, render la seria naturelle du visage. Certainement, si on pouvait revoir la personne réelle avec ses bras blancs, ses cheveux noirs, sous la lumière du soleil, les genoux pliant, comme devant une dice de respect et de plaisir. Tain, voyage en Italie. Commodus. La statue de commode est très curieuse par le costume. Il tient à la main une lance, il a des espèces de bottes. Tout cela est du chasseur, en fin il porte la tunique à manches dont parle Dion Cassius, et qui était son costume d'amphitheater. Ampere, Emp Roman II, 246. Colossal head of a Dacian, from the forum of Trajan Silenus and the infant Bacchus. This is a copy from the Greek, of which there were several replicas. One, formerly in the Villa Borghese, is now at Paris. The original group is described by Pliny, who says that the name of the sculptor was lost even in his time. The greater portion of the child, the left arm and hand of Silenus, and the ivy leaves are restorations. G. Pense quasi chef d'oeuvre est une imitation modifiée du mercure nourricier de Bacchus, par se facadot, fils de Praxidle. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman III, 332. Augustus, found 1863, in the villa of Livia at Prima Porta. This is, without exception, the finest portrait statue of this class in the whole collection. The cuirass is covered with small figures, in basso-relievo, which, as works of art, are even finer than the statue itself, and merit the most careful examination. These small figures are, in their way, marvels of art, for the wonderful boldness of execution and minuteness of detail shown in them. They are almost like cameos, and yet, with all the delicacy of finish displayed, there is no mere smoothness of surface. The central group is supposed to represent the restoration to Augustus by King Frauds of the eagles taken from Crassus and Antony. Considerable traces of color were found on this statue and are still discernible. Close examination will also show that the face and eyes were colored. Shakespeare would Aesculapius. Nerva, head modern. Asterisk pudicitia. From the Villa Matte, head modern. The portrait of a noble Roman lady, much disfigured by restorations. This statue shows the neglect, by a sculptor of great ability, of that thoroughness of execution which was such a characteristic of Greek art. Compare the great beauty of the lower portion of the drapery, seen from the front, with the poverty of execution at the back. Shakespeare would. Quan regarde une statue tout volée, par exemple celle de la pudicité, il est évident que le vêtement antique en alter par la forme du corps, que les plis collants aux mouvements recoivant du corps leurs formes et leurs changements, quan sut sans peine à travers les plis et l'équilibre de tout la charpente, la rondeur de l'épaule de la hanche, le creux du dos. Tain. Titus. Found 1828 near the Lateran with his daughter Julia. 40-92. Colossal busts of Medusa from the Temple of Venus at Rome. 33. Fauns sitting from the Villa of Quintilius at Tivoli. Ganymede found at Ostia, on the tree against which he leans is engraved the name of Phaedimus. Vase of black basalt found on the Quirinal. It stands on a mosaic from the Tor Marantia. Faun playing on a flute from the Villa of Lucullus. Wounded Amazon, both arms and legs are restorations. Les trois Amazons blessés de Rome ni puvent erter que des copies de la célèbre Amazon de Crasillas. Si Crasillas fut elator du guerrier grec mourant, qui selon tout apparence inspiré le prétendu gladiator mourant auquel s'applique merveilleusement, bien si dit Pline du premier. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman III, 263. Caryatide, bust of Trajan. Diana contemplating the sleeping Endymion. Euripides. Le plus remarquable portrait d'Euripide est une belle statue au Vatican. Cette statue donne une haute idée de la sublimité de l'art tragique en Grèce. Regardez si piet, combien tout sa personne de gravité et de grandeur, rien en avertit quana devant les u celui qui aux u des jugs savers, affaiblissait l'art et le corrompate. L'attitude est simple, le visage seria, comme il convient un piet philosophe. Si serait la plus belle statue de piet tragique, si la statue de Sophocle en existait pas. Ampere, Roman III. 572. Demosthenes, found near Frescati. Both hands were wanting, and the restorer has replaced them holding a roll. They were originally placed with the fingers clasped together, and the proofs are these. An anecdote is related of an Athenian soldier who had hidden some stolen money in the clasped hands of a statue of Demosthenes, and if you observe the lines formed by the forearms, from the elbows to halfway down the wrists, where the restoration commences, you will find that, continued on, they would bring the wrists very much nearer to each other than they now are in the restoration. It is possible that this is the identical statue spoken of. Shakespeare wood epoxyaminos. An athlete scraping his arm with a strigil, found in the Vicolo del Pallor in the Trastevere. This is a replica of the celebrated bronze statue of Lysippus, and is described by Pliny, who narrates that it was brought from Greece by Agrippa to adorn the baths which he built for the people, and that Tiberius so admired it that he carried it off to his palace, but was forced to restore it by the outcries of the populace the next time he appeared in public. Left, Amazon, arms and feet restorations by Thorwaldsen, Antonia from Tusculum, bust of Hadrian, Juno, head, a restoration from Hadrian's villa, Fortune with a cornucopia from Ostia, Venus Anadyomna. La Gracius Venus Anadyomene, Quechacan Canate, a Lamerite de nous render une peinture per du depels, LN un auteur encore, c'est de nous conserver dans si portrait en est point en bus quelques traits de la beauté de Campespe, d'après laquelle pels, diton, peignit sa Venus Anadyomene. Ampere, Roman 3, 324. Bust of Mark Antony from the Tor Sapienza. Colossal group of the Nile found Temp. Leo X near Sta, Maria Sopra Minerva. A Greek statue. The 16 children clambering over it are restorations and allude to the 16 cubits depth with which the river annually irrigates the country. On the plinth, the accompaniments of the river the ibis, crocodile, hippopotamus, and sea are represented. Julia, daughter of Titus, found near the Lateran. Cette princesse de la nouvelle et bourgeoise race des Flavians, en offrine du noble profil et de la fière beauté des Agrippines, elle a un nécessaire et l'air commune. La coiffure de Julie Aque de la render disgracieux, c'est une manière de pouf assez semblable à une éponge. Comparé aux coiffures du cycle d'Auguste, la tour de cheveux ridicule de Julie montre la décadence du gout, plus rapide dans la toilette que dans l'art. Ampere, Emp. Roman 2. Bust of Juno, called the Juno Pentini. Minerva Medica, found in the temple so called, formerly in the Giustiniani collection. A most beautiful Greek statue, much injured by restoration. In the Giustiniani Palace is a statue of Minerva which fills me with admiration. Winckelmann scarcely thinks anything of it, or at any rate does not give it its proper position, but I cannot praise it sufficiently. While we were gazing upon the statue, and standing a long time beside it, the wife of the custode told us that it was once a sacred image, and that the English, who are of that religion, still held it in veneration, being in the habit of kissing one of its hands, which was certainly quite white, while the rest of the statue was of a brownish color. She added that a lady of this religion had been there a short time before, had thrown herself on her knees, and worshipped the statue. Such a wonderful action she, as a Christian, could not behold without laughter and fled from the room for fear of exploding. Goethe, Claudius, a replica of the faun of Praxiteles, inferior to that at the Capitol. Legiune satire qui tint une flûte est trop semblable à celle du Capitole pour en erder podemerm une reproduction de Elun, des du satires isolés de Praxitele. Sun satire d'Athens au sun satire de Meagher. On pourrait croire aussi, que la satire à la flûte est eu pour original la satire de Protogene qui, bien que peint dans Rhodes à gay, exprimit la commis la plus profonde et quan appellate celui qui s'y repose, en apominos. On pourrait le croire, car la statue taugers une jambe cressée sur l'autre, attitude qui, dans le langage de la sculpture antique, dessine le repose. Il n'y serait pas impossible non plus que Protogene si fut inspiré de Praxitele. Mais en si cas il nn avait pas reproduit complètement le charme, car pels, tout en admirant une autre figure de Protogene, lui reprochait de manquer de grâce. Or la satire à la flûte est très gracia, si qui me porte à croire qu'il vient directement de Praxitele plus que de Praxitele par Protogene. Ampere Hist, Rom, Roman 3, 308, L. Varus, naked statue, athlete, the discus a restoration, Domitian from the Giustiniani collection, Mercury, the head a restoration by Canova, from the Villa Negroni. Here we re-enter the Museo Chiaramonti, lined with sculptures, chiefly of inferior interest. They are arranged in 30 compartments. We may notice I6:13. Autumn and Winter, 2 sarcophagi from Ostia, the latter bearing the name of Publius Aelius Verus. Roman 8, R176. A beautiful mutilated fragment supposed to be one of the daughters of Niobe. R197. Head of Roma from Laurentum. Roman 14, R352. Venus Anadyomna. Roman 16, R400. Tiberius seated, found at Veii in 1811. R401. Augustus from Veii. Roman 17, R417. Bust of the young Augustus, found at Ostia, 1808. Roman 20, R494. Seated statue of Tiberius from Piperno. R495. Cupid bending his bow, a copy of a statue by Lysippus. Roman 21, R550-512. 2 busts of Cato. Roman 24, R589. Mercury, found near the Monte di Pieta. Roman 25, R606. Head of Neptune from Ostia. XXX, R732. Recumbent Hercules from Hadrian's Villa. At the end of this gallery is the entrance to the Giardino della Pigna, described under the Vatican Gardens. Admittance may probably be obtained from hence for a fee of 50 at the top of the short staircase. On the left is the entrance of the Egyptian Museum. Here we enter the Museo Pio Clementino, founded under Clement Roman 14, but chiefly due to the liberality and taste of Pius Roman 6, in whose reign, however, most of the best statues were carried off to Paris, though they were restored to Pius Roman 7. In the center of first vestibule is the asterisk torso belvedere, found in the baths of Caracalla and sculptured, as is told by a Greek inscription on its base, by Apollonius, son of Nestor of Athens. It was to this statue that Michelangelo declared that he owed his power of representing the human form, and in his blind old age he used to be led up to it, that he might pass his hands over it, and still enjoy, through touch, the grandeur of its lines. And dost thou still, thou mass of breathing stone, thy giant limbs to night and chaos hurled, still sit as on the fragment of a world, surviving all, majestic and alone? What though the spirits of the north, that swept Rome from the earth when in her pomp she slept, smote thee with fury, and thy headless trunk deep in the dust mid-tower and temple sunk, soon to subdue mankind, 'twas thine to rise still unquelled thy glorious energies. Aspiring minds, with thee conversing, caught bright revelations of the good they sought. By thee that long-lost spell in secret given to draw down gods, and lift the soul to heaven. Rogers. Quella ete el original du torsta Hercule, si chef d'oeuvre que palpate de ses mains intelligence Michelange, avugul et reduit ani plus voir que par els. Haina pense que si pouvait erter une copie en grand de el Hercule epitrapezios de Lysippe, mais par le style, set statumi semble anterior a Lysippe. Sependant en lit, sur la torse le nom du Polonios d'Athens, fils de Nestor, et la forme des letters ni permit pas de placer, set inscription plus haut que le dernier cycle de la République. Commented metter que cette statue, aussi admirée par Winkelmann que par Michelange, si debris aquil en revient après l'éblouissement de l'Apollon du Belvedere, pour retrouvre une sculpture plus male et plus simple, un style plus fort et plus grand. Commented metter qu'une telle statue soit l'œuvre d'un sculpteur inconnu, dont plein ni parle point, ni personne autre dans l'antiquité, et quelle date d'un temps si élegné de la grande époque de Phidias, quand elle semble y tenir de si prise. Pourquoi la torse du Vatican n'y serait-il pas d'Alcamine, ou si elle en vient d'après Alcamine par Apollonius? Ampere, Hist. Rome, Roman 3. p. 360-363. Close by, in a niche, is the celebrated Peperino tomb of L. Cornelius Scipio Barbetus, consul BC 297. It supports a bust, supposed, upon slight foundation, to be that of the poet Aeneas. Inscriptions from other tombs of the Scipios are inserted in the neighboring wall. L'épitaphe de Scipien le Barbu semble le résumé d'une orison funèbre, ls adresse aux spectateurs. Cornelius Scipien Barbetus, né d'un pire valent, hom courage et prudent, dont la beauté égalate la vertu. Il a été parmi vous consul, censura dile, il a pris Therasia, Sisana, la Samnium. Iant saumis tout la Lucani, il en emene des otages. Y a-t-il rien de plus grand? Il apris la samnium et la lucani voilà tout. Si sarcophage est un des plus curieux monuments de Rome. Par la matière, par la forme des letters et le style de l'inscription, il vous représente la rudesse des Romains au 6e siècle. Le gout très peu de l'architecture et des ornements vous montre l'événement de l'art grec tombant, pour ainsi dire, en pleine sauvagerie romaine. Le tomo de Scipien le barbu est en papieren, si tough rugu grissetter, semé de tax noirs. Les caractères sont irréguliers, les lignes sont loin d'être droits, le latin est antique et barbare, mais la forme et les ornements du tomo sont grecs. Il y a des volutes, des triglyphs, des denticules, on n'y saurait rien imaginer qui fasse mieux voir la culture grecque venant se prendre et sur la rudesse latine. Ampere, Hist. Roman 3, 132. The round vestibule contains a fine vase of Pavonazzetto. The adjoining balcony contains a curious wind indicator, found, 1779, near the Colosseum. Hence there is a lovely view over the city. In the garden beneath is a fountain with a curious bronze ship floating in its basin, see Vatican Gardens. At the end of the third vestibule stands the asterisk statue of Meleager, with a boar's head and a dog, supposed to have been begun in Greece by some famous sculptor, and finished in Rome, the dog, and C, by an inferior workman. Meleager is represented in a position of repose, leaning on his spear, the mark of the junction of which, with the plinth, is still to be seen. The one of the spear gives the statue the appearance of leaning too much to one side, but if you can imagine it replaced, you will see that the pose is perfectly and truthfully rendered. This statue was found at the commencement of the 16th century, outside the Porta Portis, in a vineyard close to the Tiber. Shaxper Wood. Si Meleager du Vatican respire une grace tranquille, et placé entre le sublime torse et les merveilles du Belvédère, semble erder la pour attendre et pour accueillir de son air aimable et un peu mélancolique, où elle a cru voir le signe d'une destinée qui devait erder courte, et l'enthousiasme du voyageur. Ampere, Hist. Roman 3, 515. From the central vestibule we enter the Cortile del Belvedere, an octagonal court built by Bramante, having a fountain in the center, and decorated with fine sarcophagi and vases, and see from this opens, beginning from the right, the first cabinet containing the Perseus, and the 2 boxers Grugas and Damexenus, by Canova. The second cabinet, containing asterisk the Antinous, now called Mercury, perhaps the most beautiful statue in the world. It was found on the Esquiline near S. Martino al Monte. It has never been injured by restoration, but was broken across the ankles when found, and has been unskillfully put together. J'y suis bien tenté de rapporter à un original de Polyclete, qui aimait les formes carrées, le mercure du Belvédère, qui en est pas très svelte pour un mercure. On a cru reconnaître que les proportions de cette statue-ci rapprochent beaucoup des proportions prescrites par Polyclete. Poussin, comme Polyclete, ami des formes carrées déclarate le mercure, quan appellate alors sans motif en Antinous, le modèle le plus parfait des proportions du corps humain. Il pourrait à ce titre remplacer jusqu'à un certain point la statue de Polyclete, appeler la règle, parce qu'elle passait pour offrir ce modèle parfait, et faisait règle à ce égard. De plus, on sait qu'un mercure de Polyclete avait été apporté à Rome. Ampere, Hist. Roman 3, 267. Third cabinet of the Laocoon. This wonderful group was discovered near the Set Sail on the Esquiline in 1506, while Michelangelo was at Rome. The right arm of the father is a terracotta restoration, and is said by Winkelmann to be the work of Bernini. The arms of the sons are additions by Agostino Cornicini of Pistia. There is now no doubt that the Laocoon is the group described by Pliny. The fame of many sculptors is less diffused, because the number employed upon great works prevented their celebrity, for there is no one artist to receive the honor of the work, and where there are more than one, they cannot all obtain an equal fame. Of this, the Laocoon is an example, which stands in the palace of the Emperor Titus, a work which may be considered superior to all others both in painting and statuary. The whole group, the father, the boys, and the awful folds of the serpents were formed out of a single block, in accordance with a vote of the Senate by Aegisander, Polydorus, and Athenodorus, Rhodian sculptors of the highest merit. Pliny, lib. Roman 36. c. 4. Les trois sculpteurs Rhodiens qui travailleront ensemble au Laocoon étant probablement un pire et ses du fils. qui executorant l'un la statue du pire, et les auteurs celles des du fils, tachante analogie entre les auteurs et l'ouvrage. Les auteurs du Laocoon étaient Rhodians, si pupil aquil, dit Pinder, minor va donner de l'emporter sur tous les mortals par le travail habile de leurs mains, et dont les rues étaient garnies de figures vivantes qui semblant marcher. Or, le grand éclat, la grande puissance de Rhodes, appartenant surtout à l'époque qui suivit la mort d'Alexander. Après quel s'y fut délivré du joug macédonien, presque tous alliés de Rome, Rhodes fut florissante par le commerce, les armes et la liberté, jusqu'au jour en elle eut embrassé la partie de César. Cassius prit dissout la capitale de l'Isle et dépouilla 16 temples de tous leurs ornements. Le coup fut mortel à la République de Rhodes, qui depuis ni s'en releva plus. C'est avant cette fatale époque, dans l'époque de la prospérité rhodienne, entre Alexander et César, qui place le grand développement de l'art comme de la puissance des Rhodiens, et quan est conduit naturellement à placer la création d'un chef d'œuvre tel que le Laocoon. Plein de quelles trois statues dont s'y compose le groupe étant d'un seul morceau, et si groupe est formé de plusieurs, en a compté jusqu'à 6. Ceci semblerait faire croire que nous en avons qu'une copie, mais j'avais ni pas attacher une grande importance à cette indication de plein, compilateur plus érudit qu'observateur attentif. Michel-Ange, dit-on, remarque la première que le Laocoon n'était pas d'un seul morceau, plein à 13 bien puni pas s'en apercevoir plus que nous et répéter de confiance une assertion inexacte. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 3. 382, 385, 387. Turning to the Vatican, go see Laocoon's torture dignifying pain a father's love and mortal's agony with an immortal's patience blending, vain the struggle, vain against the coiling strain and gripe, and deepening of the dragon's grasp, the old man's clench. The long and venom chain rivets the living links the enormous asp and forces pang on pang, and stifles gasp on gasp. Child Harold, the circumstance of the two sons being so much smaller than the father, has been criticized by some, but this seems to have been necessary to the harmony of the composition. The same apparent disproportion exists between Niobe and her children in the celebrated group at Florence, supposed to be by Scopas. The raised arms of the three figures are all restorations, as are some portions of the serpents. Originally, the raised hands of the old man rested on his head, and the traces of the junction are clearly discernible. For this, we have also the evidence of an antique gem on which it is thus engraved. This work was found in the baths of Titus in the reign of Julius Roman II, by a certain Felix de Fredis, who received half the revenue of the Gabella of the Porta San Giovanni as a reward, and whose epitaph in the church of Ara Coeli records the fact. Shaxper Wood. Il y avait dans la vie, au sixième cycle, genesis quelle excitation fébrile, quelle aspiration vers le beau, vers l'inconnu qui dispassait les esprits et l'enthousiasme. Félix de Fredis fut gratifié d'une part dans les revenus de la porte de Saint-Jean de Latran, pour avoir trouvé le groupe du Laocoon, et lorsque l'ordre fut donné de transporter au belvédère le Laocoon, l'Apollon, la Vénus, Rome entière s'émut, en jetait des fleurs au marbre. En battait des mains, depuis les thermes de Titus jusqu'au Vatican, le Laocoon fut porté en triomphe. Et satellite chantate sur le mode Virgilien que durant recanator les chose de l'Esquilin et du palais d'Auguste. Gurnery, Rome Creation. I felt the Laocoon very powerfully, though very quietly, an immortal agony with a strange calmness diffused through it, so that it resembles the vast rage of the sea, calm on account of its immensity, or the tumult of Niagara, which does not seem to be tumult, because it keeps pouring on for ever and ever. It is a type of human beings, struggling with an inexplicable trouble and entangled in a complication which they cannot free themselves from by their own efforts, and out of which heaven alone can help them. Hawthorne, Notes on Italy. The fourth cabinet contains the Apollo Belvedere, found in the 16th century at Porto d'Anzio, Antium, and purchased by Julius Roman II, for the Belvedere Palace, which was at that time a garden pavilion separated from the rest of the Vatican and used as a museum of sculpture. It is now decided that this statue, beautiful as it is not the original work of a Greek sculptor, but a copy, probably from the bronze of Calamides, which represented Apollo as the defender of the city and which was erected at Athens after the cessation of a great plague. 4 famous statues of Apollo are mentioned by Pliny as existing at Rome in his time, but this is not one of them. Or view the Lord of the unerring bow, the god of life and poesy, and light the sun in human limbs arrayed, and brow all radiant from his triumph in the fight. The shaft hath just been shot, the arrow bright with an immortal's vengeance. In his eye and nostril beautiful disdain, and might, and majesty flash their full lightnings by, developing in that one glance the deity. Child herald, bright kindling with a conqueror's stem delight. His keen eye tracks the arrow's fateful flight, burns his indignant cheek with vengeful fire, and his lip quivers with insulting ire, firm fixed his tread, yet light, as when on high he walks impalpable and pathless sky. The rich luxuriance of his hair, confined in graceful ringlets, wantons on the wind that lifts in sport his mantle's drooping fold, proud to display that form of faultless mold. Mighty Ephesian. With an eagle's flight thy proud soul mounted through the fields of light, viewed the bright conclave of heaven's blessed abode. And the cold marble leapt to life a god. Contagious awe through breathless myriads ran, and nations bowed before the work of man. For mild he seemed, as in Elysian bowers, wasting in careless ease the joyous hours. Haughty, as bards have sung, with princely sway curbing the fierce flame-breathing steeds of day. Beauteous as vision seen in dreamy sleep by holy maid on Delphi's haunted steep. Mid the dim twilight of the laurel grove too fair to worship, too divine to love. Henry Hart Milmond. In the second portico, between Canova's statues and the Antinous, is number 43, a Venus and Cupid, interesting because the Venus is a portrait of Salustria Barbia Orbiana, wife of Alexander Severus. It was discovered in the 15th century, in the ruin near Sta. Croce in Jerusalem, to which it has given a name. In the third portico, between the Antinous and the Laocoon, are 2 beautiful dogs. Between these we enter. The Sala degli Animali, containing a number of representations of animals in marble and alabaster. Perhaps the best is number 116, 2 greyhounds playing. The statue of Commodus on horseback, number 139, served as a model to Bernini for his figure of Constantine in the portico of St. Peter's. La salle des Animaux au Vatican est, comme un musée de l'école de Myron, le natural parfait quil donna à ses représentations d'animaux, y éclate partout. C'est une sorte de ménagerie de l'art, et elle mérite de s'appeler, comme celle du jardin des plantes, une ménagerie d'animaux vivants. Ces animaux sont portant d'un mérite inégal. Parmi les meilleurs morceaux en compte des chiens qui jouent ensemble avec beaucoup de vérité, un cygne dont le duvet, un mouton toé dont la toison sont très bien rendus, une terte d'un très vraie et portant une cour en delière, allusion au rôle de Hélène de Silene dans les mystères béquiques. Ampère, Hist. Roman 3. 276. On the right we enter the Galleria del Statue, once a summer house of Innocent Roman 8, but arranged as a statue gallery under Pius Roman 6. In its lunettes are remains of frescoes by Pinturicchio. Beginning on the right are an armed statue of Claudius Albinus standing on a cypress which marked the spot where the body of Caius Caesar was burnt, inscribed C. Caesar Germanus Caesaris hic crematus est. The asterisk statue called the Genius of the Vatican, supposed to be a copy from a Cupid of Praxiteles which existed in the portico of Octavia in the time of Pliny. On the back are the holes for the metal pins which supported the wings. Athlete, Triton from Tivoli, Paris. Le Vatican possède une statue de Paris jugent les dices. Cette statue ESDL, comment le pense généralement, une copie du Paris du Frenner. Eufrener avait-il choisi le moment où Paris juge les dices. Les expressions de plein porient en faire doubter. Il n'y l'affirme point. Il dit que dans la statue d'Eufrener, on out pour reconnaître le juge des dices, l'amant de Hélène et le vainqueur de Chili. La statue du Vatican est de beaucoup la plus remarquable des statues de Paris. On y sent, malgré ses imperfections, la présence d'un original famu. De plus, son attitude est celle de Paris sur plusieurs vases peints et sur plusieurs bas-reliefs, et nous verrons que les bas-reliefs reproduisent très souvent une statue célèbre. Il est impossible, il est vrai, de voir dans le Paris du Vatican tout ce que plein dit du Paris du Frenner. Je ne puis y voir que le juge des dices. l'expression de son visage monter, quilla contemple la beauté de Vénus, et quilla priva erder dîner, rien enanance element de Halen, nicer tout le vainqueur de Kili mais sequietate dans l'original orate pu disparator de la cope. Ampere, Hist, Roman 3, 300. Young Hercules. Figure probably intended for Apollo, restored as Minerva. A Greek relief from a tomb. Penelope on a pedestal, with a relief of Bacchus and Ariadne. Elatent de Penelope nous est present, et pour ainsi dire, dur encore pour nous dans cette expressive Penelope, dont la torse nous est montré un spécimen de l'art, grec sous la forme la plus ancienne. Ampere, Hist, Roman 3, p. 452. Apollo Sorictonos killing a lizard, found on the Palatine in 1777, a copy of a work of Praxiteles. Several other copies are in existence, one in bronze, in the Villa Albani, inferior to this. The right arm and the legs above the knees are restorations, well executed. Apollon prisc infantipi unlasered qui siglis le long d'un arbre. En sate, à en pouvoir dauter, d'après la description de Pline et de Martial, quaesiet Apollon, souvent répété, est une imitation de celui de Praxitele, et quand on ni le saurait pas, on l'autre diviner. Ampere, Roman 3. 313 Amazon, found in The Villa Mate, the finest of the 3 Amazons in the Vatican, which are all supposed to be copies from the 50 statues of Amazons, which decorated the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Drunken Satyr, Juno from Otricoli. 390 Posidippus and Menander, very fine statues, perfectly preserved, owing to their having been kept through the Middle Ages in the church of S. Lorenzo Pane e Perna, where they were worshipped under the belief that they were statues of saints, a belief which arose from their having metal discs over their heads, a practice which prevailed with many Greek statues intended for the open air. The marks of the metal pins for these discs may still be seen, as well as those for a bronze protection for the feet, to prevent their being worn away by the kisses of the faithful as on the statue of St. Peter at St. Peter's. Between these statues we enter the Hall of Busts. Perhaps the best are Augustus with a wreath of corn, Julia Mamaea, mother of Alexander Severus, Jupiter Serapis in basalt, Jupiter Antinous, Roman senator and his wife from a tomb. These busts, having been much admired by the great historian, were copied for the monument of Niebuhr at Bonn, erected by his former pupil the King of Prussia, to his memory with that of his loving wife Gretchen, who only survived him 9 days. Les terts de Duapu, representes au devant de leur tomo du ils, semblant sortir amicorat si tenant par la main, sont cert out d'une simplicité et d'une vérité inexprimable. La femme est assaise d'une assaise belle, elle épo est via et tres laid. Mais si groupe a un air honert et din qui répond pour tous, du d'une vie de sérénité et de vertu. Null racet ni porate aussi bien que ces du figures transporter au sein des mowers domestiques de Rome, en leur présence on si sent pénétrer soimerme de honorité, de pudeur et de respect, comme si on était assis au chaste foyer de Lucrece. Ampere, Hist, Roman 4, 103. Re-entering the gallery of statues and following the left wall are Septimius Severus, girl at a spring, Neptune, Apollo Cytherotis, wounded Adonis, Bacchus from Hadrian's villa, Macrinus imp 217, Aesculapius and Hygia from Pilstrina, Euterpe, mutilated group from the Neobites found near Porta San Paolo, Danade, copy of the faun of Praxiteles, very beautiful but inferior to that at the Capitol, head of a fountain with bacchanalian procession. Here is the entrance of the Gabinto del Masher, which contains works of small importance. It is named from the mosaic upon the floor of masks from Hadrian's villa. It is seldom shown, probably because it contains a chair of Rosso Antico, called sedia ferrata, found near the Lateran, and supposed to be the famous sella stercoraria used at the installation of the medieval popes and associated with the legend of Pope Joan. Le Pape Elu, Celestine Roman 3. 1191, si prostern devant l'autel pendant, que l'on chant le Te Deum. Puis les cardinox everx le conduisent à son siège derrière l'autel. La ils viennent à ses pieds, et ils leur dans le baiser de paix. On la mine ensuite à une chaise passée devant la portique de la basilique du Sauveur de Latran. Cette chaise était nommée des lors stercoraria, parce qu'elle est percée au fond, mais l'ouverture est petite, et les antiquaires jugent que siedot pour gauder elo, et que cette chaise servait à quelque bain. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique Roman 15. p. 525. 462. Cinerary urn of alabaster. 414. Sleeping Ariadne, found c. 1503, formerly supposed to represent Cleopatra. The effect of sleep, so remarkable in this statue, and which could not have been rendered by merely closing the lids over the eyes, is produced by giving positive form to the eyelashes, a distinct ridge being raised at right angles to the surface of the lids, with a slight indented line along the edge to show the division. Shaxper Wood. La figure est certainement idéale et en est point un portrait. Mais si qui ni laisse aucun doute sur le nom lui donner, c'est un bas-relief, un peu refait, il est vrai, qu'on ait eu la très heureuse idée de placer opers d'elle. En y voit une femme endormie dont l'attitude est tout à fait pareille à celle de la statue, c'est qui va s'embarquer pendant le sommeil d'Ariane, et Bacchus qui arrive pour la consoler. C'est exactement ce que Elon voit paint dans le temple de Bacchus Athens. Cette statue, belle sans doute mais peut-être trop vente, doit être postérieure à l'époque d'Alexander. S'oppose Gracius est presque manière, en dirait qu'elle s'y regarde dormir. La disposition de la draperie est compliquée et un peu embrouillée, à tel point qu'elle est prenant pour une couverture si que daughters regardant commandemento. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 3, 534. Beneath this figure is a fine sarcophagus, representing the Battle of the Giants, 413. The Barberini candelabra from Hadrian's villa, Ariadne, Mercury. Lucius Verison, a pedestal which supported the ashes of Drusus in the mausoleum of Augustus. From the center of the Sala degli Animali, we now enter the Sala del Muse, adorned with 16 Corinthian columns from Hadrian's villa. It is chiefly filled with statues and busts from the villa of Cassius at Tivoli. The statues of the Muses, and that called Apollo Musagetes, number 516, are generally attributed to the time of the Antonines. Nous savons que l'Apollon cither de scopes etate dans le temple d'Apollon Palatin, élevé par Auguste. Les maidels, proper set tibble, nous apprenant que le dia si voyait reverdu d'une longue robe. I'm a vide better tales eludir pala. Tib Roman 3, 435. Pythias in longa carmina vest sonnet. Prop Roman 2, 31:16. Nous ni pouvons donc hésiter, à admettre que l'Apollon de la salle des Muses, au Vatican a eu pour premier, original l'Apollon de Scopes. Nous savons aussi qu'un Apollon de Philiscus et un Apollon de Timarchide, celui-ci tenant la lyre, sculptors grecs moins anciens que Scopes. Étant dans un autre temple d'Apollon, prise du portique d'Octavie, en compagnie des Muses, comme l'Apollon cither du Vatican a été trouvé avec celles qui l'enterrent aujourd'hui dans la salle des Muses. Il est donc vraisemblable que cet Apollon est d'après Philiscus au Timarchide, qui eux-mêmes aviant sans doute copié l'Apollon à la lyre de Scopes et l'aviant placé au milieu des Muses. Apollon est là, ainsi que plus anciennement il avait été représenté sur le coffre de Cypselus, avec cette inscription qui conviendrait à la statue du Vatican. Alenter est le choeur Gracia des Muses, aquel il préside. Et comme dit Pinder, au milieu du beau choeur des Muses, Apollon frappe du plectrum d'or la lyre aux sept voix. Ampere, Hist. Rom, Roman 3, 292. Here we reach the Sala Rotunda, built by Pius Roman 6, paved with a mosaic found in 1780 in the Baths of Otricoli, and containing in its center a grand porphyry vase from the Baths of Titus. On either side of the entrance are colossal heads of tragedy and comedy from Hadrian's villa, beginning from the right are bust of Jupiter from Otricoli, the finest extant, Antinous from Hadrian's villa. All the drapery, probably once of bronze, is a restoration. Antinous was drowned in the Nile, AD 131. Some accounts assert that he drowned himself in obedience to an oracle, which demanded for the life of the Emperor Hadrian the sacrifice of the object dearest to him. However this may be, Hadrian lamented his death with extravagant weakness, proclaimed his divinity to the jeering Egyptians, and consecrated a temple in his honor. He gave the name of Byzantinopolis to a city in which he was worshipped in conjunction with an obscure divinity named Bessa. Marival LXVI, Faustina the Elder, wife of Antoninus Pius, Augustus, veiled, Hadrian found in his mausoleum. Colossal Hercules in gilt bronze found 1864 near the Theatre of Pompey. The feet and ankles are restorations by Tenerani. Bust of Antinous, see God from Pozzuoli, Nerva. Among the treasures of antiquity preserved in modern Rome, none surpasses, none perhaps equals in force and dignity, the sitting statue of Nerva, which draws all eyes in the rotunda of the Vatican, embodying the highest ideal of the Roman magnate, the finished warrior, statesman, and gentleman of an age of varied training and wide practical experience. Marival ch. Roman 43, Jupiter Serapis. The Barberini Juno. Claudius. Juno Suspita from Lanuvium. This is the only statue in the Vatican of which we can be certain that it was a worshipped idol. The sandals of the Tyrrhenian Juno turn up at the end. No other Juno wears these sandals. Platina, wife of Trajan. Julia Domna, wife of Septimius Severus. Pertinax. The Sala Acros Greca contains. On the right, the porphyry sarcophagus of Sta. Constantia, daughter of Constantine the Great, adorned with sculptures of a vintage, brought hither most inappropriately from her church near St. Agnes. On the left, the porphyry sarcophagus of Sta. Helena, mother of Constantine the Great, carried off from her tomb, now called Tora Pignatera by Anastasius Roman IV, and placed in the Lateran, whence it was brought hither by Pius Roman VI. The restoration of its reliefs, representing battle scenes of the time of Constantine, cost £20,000. At the end of the hall on the right is a recumbent river god, said to have been restored by Michelangelo. The stairs, adorned with 20 ancient columns from Palestrina, lead to the Sala della Biga, so called from a white marble chariot drawn by 2 horses. Only the body of the chariot, which long served as an episcopal throne in the church of S. Mark, and part of the horse on the right are ancient, the remainder is restoration. Among the sculptures here are bearded Bacchus, an interesting sarcophagus representing a chariot race. The chariots are driven by Amorini, who are not attending to what they are about and drive over one another. The eggs and dolphins on the winning posts indicated the number of times they had gone round. Each time they passed, another egg and dolphin were put up. Bacchus as a woman, Alcibiades, veiled priest from the Giustiniani collection, Apollo Cytheridus, Discobolus, copy of a bronze statue by Nabonidus, Phocion, very remarkable and beautiful from the extreme simplicity of the drapery. Discobolus, copy of the bronze statue of Myron inferior to that at the Palazzo Massimo. Il ni a payun statue, don't l'original soit, conu avec plus de certitude, que le discable. Cet original fut l'athlete lancant le disque de Myron. C'est bien la statue si contournant avec effort don't parle quintillion, en effet la statue, penché en avant et dans la latitude du jet, porte le corps sur une jambe, tandis que l'autre reste traînante derrière lui. Si en est pas la main, c'est la personne tout entière qui va lancer le disque. Ampere, Hist, Rom, Roman 3, Charioteer. Proceeding in a straight line from the top of the stairs, we enter the Galleria dei Candelabri, 300 feet long, filled with small pieces of sculpture. Among these we may notice in the center, on the right, Bacchus and Silenus, found near the Sancta Sanctorum also, boy with a goose, Nemesis. Une petite statue de Vatican rappelle une curieuse anecdote, dont le héros est agoracrit. Alcamine et lui avient fait, chacun une statue de Venus. Celle d'Alcamine fut jugée la meilleure par les Athenians. Agoracrit, indigné de ce qui lui semblait une injustice, transforma la sienne en Nemesis, dis vengeresse de l'équité violée, et le rendit aux habitants du bourg de Rhamnus, à condition qu'elle n'y serait jamais expulsée à Athens. Cesse montre combien sa Venus avait gardé la sévérité du type primitif. Si en est pas de la Venus du Capitole ou de la Venus de Médicis, quan aurait pu faire une Nemesis. Nemesis avait pour emblème la caudée, signe de la mesure que Nemesis n'y permet point de dépasser, et l'avant bras était la figure de la caudée, par suite, de la mesure. C'est pourquoi quand on représente Nemesis, on plaquette toujours l'avant bras de manière de tirer sur lui l'attention. Dans la Nemesis du Vatican la donnée sévère est devenue un motif aimable. Cet avant-bras, quil fallait montre pour rappeler une loi terrible, Nemesis le montre en effet, mais elle SN cert avec grâce pour rattacher son vêtement. Ampere, Hist, Rom, Roman 3, 260. Statuette of series, the head from some other statue. Hence we enter the Galleria degli Arezzi, open gratis on Mondays, hung with tapestries from the New Testament history, executed for the lower walls of the Sistine Chapel in 1515-16 for Leo X, from the cartoons of Raphael, of which 7 were purchased in Flanders by Charles I and are now at Hampton Court. The tapestries are ill-arranged. According to their present order, beginning on the left wall, they are St. Peter receiving the keys. On the border, the flight of Cardinal de' Medici from Florence in 1494, disguised as a Franciscan monk, the miraculous draught of fishes, the sacrifice at Lystra, St. Paul preaching at Athens, the Savior and Mary Magdalene, the supper at Emmaus, the presentation in the temple, the adoration of the shepherds, the ascension, the adoration of the Magi, the resurrection, the day of Pentecost. Returning on the right wall are an allegorical composition of the triumph of religion by Van Orley and other pupils of Raphael, the stoning of Stephen, on the border the return of the Cardinal de' Medici to Florence as legate, Elymas the sorcerer, removed 1869-70, 6 Massacre of the Innocents, smaller than the others, Christ falling under the cross, Christ appearing to his disciples on the shore of the Lake of Galilee, Peter and John healing the lame man, the conversion of St. Paul. The arazzi were long used as church decorations on high festivals. On Corpus Christi Day I learnt the true destination of the tapestries, when they transformed colonnades and open spaces into handsome halls and corridors. And while they placed before us the power of the most gifted of men, they gave us at the same time the happiest example of art and handicraft, each in its highest perfection, meeting for mutual completion. Goethe. The Library of the Vatican is shown from 12 to 3, except on Sundays and festivals, but the visitor is hurried through in a crowd by a custode, and there is no time for examination of the individual objects. The entrance is by a door on the left at the end of the Galleria Lapidaria, which leads to the Museum of Statues. The Papal Library was founded by the early popes at the Lateran. The public library was begun by Nicholas V and greatly increased under Sixtus Roman IV. 1475, and Sixtus V. 1588, who built the present halls for the collection. In 1623, the library was increased by the gift of the Bibliotheca Palatina of Heidelberg, captured by Tilly from Maximilian of Bavaria. In 1657 by the Bibliotheca Urbinas, founded by Federigo de Montefeltro. In 1690 by the Bibliotheca Reginensis, or Alexandrina, which belonged to Christina of Sweden. In 1746 by the Bibliotheca Ottoboniana, purchased by the Ottobuoni Pope, Alexander Roman VIII. The number of Greek, Latin, and Oriental MSS in the collection has been reckoned at 23,580. The antechambers are hung with portraits of the librarians. Among them, in the first room, is that of Cardinal Mezzofanti. In this room are facsimiles of the columns found in the Triopium of Herod's Atticus. See the account of the Val Caffarelli, of which the originals are at Naples. From the second antechamber we enter the Great Hall, 220 feet long, decorated with frescoes by Scipione Gaetani, Cesare Nebbia, and others unimportant in themselves, but producing a rich general effect of color. No books or MSS are visible. They are all enclosed in painted cupboards, so that of a library there is no appearance whatever, and it is only disappointing to be told that in one cupboard are the MSS of the Greek Testament of the 5th century, Virgil of the 5th, and Terence of the 4th centuries, and that another contains a Dante, with miniatures by Giulio Clovio, and ranged along the middle of the hall are some of the handsome presents made to Pius Roman IX by different foreign potentates, including the Sevres font, in which the Prince Imperial was baptized, presented by Napoleon Roman III, and some candelabra given by Napoleon I to Pius Roman VII. At the end of the hall, long corridors open out on either side. Turning to the left, the second room has 2 interesting frescoes, one representing St. Peter's as designed by Michelangelo, the other the erection of the obelisk in the Piazza S. Pietro under Fontana. At the end of the third room are 2 ancient statues, said to represent Aristides and Hippolytus, Bishop of Porto. The fourth room is a museum of Christian antiquities, and contains, on the left, a collection of lamps and other small objects from the catacombs. On the right, some fine ivories by Guido da Spalito, and a deposition from the cross attributed to Michelangelo. The room beyond this, painted by Raphael Mengs, is called the Stanza dei Papiri, and is adorned with papyri of the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries. The next room has an interesting collection of pictures by early masters of the schools of Giotto, Giottino, Cimabue, and Fra Angelico. Here is a prie-dieu of carved oak and ivory presented to Pius Roman IX by the 4 bishops of the province of Tours. At the end of this room, not generally shown, is the chapel of St. Pius V. The appartamenti Borgia, which are reached from hence, are only shown by a special permission, difficult to obtain. They consist of 4 rooms, which were built by Alexander Roman VI. Though their beautiful decorations were chiefly added by Leo X, the first room is painted by Giovanni di Udine and Perino del Vaga, and represents the course of the planets Jupiter drawn by eagles, Venus by doves, Diana, the moon, by nymphs, Mars by wolves, Mercury by cocks, Apollo, the sun by horses, Saturn by dragons. These frescoes, executed at the time Michelangelo was painting the Last Judgment, are interesting as the last revival under Clement Roman VII of the pagan art so popular in the papal palace under Leo X. The second room, painted by Pinturicchio, has beautiful lunettes of the Annunciation, Adoration of the Magi, Resurrection, Ascension, Descent of the Holy Ghost, and Assumption of the Virgin. The ceiling of the third room has paintings by Pinturicchio of the martyrdom of St. Sebastian, the visitation of St. Elizabeth, the meeting of St. Anthony with St. Paul, the first hermit, St. Catherine before Maximian, the flight of St. Barbara, St. Julian of Nicomedia, and over the door, the Virgin and Child. This last picture is of curious historical interest, as a relic of the libertinism of the court of Alexander Roman VI. Rodrigo Borgia, the figure of the Virgin being a faithful representation of Giulia Farnese, the 2 celebrated Vanazza, mistress of the Pope, and mother of his children, Caesar and Lucrezia. She held upon her knees the infant Jesus, and Alexander knelt at her feet. The fourth room, also painted by Pinturicchio, is adorned with allegorical figures of the arts and sciences, and of the cardinal virtues. On the accession of the infamous Alexander Roman VI, Pinturicchio was employed by him to paint the appartamento Borgia and a great number of rooms, both in the castle of S. Angelo and in the pontifical palace. The patronage of this pope was still more fatal to the arts than that of the Medici at Florence. The subjects represented in the castle of S. Angelo were drawn from the life of Alexander himself, and the portraits of his relations and friends were introduced there amongst others, those of his brothers, sisters, and that of the infamous Caesar Borgia. To all acquainted with the scandalous history of this family, this representation appeared a commemoration of their various crimes, and it was impossible to regard it in any other light, when, in addition to the publicity they affected to give to these scandalous excesses, they appeared desirous of making art itself their accomplice. And by an excess of profanation hitherto unexampled in the Catholic world, Alexander Roman VI caused himself to be represented, in a room in the Vatican, in the costume of one of the Magi, kneeling before the Holy Virgin, whose head was no other than the portrait of the beautiful Giulia Farnese, Vanazza, whose adventures are unfortunately too well known. We may indeed say that the walls have in this case made up for the silence of the courtiers, for on them was traced, for the benefit of contemporaries and posterity, an undeniable proof of the depravity of the age. At the sight of that appartamento Borgia, which is entirely painted by Pinturicchio, we shall experience a sort of satisfaction in discovering the inferiority of this purely mercenary work, as compared with the other productions of the same artist, and we cannot but rejoice that it is so unworthy of him. Such an ignoble task was not adapted to an artist of the Umbrian school, and there is good reason to believe that, after this act of servility, Pinturicchio became disgusted with Rome and returned to the mountains of Umbria in search of nobler inspirations. Rio, Poetry of Christian Art. A door on the right of the room with the old pictures opens into a room containing a very interesting collection of ancient frescoes. On the right wall is the celebrated Nas Aldobrandini, found in 1606 in some ruins belonging to the Baths of Titus near the Arch of Gallienus on the Esquiline, and considered to be the finest specimen of ancient pictorial art in Rome. It was purchased at first by the Aldobrandini family, whence its name. It represents an ancient Greek ceremony, possibly the nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. There is a fine copy by Nicholas Poussin in the Doria Palace. Est-il fait allusion à un sujet mythologique, le réel y est côté de l'idylle, et la mythologie y est appliquée à la représentation d'un mariage ordinaire. Tout porte à y voir une peinture romaine, mais l'auteur essaie d'être inspiré des Grecs, comme en SN inspirate presque toujours à Rome. La nouvelle mariée, assise sur le lit nuptial et attendant son époux, à cette expression de pudeur virginale, d'embarras modeste, qui avait rendu célèbre un tableau dont le sujet était le mariage de Roxane et l'auteur Etienne, painter grec. Ampere, Hist. Rome, Roman 4. 127. Opposite to this is a race of the Cupids, from Ostia. The other frescoes in this room were found in the ruins on the Esquiline and at the Torre di Marantia. The Etruscan Museum can be visited on application to the custode every day except Monday, from 10 to 2. It is reached by the staircase which passes the entrance to the Gallery of Candelabra, after which one must ring at a closed door on the right. This magnificent collection is principally the fruit of the excavating partnership established, some 12 or 15 years since, between the papal government and the Campanari of Toscanella, and will render the memory of Gregory Roman XVI, who forwarded its formation with more zeal than he ordinarily displayed, ever honored by all interested in antiquarian science. As the excavations were made in the neighborhood of Volsae, most of the articles are from that necropolis. Yet the collection has been considerably enlarged by the addition of others previously in the possession of the government, and still more by recent acquisitions from the Etruscan cemeteries of Cervetri, Corneto, Bamarzo, Ort Toscanella, and other sites within the papal dominions. Dennis. The first room contains 3 sarcophagi of terracotta from Toscanella, with 3 life-size figures reposing upon them. Their extreme length is remarkable. The figure on the left wears a fillet indicating priesthood. The head of the family was almost always priest or priestess. Most of the objects in terracotta, which have been discovered, come from Toscanella. The 2 horses' heads in this room, in Nenfro, i.e. volcanic tufa, were found at the entrance of a tomb at Volsae. The second room is a corridor filled with cinerary urns, chiefly from Volterra, bearing recumbent figures, ludicrously stunted. The large sarcophagus on the left supports the bearded figure of a man and is adorned with reliefs of a figure in a chariot and musicians painted red. The urns in this room are of alabaster, which is the characteristic of Volterra. The third room has in the center a large sarcophagus of Nenfro, found at Tarquinii in 1834, supporting a reclining figure of a Lucumo, with a scroll in his hand, recalling the monuments of the Middle Ages. At the sides are reliefs representing the story of Clytemnestra and Aegisthus, the Theban brothers the sacrifice of Clytemnestra, and Pyrrhus slaying the infant Astyanax. In this room is a slab with a bilingual inscription, in Latin and Umbrian from Todi. In the cummers are some curious cinerary urns, shaped like houses. The fourth room is the chamber of terracottas. In the center is a most beautiful statue of Mercury found at Tivoli. At the sides are fragments of female figures from Volsa, and an interesting terracotta urn from Toscanella with a youth lying on a couch. From the gash in his thigh and the hound at his bedside, he is usually called Adonis, but it may be merely the effigy of some young Etruscan who met his death in the wild boar chase. The fifth room. This and the 3 following rooms are occupied by vases. The vases in the fifth room are mostly small amphorae, in the second or archaic style, with black figures on the ground of the clay. On a column near the window is a crater or mixing vase from Volsae with party-colored figures on a very pale ground and in the most beautiful style of Greek art. It represents Mercury presenting the infant Bacchus to Silenus. To the left of the window is a humorous representation of the visit of Jupiter and Mercury to Alcmena, who is looking at them out of a window. In the cabinets are objects in crystal from Palestrina. The sixth room. In the center of this room are 5 magnificent vases. The central from Cervetri is of the rare form called homose large globe-shaped bowl on a tall stand, like an enormous cup and ball. Its paintings are of wild animals. Nearest the entrance is, with 3 handles, a calpis of the 3rd or perfect style, from Volsae, with paintings of Apollo and 6 muses. Behind this from Volsae is a large amphora of the 2nd or archaic style, in which hardness and severity of design are combined with most conscientious execution of detail. It represents Achilles, Achilleos and Ajax, Gantos, playing at dice or astrologi. Achilles cries 4, and Ajax 3, the said words in choice Attic issuing from their mouths. The maker's name, Etesikias, is recorded, as well as that of the brave Ontorides to whom it was presented. On the other side of the vase is a family scene of Castor with his horse, and Polydeuces playing with his dog, Tyndaros and Leda standing by. Fourth is an amphora from Hare, representing the body of Achilles born to Peleus and Thetis. Fifth is a calpis from Volsci, representing the death of Hector in the arms of Minerva. The sixth vase on the shelf of the entrance wall is the kind of amphora called a pellis from Hare. Two men are represented sitting under an olive tree, each with an amphora at his feet, and one who is measuring the oil exclaims, "O Father Jupiter, would that I were rich!" On the reverse of the vase is the same pair, at a subsequent period when the prayer has been heard and the old dealer cries, "Verily, yea, verily, it hath been filled to overflowing." By the window is a calpis, representing a boy with a hoop in one hand and a stolen cock in the other, for which his tutor is reproving him. The seventh room is an arched corridor. In the second niche is a hydria with Minerva and Hercules from Volsci. Sixth on the line is an amphora from Volsci. Hecuba presents a goblet to her son. The brave Hectorin regards him with such intense interest that she spills the wine as she pours it out to him. Priamos stands by, leaning on his staff, looking mournfully at his son, as if presaging his fate. Many other vases in this room are of great beauty. The eighth room contains siluses or paterae, which are more rare than the upright vases and not inferior in beauty. The ninth room, entered from the sixth room, is the jewel room. Among the bronzes on the right is a warrior in armor found at Todi in 1835 and a bronze couch with a raised place for the head, found in the Regulini Gallici tomb at Cervetri, where it bore the corpse of a high priest. A boy with a bulla, sitting from Tarquinae, is supposed to represent Tags, the mysterious boy god, who sprung from the furrows of that site. At the opposite end of the room is a biga or war chariot, not Etruscan, but Roman, found in the villa of the Quintiliae, near the Via Appia. Near this are some colossal fragments of bronze statues found near Civita Vecchia. Beautiful oval cista, with a handle formed by two swans bearing a boy and a girl, is from Volsci, and so are the braziers or censers retaining the tongs, shovel, and rake found with them. The tongs are on wheels and terminate in serpents' heads. The shovel handle ends in a swan's neck, and the rake in a human hand. Among the smaller relics are a curious bottle from Hare, with an Etruscan alphabet and spelling lesson scratched upon it, and a pair of Etruscan clogs found in a tomb at Volsa. In the center of the room is the jewel case of glass. The whole of the upper division and one compartment of the lower are devoted to Cervetri, Hare. All these objects are from the Regulini Gallici tomb, for all the other tombs had been rifled at an early period, except one, whence the objects were taken by Campana. The magnificent ocreath with the small ornaments and the large earrings were worn by a lady, over whom was written in Etruscan characters, Melarthia, the great lady, evidently because at the time of her death, 3,000 years ago, it was supposed that she was so very great that the memory of her name could never by any possibility perish, and that therefore it was quite unnecessary to record it. The tomb was divided, and she was walled up with precious spices, showing what the commerce of Etruria must have been in one half of it. It was several hundred years before anyone was found of sufficient dignity to occupy the other half of the great lady's tomb. Then the high priest of Etruria died and was buried there with all his ornaments. His were the large bracelets, the falaise for the head, with the plate of gold covering the head and a second plate of gold which covered the forehead worn only on the most solemn occasions. This may be considered to have been the headdress of Aaron. His also was the broad plate of gold, covering the breast, reminding of the Urim and Thummim. The bronze bed on which he lay, and on which the ornaments were found lying where the body had moldered, is preserved in another part of the room, and the great incense burner filled with precious spices which was found by his side. The 3 large ballas on his breast were filled with incense, whose perfume was still so strong when the tomb was opened, that those who burnt it could not remain in the room. The ivy leaves on the ornaments denote the worship of Bacchus, a late period in Etruria. Laurel denotes a victor in battle or the games. The 10th room, entrance on right of the jewel room, is a passage containing a number of Roman waterpipes of lead and the bronze figure of a boy with a bird and an Etruscan inscription on his leg, from Perugia. The 11th room is hung with paintings on canvas copied from the principal tombs of Volsae and Tarquinii. Beginning from the right, on entering, they take the following order. From the Camera del Morto, Tarquinii from the Grotta del Big or Grotta Stackelberg, Tarquinii from the Grotta Querciola, Tarquinii from the Grotta della Iscriziani, Tarquinii from the Grotta del Triclinio or Grotta Marzi, Tarquinii from the Grotta del Barone or Grotta del Ministro, Tarquinii from the painted tomb at Volsae. All the paintings from Tarquinii are still to be seen on that site, though not in so perfect a state as they are here represented. But the tomb at Volsae is utterly destroyed. Each of the paintings is most interesting. That of the deathbed scene proves that the Etruscans believed in the immortality of the soul. In the upper division, a daughter is mounting on a stool to reach the high bed and give a last kiss to her dying father, while the son is wailing and lamenting in the background. Below is the rejoicing spirit, freed from the trammels of the flesh. In the scenes representing the games, the horses are painted bright red and bright blue, or black and red. These may be considered to have been the different colors of the rival parties. A number of jars for oil and wine are arranged in this room. All the black pottery is from northern Etruria. The 12th room, entered from the left of the jewel room, is a very meager and most inefficient facsimile of an ordinary Etruscan tomb. It is guarded by 2 lions in Nenfro, found at Volsa. The Egyptian Museum is entered by a door on the left of the entrance of the Museo Pio Clementino. It is open gratis on Mondays from 12 to 3. The collection is chiefly due to Pius Roman 7 and Gregory Roman 16. The greater part is of no especial importance. The 6th room contains 8 statues of the goddess passed from Karnak. The 8th room is occupied by Roman imitations of Egyptian statues from the Villa Adriana. Ces statues sont toutes des traductions de l'art égyptien en art grec. L'alliance, la fusion de la sculpture égyptienne et de la sculpture gréco-romaine est un des traits les plus saillants de cosmopolitisme, si étranger à d'anciennes traditions nationales, et dont Adrien, par ses voyages, ses gouts, ces monuments, fut la plus éclatante manifestation. Sauf Atlantinus, les produits de cette sculpture d'imitation bien que datant d'une époque encore brillante de l'art romain, ni s'orient la disputer à leurs modèles. Pour s'en convaincre, il suffit de les comparer aux statues vraiment égyptiennes qui remplacent une seule voisin. Dans celle-ci, la réalité du détail y estimé précis et sacrifié. Mais les traits fondamentaux, les linéaments essentiels de la forme, sont rendus admirablement. De là en grand style, car employer l'expression la plus générale, c'est le secret de la grandeur du style, comme est dit Buffon. Cette élévation, cette sobriété du génie égyptien n'y s'y retrouvant plus dans les imitations bâtardes du temps d'Adrien. Ampère, Emp, Roman 2. 197-202. On the right is the Nile in black marble. Opposite the entrance is a colossal statue of Antinous, the favorite of Hadrian, in white marble. Il est natural quantinus, qui accédate, de ces temps, précipité dans l'anil, et été représenté sous les traits d'un dieu égyptien, la physiognomie triste d'Antinous sid bien à un dieu d'Égypte, et le style grec empreint au reflet du style égyptien une grandeur sombre. Ampère, Emp. Roman 2 196. The 9th room contains colossal Egyptian statues. On the right is the figure of the mother of Ramses Roman 2. Sesostris, between 2 lions of basalt, which were found in the baths of Agrippa, and which long decorated the Fontana dei Termini. Upon the base of these lions is inscribed the name of the Egyptian king Nectanebo. Dans cette sculpture bien Egyptian, on cent déjà le souffle de l'art grec. La pose de ces lions est la pose roide et monumentale des lions à terre humaine de l'auxer. La crinière est encore de convention, mais la vie est exprimée, les muscles sont accusés avec un soin et un relief que la sculpture purement égyptienne n'a pas connus. Ampère, Emp. Roman 2. 198. Ces lions ont une expression remarquable de force et de repose. Ils voient quelque chose dans leur physiognomie qui en appartient ni à l'animal ni à l'homme. Ils semblent une puissance de la nature, et l'on concoit, endless voyant, Comment les dia du paganisme pouviant erder représenter sous cet emblème. Mad. De style. In the center of the entrance wall are Ptolemy Philadelphus and, on his left, his queen Arsinoe of red granite. These were found in the gardens of Sallust and were formerly preserved in the senator's palace. There is a fine collection of Egyptian antiquities in the Vatican, and the ceilings of the rooms in which they are arranged are painted to represent a starlight sky in the desert. It may seem an odd idea, but it is very effective. The grim, half-human monsters from the temples look more grim and monstrous underneath the deep dark blue. It sheds a strange, uncertain, gloomy air on everything a mystery adapted to the objects, and you leave them, as you find them, shrouded in a solemn night. Dickens. The Egyptian gallery has an egress into the Sala, Acros Greca. The windows of the Egyptian Museum look upon the inner garden of the Vatican, which may be reached by a door at the end of the long gallery of the Museo Chiaramonti, before ascending to the torso. The garden which is thus entered, called Giardino della Pigna, is in fact merely the second great quadrangle of the Vatican, planted with shrubs and flowers. Several interesting relics are preserved here. In the center is the pedestal of the column of Antoninus Pius, found in 1709 on the Monte Sitorio. The column was a simple memorial pillar of granite, erected by the two adopted sons of the emperor, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. It was broken up to mend the obelisk of Psammetichus I at the Monte Sitorio. Among the reliefs of the pedestal is one of a winged genius guiding Antoninus and Faustina to Olympus. In the great semicircular niche of Bramante, at the end of the court garden, is the famous Pigna, a gigantic fir cone, which once crowned the summit of the mausoleum of Hadrian. Thence it was first removed to the front of the old Basilica of St. Peter's. In the fresco of the old St. Peter's ad S. Martino Almonte, the Pigna is introduced, but it is there placed in the center of the nave, a position it never occupied. Dante saw it at St. Peter's and compares it to a giant's head. It is 11 feet high, which he saw through the mist in the last circle of hell. La faxia mi peria lunga grossa, cum la pina dies Pietro in Roma. On either side of the Pigna are two bronze peacocks, which are said to have stood on either side the entrance of Hadrian's mausoleum. Gepens quils y aviant ete places and Elhenor des imperatrices don't les senders deviant si truver. La pound consecre adjunanatate le symbol de elapatheos des imperatrices, comme eloiso dadie a Jupiter celu de elapatheos des emperors, car la mausolée d'Adrien enadate papor Luciul, mais, comme aviant ete la mausolée d'Auguste et le temple des Flavians, pour tout la famille impériale. Ampere, Emp. Roman 2. 212. A flight of steps leads from this court to the narrow terrace of the Navicella, in front of the palace, so called from a bronze ship with which its fountain is decorated. The visitor should beware of the tricksome waterworks upon this terrace. Beyond the courtyard is the entrance to the larger garden, which may be reached in a carriage by those who do not wish to visit the palace on the way, by driving round through the courts at the back of St. Peter's. Formerly it was always open till 2 p.m., after which hour the Pope went there to walk, or to ride upon his white mule. It is a most delightful retreat for the hot days of May and June, and before that time, its woods are carpeted with wild violets and anemones. No one who has not visited them can form any idea of the beauty of these ancient groves, interspersed with fountains and statues, but otherwise left to nature, and forming a fragment of sylvan scenery quite unassociated with the English idea of a garden. They are backed by the walls of the Borgo and a fine old tower of the time of Leo Roman IV. The Casino del Papa, or Villa Pia, built by Pius Roman IV. In the lower and more cultivated portion of the ground is the chef d'oeuvre of the architect, Piero Ligorio, and is decorated with paintings by Baroccio, Zucchero, and Santi di Tito, and a set of terracotta reliefs collected by Agincourt and Canova. The shell decorations are pretty and curious. During the hours which he spent daily in this villa, its founder Pius Roman IV enjoyed that easy and simple life for which he was far better fitted by nature than for the affairs of government. But here also he received the counsels of his nephew S. Carlo Borromeo, who, summoned to Rome in 1560, became for several succeeding years the real ruler of the state. Here he assembled around him all those who were distinguished by their virtue or talents, and held many of the meetings which received the name of not Vaticane at first employed in the pursuit of philosophy and poetry, but after the necessity of church reform became apparent both to the Pope and to S. Carlo entirely devoted to the discussion of sacred subjects. In this villa, the late popes, Pius Roman VIII and Gregory Roman XVI, used frequently to give their audiences. The 16th century was the golden age for the Vatican. Then the splendid court of Leo X was the center of artistic and literary life, and the witty and pleasure-loving Pope made these gardens the scene of his banquets and concerts, and, in a circle to which ladies were admitted, as in a secular court, listened to the recitations of the poets who sprang up under his protection beneath the shadow of its woods. Le Vatican était encombré, sous Leon X de historiens de savants de piets surtout. La tourbe importune des piets et sacri valerianus, le poursuit de porte en porte, tantat sous les portiques, tantat à la promenade, tantat au palais, tantat à la chambre, penetralibus inimes. Elle n'y respect ni son repose, ni les graves affaires qui l'occupant aujourd'hui que l'incendie ravage le monde. On remarquait dans cette foule, Bernie, le piet burlesque, Flaminio, le piet elegiac, Malza, l'enfant de Pétrarque et Postumo Moroni Cardaramachus, Fedring Garami, le savant bibliothécaire, et la grande lumière de réseau, comedit l'Ariost, l'unique accolti. Accolti jouit pendant tout la durée du sixième cycle d'une réputation que la postérité n'a pas confirmée. On l'appelait le céleste. Lorsqu'il devait réciter ses vers, les magazines étant fermés comme un injure de faire, et chacun accourait pour l'entendre. Il était entouré de prélats de la première distinction. Un corps de troupes suisses à l'accompagnat et à l'auditoire était éclairé par des flambeaux. Un jour quaculty entrait chez le pape, ouvres toutes les portes, et s'écria Léon, et laisses entre la foule. Acculty recita un turn à la Vierge et, quand il eut fini, 1000 acclamations retentirent. Vive le piet divin, vive l'incomparable Acculty. Léon était le premier à applaudir, et le duché de Nessy devenait la récompense du piet. Unotter fois, siedait Paul Jove, el homox auidires, comme elle appelle Rable, qui venait lire des fragments de son histoire, et que Léon ex saluait du titre de tit live Italien. Il y avait dans ces éloges, dans ces encouragements donnés avec entraînement, mais avec tact, génies quel souffle de vie pour l'intelligence qui l'activate, et qui lui faisait rendre au centuple les dons qu'elle avait recus du ciel. Rome entière était devenue un musée, une académie. Part out des sciences, part out la science, la païsie, les beaux-arts, une sorte de volupté dans l'étude. Ici, c'est calcignini qui a déjà deviné la rotation de la terre. La Ambrogio de Pise qui parle chaldinet arabe. Plus loin, Valerianus, qui la philologie et l'archéologie, la jurisprudence revendiquant à la fois, et qui si distrait de ses dox travox par des Pisces dins de Horace. Gurnery, Rome Creation, Roman II, 114. The loggie of Raphael are reached, except on Mondays, by the staircase on the left of the fountain in the Cortile S. Damaso. Two sides of the corridors on the second floor, formerly open, are decorated in stucco by Marco de Finza and Paul Schnorr, and painted by Cixiolante da Sermonita, Tempesta, Sabatini, and others. The third corridor, entered on the right, opened by a custode, contains the celebrated frescoes, executed by Raphael or from the designs of Raphael, by Giulio Romano, Perino del Vaga, Pellegrino de Modena, Francesco Penni, and Raffaello de Calle. Of the 52 subjects represented, 48 are from the Old Testament, only the 4 last being from the Gospel history, as an appropriate introduction to the pictures which celebrate the foundation and triumphs of the Church, in the adjoining stands. The stucco decorations of the gallery are of exquisite beauty. Especially remarkable, perhaps, are those of the windows in the first arcade, where Raphael is represented drawing his pupils working from his designs and fame celebrating his work. The frescoes are arranged in the following order. First arcade, creation of light, creation of dry land, creation of the sun and moon, Raphael, creation of animals. Second arcade, creation of Eve, Raphael, the fall, the exile from Eden, Giulio Romano, the consequence of the fall. Third arcade, Noah builds the ark, the deluge. The coming forth from the ark, Giulio Romano, the sacrifice of Noah. Fourth arcade, Abraham and Melchizedek, the covenant of God with Abraham, Abraham and the 3 angels. Francesco Penni Lot's flight from Sodom. Fifth arcade, God appears to Isaac. Abimelech sees Isaac with Rebekah. Isaac gives Jacob the blessing. Francesco Penny Isaac blesses Esau also. 6th Arcade Jacob's Ladder. Jacob meets Rachel. Pellegrino de Modena Jacob upbraids Laban, the journey of Jacob. 7th Arcade Joseph tells his dream. Joseph sold into Egypt. Joseph and Potiphar's wife. Giulio Romano Joseph interprets Pharaoh's dream. 8th Arcade The Finding of Moses. Moses and the burning bush. The destruction of Pharaoh. Giulio Romano Moses striking the rock. 9th Arcade Moses receives the tables of the law. The worship of the golden calf. Raffaello de Call. Moses breaks the tables. Moses kneels before the pillar of cloud. 10th Arcade The Israelites cross the Jordan. The fall of Jericho. Joshua stays the course of the sun. Pirino del Vaga. Joshua and Eliezer divide the promised land. 11th Arcade Samuel anoints David. David and Goliath. The triumph of David. Pirino del Vaga. David sees Bathsheba. 12th Arcade Zadok anoints Solomon. The judgment of Solomon. Pellegrino de Modena The coming of the Queen of Sheba. The building of the temple. 13th Arcade The adoration of the shepherds. The coming of the Magi. The baptism of Christ. Giulio Romano The Last Supper. From the Sistine Chapel we went to Raphael's Loggie, and I hardly venture to say that we could scarcely bear to look at them. The eye was so educated and so enlarged by those grand forms and the glorious completeness of all their parts, that it could take no pleasure in the imaginative play of arabesques, and the scenes from Scripture, beautiful as they are, had lost their charm. To see these works often alternately, and to compare them at leisure and without prejudice, must be a great pleasure, but all sympathy is at first one-sided. Goethe, Romish Brief. Close to the entrance of the Loggie is that of the stands, 3 rooms decorated under Julius Roman II, and Leo X with frescoes by Raphael, for each of which he received 1,200 ducats. These rooms are approached through the Sala di Constantino, decorated under Clement Roman VII. Giulio de Medici in 1523-34, after the death of Raphael, who however had prepared drawings for the frescoes, and had already executed in oil the 2 figures of Justice and Urbanity. The rest of the compositions, completed by his pupils, are in fresco. Raphael si multipli, il si prodigue, avec une fécondité de toutes les heures. De June's disciples, admirateurs de son beau génie, le servant avec amour, et sont déjà admis à l'honneur détacher leurs noms à quelques parties de ces magnifiques travaux. Le maître leur distribue leur tâche. À Jules Romain, le brillant colorist des vêtements et put asterisk erder merm le dessin de quelques figures. Au fader, à Jean Dudin les arabesques. À frère Jean de Veron les clairs obscurs des ports, et des lambris qui doivent compléter la décoration de ces splendid appartements. Et lui, quasi reserve-t-il la pensée qui anime tout, le génie qui enfant et qui dirige. Gurnery, Rome Creation. Entrance wall the address of Constantine to his troops and the vision of the fiery cross. Giulio Romano. On the left, St. Peter between the church and eternity on the right, Clement I the martyr, between moderation and gentleness. Right wall the battle of the Pont Mall and the defeat of Maxentius by Constantine, designed by Raphael and executed by Giulio Romano. On the left is Sylvester I between faith and religion, on the right Urban I, the friend of Cecilia, between justice and charity. Left wall the donation of Rome by Constantine to Sylvester I, AD 325, Raffaello de Call. The head of Sylvester was a portrait of Clement Roman VII. The reigning pope, Count Castiglione, the friend of Raphael, and Giulio Romano are introduced amongst the attendants. On the left, Sylvester I with fortitude, on the right, Gregory Roman VII, with strength. Wall of egress. The supposititious baptism of Constantine, interesting as portraying the interior of the Lateran baptistry in the 15th century, by Francesco Penny, who has introduced his own portrait in a black dress and velvet cap. On left is Damasus I, AD 366-384, between prudence and peace. On right, Leo I, AD 440-462, between innocence and truth. The paintings on the sockles represent scenes in the life of Constantine by Giulio Romano. The stanza di Leodoro, painted in 1511-1514, shows the church triumphant over her enemies and the miracles by which its power has been attested. On the roof are 4 subjects from the Old Testament: the covenant with Abraham, the sacrifice of Isaac, Jacob's dream, Moses at the burning bush. Entrance wall, Heliodorus driven out of the temple, Maccabees, Roman 3. In the background Onias, the priest is represented praying for divine interposition. In the foreground Heliodorus, pursued by 2 avenging angels, is endeavoring to bear away the treasures of the temple. Amid the group on the left is seen Julius, Roman 2. In his chair of state, attended by his secretaries. One of the bearers in front is Marcantonio Raimondi, the engraver of Raphael's designs. The man with the inscription, Joe, Petro de Follicariis Cremonin, was secretary of briefs to Pope Julius. Here you may almost fancy you hear the thundering approach of the heavenly warrior and the neighing of his steed, while in the different groups who are plundering the treasures of the temple, and in those who gaze intently on the sudden consternation of Heliodorus, without being able to divine its cause, we see the expression of terror, amazement, joy, humility, and every passion to which human nature is exposed. Lanzi. Left wall, the miracle of Bolsena. A priest at Bolsena, who refused to believe in the doctrine of transubstantiation, is convinced by the bleeding of the host. On the right kneels Julius, Roman 2, with Cardinal Riario, founder of the Cancelleria. This was the last fresco executed by Raphael under Julius, Roman 2. Right wall, Peter delivered from prison. A fresco by Pietro della Francesca was destroyed to make room for this picture, which is said to have allusion to the liberation of Leo X, while legate in Spain, after his capture at the Battle of Ravenna. This fresco is considered especially remarkable for its 4 lights, those from the double representation of the angel, from the torch of the soldier, and from the moon. Wall of egress, the flight of Attila. Leo I, with the features of Leo X, is represented on his white mule, with his cardinals calling upon SS, Peter and Paul, who appear in the clouds, for aid against Attila. The Colosseum is seen in the background. The stanza della Segnatura is so called from a judicial assembly once held here. The frescoes in this chamber are illustrative of the virtues of theology, philosophy, poetry, and jurisprudence, who are represented on the ceiling by Raphael, in the midst of arabesques by Sodoma. The square pictures by Raphael refer the fall of man to theology, the study of the globe to philosophy, the flaying of Marsyas to poetry, and the judgment of Solomon to jurisprudence. Entrance wall, the School of Athens. Raphael consulted Ariosto as to the arrangement of its 52 figures. In the center, on the steps of a portico, are seen Plato and Aristotle, Plato pointing to heaven and Aristotle to earth. On the left is Socrates conversing with his pupils, amongst whom is a young warrior, probably Alcibiades. Lying upon the steps in front is Diogenes. To his left, Pythagoras is writing on his knee, and near him, with ink and pen, is Empedocles. The youth in the white mantle is Francesco Maria della Rover, nephew of Julius, Roman 2. On the right is Archimedes drawing a geometrical problem upon the floor. The young man near him with uplifted hands is Federigo, Roman 2, Duke of Mantua. Behind these are Zoroaster and Ptolemy, one with a terrestrial, the other with a celestial globe, addressing 2 figures which represent Raphael and his master Perugino. The drawing in brown upon the socle beneath this fresco is by Pirino del Vaga and represents the death of Archimedes. Right wall, Parnassus, Apollo surrounded by the Muses, on his right Homer, Virgil, and Dante. Below, on the right, Sappho supposed to be addressing Corinna, Petrarch, Propertius, and Anacreon. On the left, Pindar and Horace, Sannazaro, Boccaccio, and others. Beneath this, in grisaille, are Alexander placing the poems of Homer in the tomb of Achilles and Augustus, preventing the burning of Virgil's Aeneid. Left wall above the window are Prudence, Fortitude, and Temperance. On the left, Justinian delivers the Pandects to Tribonian. On the right, Gregory, Roman 9, with the features of Julius, Roman 2, delivers the decretals to a jurist, Cardinal de' Medici, afterwards Leo X, Cardinal Farnese, afterwards Paul, Roman 3, and Cardinal del Monte are represented near the Pope. In the socle beneath is Solon addressing the people of Athens. Wall of egress, the Disputa, so called from an impression that it represents a dispute upon the sacrament. In the upper part of the composition, the heavenly host are present, Christ between the Virgin and St. John Baptist. On the left, St. Peter, Adam, St. John, David, St. Stephen, and another. On the right, St. Paul, Abraham, St. James, Moses, St. Lawrence, and St. George. Below is an altar surrounded by the Latin fathers Gregory, Jerome, Ambrose, and Augustine. Near St. Augustine stands St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Anacletus with the palm of a martyr, and Cardinal Buonaventura reading. Those in front are Innocent Roman III, and in the background Dante, near whom a monk in a black hood is pointed out as Savonarola. The Dominican on the extreme left is supposed to be Fra Angelico. The other figures are uncertain. Raphael bienjugé Dante and placent parmi les théologiens, dans la dispute du Saint-Sacrament, celui pour la tombe duquel a été écrit si vers, aussi vrai quil est plat. Theologus Dantes, nullius stigmatis expers. Ampere voyage dantesque. The chiaroscuros on the socle beneath this fresco are by Pirino del Vaga, added under Paul Roman III, and represent 1. A heathen sacrifice, 2. St. Augustine finding a child attempting to drain the sea, 3. The Cumae Sibyl and Augustus. Raphael commenced his work in the Vatican by painting the ceiling and the four walls of the room called Della Signatura, on the surface of which he had to represent 4 great compositions, which embraced the principal divisions of the encyclopedia of that period, namely, theology, philosophy, poetry, and jurisprudence. It will be conceived that to an artist imbued with the traditions of the Umbrian school, the first of these subjects was an unparalleled piece of good fortune. And Raphael, long familiar with the allegorical treatment of religious compositions, turned it here to the most admirable account. And, not content with the suggestions of his own genius, he availed himself of all the instruction he could derive from the intelligence of others. From these combined inspirations resulted, to the eternal glory of the Catholic faith and of Christian art, a composition without a rival in the history of painting, and we may also add without a name. For to call it lyric or epic is not enough, unless, indeed, we mean, by using these expressions, to compare it with the allegorical epic of Dante, alone worthy to be ranked with this marvelous production of the pencil of Raphael. And let no one consider this praise as idle and groundless, for it is Raphael himself who forces the comparison upon us, by placing the figure of Dante among the favorite sons of the Muses, and, what is still more striking, by draping the allegorical figure of theology in the very colors in which Dante has represented Beatrice, namely, the white veil, the red tunic, and the green mantle, while on her head he has placed the olive crown. Of the 4 allegorical figures which occupy the compartments of the ceiling, and which were all painted immediately after Raphael's arrival in Rome, theology and poetry are incontestably the most remarkable. The latter would be easily distinguished by the calm inspiration of her glance, even were she without her wings, her starry crown, and her azure robe, all having allusion to the elevated region towards which it is her privilege to soar. The figure of theology is quite as admirably suited to the subject she personifies. She points to the upper part of the grand composition, which takes its name from her, and in which the artist has provided inexhaustible food for the sagacity and enthusiasm of the spectator. This work consists of 2 grand divisions, heaven and earth, which are united to one another by that mystical bond, the sacrament of the Eucharist. The personages whom the Church has most honored for learning and holiness are ranged in picturesque and animated groups on either side of the altar, on which the consecrated wafer is exposed. St. Augustine dictates his thoughts to one of his disciples. St. Gregory, in his pontifical robes, seems absorbed in the contemplation of celestial glory. St. Ambrose, in a slightly different attitude, appears to be chanting the Te Deum, while St. Jerome, seated, rests his hands on a large book, which he holds on his knees. Pietro Lombardo, Duns Scotus, St. Thomas Aquinas, Pope Anacletus, St. Buonaventura, and Innocent Roman III are no less happily characterized, while behind all these illustrious men, whom the Church and succeeding generations have agreed to honor, Raphael has ventured to introduce Dante with his laurel crown, and with still greater boldness the monk Savonarola, publicly burnt 10 years before as a heretic. In the glory, which forms the upper part of the picture, the 3 persons of the Trinity are represented, surrounded by patriarchs, apostles, and saints. It may, in fact, be considered in some sort as a résumé of all the favorite compositions produced during the last 100 years by the Umbrian school. A great number of the types, and particularly those of Christ and the Virgin, are to be found in the earlier works of Raphael himself. The Umbrian artists, from having so long exclusively employed themselves on mystical subjects, had certainly attained to a marvelous perfection in the representation of celestial beatitude, and of those ineffable things of which it has been said that the heart of man cannot conceive them, far less, therefore, the pencil of man portray. And Raphael, surpassing them in all, and even in this instance while surpassing himself, appears to have fixed the limits, beyond which Christian art, properly so called, has never since been able to advance. Rio, poetry of Christian art. The stanza of the Incendio del Borgo is decorated with frescoes illustrative of the triumphs of the Church from events in the reigns of Leo Roman III and Leo Roman IV. The roof has 4 frescoes by Perugino illustrative of the Savior in glory. Entrance wall the Victory of Leo Roman IV, over the Saracens ad Ostia by Giovanni di Udine from designs of Raphael. The Pope is represented with the features of Leo X. Behind him are Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, Clement Roman VII, Cardinal Bibbiena, and others. The castle of Ostia is seen in the background. Beneath are Ferdinand the Catholic and the Emperor Lautera by Polidoro da Caravaggio. Left wall the Incendio del Borgo, a fire in the Leonine city in 847. In the background, Leo Roman IV is seen in the portico of the old St. Peter's arresting with a cross the progress of the flames on their approach to the basilica. In the foreground is a group of fugitives by Giulio Romano, resembling Aeneas escaping from Troy with Anchises, followed by Ascanius and Creusa. Beneath are Godfrey de Bouillon and Astolphe Ethelwulf, the latter with the inscription, Astolphus Rex sub Leone Roman IV, Pont, Britannium Beto Petro Vectigalum fecit. Right wall the Justification of Leo Roman III, before Charlemagne by Pirino del Vaga. The Pope is a portrait of Leo X, the Emperor of Francis I. Wall of Egress the Coronation of Charlemagne in the old St. Peter's. Leo X is again represented as Leo Roman III, and Francis I as Charlemagne. This fresco is partly by Raphael, partly by Pirino del Vaga. On the socle is Charlemagne by Polidoro da Caravaggio. A 5th chamber has been decorated under Pius Roman IX, with frescoes by Fracassini in honor of the recent dogma of the Immaculate Conception. The proclamation of the dogma, the adoration of the image of the Virgin, and the reception of the news by the Virgin in heaven from an angelic messenger are duly represented. From the corner of the Sala del Constantino, a custode, if requested, will give access to the Cappella di San Lorenzo, a tiny chapel covered with frescoes executed by Fra Angelico for Nicholas V in 1447. The upper series represents events in the life of Saint Stephen, his ordination by Saint Peter, his almsgiving. He is brought before the council at Jerusalem. His accuser has the dress and shaven crown of a monk. He is dragged to execution. He is stoned. Saul is among the spectators. Angelico has represented Saint Stephen as a young man, beardless, and with a most mild and candid expression. His dress is the deacon's habit of a vivid blue. Mrs. Jameson. The lower series represents the life of St. Lawrence. He is ordained by Sixtus Roman II. With the features of Nicholas V, Sixtus Roman II delivers the treasures of the church to him for distribution among the poor. He distributes them in alms. He is carried before Decius the prefect. He suffers martyrdom AD 253. Introduced in the side arches are the figures of Saint Jerome, Saint Ambrose, Saint Augustine, Saint Gregory, Saint John Chrysostom, Saint Athanasius, Saint Leoas the Protector of Rome, and Saint Thomas Aquinas painted by the Dominican Angelico, and for a Dominican Pope Nicholas V. The consecration of Saint Stephen, the distribution of alms, and above all, his preaching, are 3 pictures as perfect of their kind as any that have been produced by the greatest masters. And it would be difficult to imagine a group more happily conceived as to arrangement or more graceful in form and attitude than that of the seated females listening to the holy preacher. And if the furious fanaticism of the executioners, who stone him to death, is not expressed with all the energy we could desire, this may be attributed to a glorious incapacity in this angelic imagination, too exclusively occupied with love and ecstasy, to be ever able to familiarize itself with those dramatic scenes in which hateful and violent passions were to be represented. Rio. Poetry of Christian art. The soul of Angelico lives in perpetual peace, not seclusion from the world. No shutting out of the world is needful for him. There is nothing to shut out. Envy, lust, contention, discourtesy are to him as though they were not. And the cloister walls of Fiesole no penitential solitude, barred from the stir and joy of life, but a possessed land of tender blessing, guarded from the entrance of all but holiest sorrow. The little cell was as one of the houses of heaven prepared for him by his master. What need had it to be elsewhere? Was not the Val d'Arno, with its olive woods in white blossom, paradise enough for a poor monk? Or could Christ be indeed in heaven more than here? Was he not always with him? Could he breathe or see, but that Christ breathed beside him, or looked into his eyes? Under every cypress avenue the angels walked. He had seen their white robes, whiter than the dawn at his bedside, as he woke in early summer. They had sung with him, one on each side, when his voice failed for joy at sweet vesper and matin time. His eyes were blinded by their wings in the sunset, when it sank behind the hills of Luni. Ruskin's modern painters. The same staircase which is usually ascended to reach the stands, that on the left of the fountain in the Cortile S. Damaso, will also lead, by turning to the left in the loggia of the third floor, to the Gallery of Pictures, founded by Pius Roman VII, who acted on the advice of Cardinal Gonsalvi and of Canova, and formed the present collection from the pictures which had been carried off by the French from the Roman churches, upon their restoration. The pictures have, to a great extent, been recently rearranged and are not all numbered. Each picture is worthy of separate examination. They are contained in 4 rooms, and according to their present position are: First room. Entrance wall, St. Jerome, Leonardo da Vinci painted in Bister. St. John Baptist, Guercino, the Annunciation, Adoration of the Magi and Presentation in the Temple, Raphael, formerly a predella to the Coronation of the Virgin in the 3rd room. The Dead Christ and Mary Magdalene, Andrea Mantegna from the Aldrovandi Gallery at Bologna. Madonna with the Child and St. John, Fr. Francia. Right wall. The Story of St. Niccolo of Bari, Fra Angelico de Fiesole, 2 out of the 3 predella pictures once in the sacristy of S. Domenico at Florence, whence they were carried off to Paris, where the 3rd remains. Above, the Adoration of the Shepherds, Murillo. The Virgin surrounded by angels, Fra Angelico, the Story of St. Hyacinth, Benazzo Ghazali. Above, the Marriage of St. Catherine, Murillo, I Tre Santi, Perugino. Part of a large predella in the church of S. Pietro Cassinense at Perugia. Several saints from this predella still remain in the sacristy of S. Pietro. 2 are at Lyon. In the center is Saint Benedict, with his black cowl over his head and long parted beard, the book in one hand and the asperge in the other. On one side, Saint Placidus, young and with a mild, candid expression, black habit and shaven crown. On the other side is Saint Flavia or Saint Catherine, crowned as a martyr, holding her palm and gazing upward with a divine expression. Mrs. Jameson. Above this, the Holy Family and Saints, Bonifacio. Left wall, the Dead Christ, with the Virgin, St. John and the Magdalene lamenting, Carlo Crivelli. Wall of Egress Faith, Hope and Charity, Raphael. Circular medallions in Bister, which once formed a predella for the entombment in the Borghese Gallery. Second room. Entrance wall, the Communion of St. Jerome, Domnicino. This is the masterpiece of the master, and perhaps second only to the Transfiguration. It was painted for the monks of Araceli, who quarreled with the artist and shut up the picture. Afterwards, they commissioned Poussin to paint an altarpiece for their church, and instead of supplying him with fresh canvas, produced the picture of Domnicino and desired him to paint over it. Poussin indignantly threw up his engagement and made known the existence of the picture, which was afterwards preserved in the Church of S. Girolamo della Carita, whence it was carried off by the French. Saint Jerome, dying at Bethlehem, is represented receiving the last sacraments from Saint Ephraim of Syria, while Saint Paula kneels by his side. The Last Communion of Saint Jerome is the subject of one of the most celebrated pictures in the world, the Saint Jerome of Domnicino, which has been thought worthy of being placed opposite to the Transfiguration of Raphael in the Vatican. The aged saint, feeble, emaciated, dying, is borne in the arms of his disciples to the chapel of his monastery and placed within the porch. A young priest sustains him. Saint Paula, kneeling, kisses one of his thin bony hands. the saint fixes his eager eyes on the countenance of the priest, who is about to administer the sacrament, a noble, dignified figure in a rich ecclesiastical dress. A deacon holds the cup and an attendant priest the book. The lion droops his head with an expression of grief. The eyes and attention of all are on the dying saint, while 4 angels, hovering above, look down upon the scene. Jameson's Sacred Art. And Jerome's death, AD 420, drawing near, he commanded that he should be laid on the bare ground and covered with sackcloth, and calling the brethren around him, he spake sweetly to them, and exhorted them in many holy words, and appointed Eusebius to be their abbot in his room. And then with tears he received the blessed Eucharist, and sinking backwards again on the earth, his hands crossed on his heart, he sung the Nunc Dimittis, which being finished, it being the hour of Compline, suddenly a great light, as of the noonday sun, shone round about him, within which light angels innumerable were seen by the bystanders, in shifting motion, like sparks among the dry reeds. And the voice of the Saviour was heard, inviting him to heaven, and the holy doctor answered that he was ready. And after an hour that light departed, and Jerome's spirit with it. Lord Lindsay, from Peter de Natalibus. Right wall. The Madonna di Foligno, Raphael, ordered in 1511 by Sigismondo Conti for the church of Araceli, where he is buried, and removed in 1565 to Foligno, when his great-niece, Anna Conti, took the veil there at the convent of St. Anna. The angel in the foreground bears a tablet, with the names of the painter and donor, and the date 1512. The city of Foligno is seen in the background, with a falling bomb, from which one may believe that the picture was a votive offering from Sigismondo for an escape during a siege. The picture was originally on panel, and was transferred to canvas at Paris. The Madonna di Foligno, however beautiful in the whole arrangement, however excellent in the execution of separate parts, appears to belong to a transition state of development. There is something of the ecstatic enthusiasm which has produced such peculiar conceptions and treatment of religious subjects in other artists' Correggio, for example, and which, so far from harmonizing with the unaffected serene grace of Raphael, has in this instance led to some serious defects. This remark is particularly applicable to the figures of St. John and St. Francis. The former looks out of the picture with a fantastic action, and the drawing of his arm is even considerably mannered. St. Francis has an expression of fanatical ecstasy, and his countenance is strikingly weak in the painting, composed of reddish, yellowish, and gray tones, which cannot be wholly ascribed to their restorer. Again, St. Jerome looks up with a sort of fretful expression, in which it is difficult to recognize, as some do, a mournful resignation. There is also an exaggerated style of drawing in the eyes, which sometimes gives a sharpness to the expression of Raphael's figures, and appears very marked in some of his other pictures. Lastly, the Madonna and the Child, who turn to the donor, are in attitudes which, however graceful, are not perhaps sufficiently tranquil for the majesty of the Queen of Heaven. The expression of the Madonna's countenance is extremely sweet, but with more of the character of a mere woman than of a glorified being. The figure of the donor, on the other hand, is excellent, with an expression of sincerity and truth. The angel with the tablet is of unspeakable intensity and exquisite beauty, one of the most marvelous figures that Raphael has created. Kugler. In the upper part of the composition sits the Virgin in heavenly glory. By her side is the infant Christ, partly sustained by his mother's veil, which is drawn round his body. Both look down benignly on the votary, Sigismund Conti, who, kneeling below, gazes up with an expression of the most intense gratitude and devotion. It is a portrait from the life, and certainly one of the finest and most lifelike that exist in painting. Behind him stands Saint Jerome, who, placing his hand upon the head of the votary, seems to present him to his celestial protectress. On the other side, John the Baptist, the meager, wild-looking prophet of the desert, points upward to the Redeemer. More in front kneels St. Francis, who, while he looks up to heaven with trusting and imploring love, extends his right hand towards the worshippers supposed to be assembled in the church, recommending them also to the protecting grace of the Virgin. In the center of the picture, dividing these two groups, stands a lovely angel boy, holding in his hand a tablet, one of the most charming figures of this kind Raphael ever painted. The head, looking up, has that sublime, yet perfectly childish grace, which strikes one in those awful angel boys in the Madonna di San Sisto. The background is a landscape, in which appears the city of Foligno at a distance. It is overshadowed by a storm cloud, and a meteor is seen falling, but above these bends a rainbow, pledge of peace and safety. The whole picture glows throughout with life and beauty, hallowed by that profound religious sentiment which suggested the offering, and which the sympathetic artist seems to have caught from the grateful donor. It was dedicated in the Church of the Ara Coeli at Rome, which belongs to the Franciscans, hence St. Francis is one of the principal figures. When I was asked, at Rome, why St. Jerome had been introduced into the picture, I thought it might be thus accounted for. The patron saint of the donor, St. Sigismund, was a king and warrior, and Conti might possibly think it did not accord with his profession, as a humble ecclesiastic, to introduce him here. The most celebrated convent of the Geronimites in Italy is that of St. Sigismund, near Cremona, placed under the special protection of St. Jerome, who is also in a general sense the patron of all ecclesiastics. Hence, perhaps, he figures here as the protector of Sigismund Conti. Jameson's Legends of the Madonna, p. 103. Wall of Egress. The Transfiguration, Raphael, the grandest picture in the world. It was originally painted by order of Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, afterwards Clement Roman VII, Archbishop of Narbonne, for that provincial cathedral. But it was scarcely finished when Raphael died, and it hung over his deathbed as he lay in state and was carried in his funeral procession. And when all beheld him where he lay, how changed from yesterday him in that hour cut off, and at his head his last great work. When, entering in, they looked now on the dead, then on that masterpiece now on his face, lifeless and colorless, then on those forms divine that lived and breathed, and would live on for ages all were moved, and sighs burst forth in loudest lamentations. Rogers. The three following quotations may perhaps represent the practical, aesthetical, and spiritual aspects of the picture. It is somewhat strange to see the whole picture of the Transfiguration including the three apostles, prostrate on the mount, shading their dazzled senses from the insufferable brightness occupying only a small part of the top of the canvas, and the principal field filled with a totally distinct and certainly unequaled picture, that of the demoniac boy, whom our Savior cured on coming down from the mount after his transfiguration. This was done in compliance with the orders of the monks of S. Pietro in Montorio, for which church it was painted. It was the universal custom of the age, the yet unbanished taste of Gothic days, to have two pictures, a celestial and a terrestrial one, wholly unconnected with each other. Accordingly, we see few, even of the finest paintings, in which there is not a heavenly subject above and an earthly below, for the great masters of that day, like our own Shakespeare, were compelled to suit their works to the taste of their employers. Eaton's Rome. It must ever be matter of wonder that anyone can have doubted of the grand unity of such a conception as this. In the absence of the Lord, the disconsolate parents bring a possessed boy to the disciples of the Holy One. They seem to have been making attempts to cast out the evil spirit. One has opened a book, to see whether by chance any spell were contained in it which might be successful against this plague, but in vain. At this moment appears he who alone has the power, and appears transfigured in glory. They remember his former mighty deeds. They instantly point aloft to the vision as the only source of healing. How can the upper and lower parts be separated? Both are one, beneath is suffering craving for aid, above is active power and helpful grace. Both refer to one another, both work in one another. Those who, in our dispute over the picture, thought with me, confirmed their view by this consideration. Raphael, they said, was ever distinguished by the exquisite propriety of his conceptions. And is it likely that this painter, thus gifted by God, and everywhere recognizable by the excellence of this his gift, would in the full ripeness of his powers have thought and painted wrongly? Not so. He is, as nature is, ever right, and then most deeply and truly right when we least suspect it. Goethe's work, Roman 3, p. 33. In looking at the Transfiguration, we must bear in mind that it is not an historical, but a devotional picture, that the intention of the painter was not to represent a scene, but to excite religious feelings by expressing, so far as painting might do it, a very sublime idea. If we remove to a certain distance from the picture, so that the forms shall become vague, indistinct, and only the masses of color and the light and shade perfectly distinguishable, we shall see that the picture is indeed divided as if horizontally, the upper half being all light, and the lower half comparatively all dark. As we approach nearer, step by step, we behold above, the radiant figure of the Savior floating in midair, with arms outspread, garments of transparent light, glorified visage upturned as if in rapture, and the hair lifted and scattered as I have seen it in persons under the influence of electricity. On the right, Moses. On the left, Elijah, representing respectively the Old Law and the Old Prophecies, which both testified of him. The three disciples lie on the ground, terror-struck, dazzled. There is a sort of eminence or platform, but no perspective, no attempt at real locality, for the scene is revealed as in a vision, and the same soft, transparent light envelopes the whole. This is the spiritual life, raised far above the earth, but not yet in heaven. Below is seen the earthly light, poor humanity struggling helplessly with pain, infirmity, and death. The Father brings his Son, the possessed, or as we should now say, the epileptic boy, who oftentimes falls into the water, or into the fire, or lies groveling on the earth, foaming and gnashing his teeth. The boy struggles in his arms, the rolling eyes. The distorted features, the spasmodic limbs, are at once terrible and pitiful to look on. Such is the profound, the heart-moving significance of this wonderful picture. It is, in truth, a fearful approximation of the most opposite things: the mournful helplessness, suffering, and degradation of human nature, the unavailing pity, are placed in immediate contrast with spiritual light, life, hope, nay, the very fruition of heavenly rapture. It has been asked, who are the two figures, the two saintly deacons, who stand on each side of the upper group, and what have they to do with the mystery above or the sorrow below? Their presence shows that the whole was conceived as a vision or a poem. The two saints are Saint Lawrence and Saint Julian, placed there at the request of the Cardinal de' Medici, for whom the picture was painted, to be offered by him as an act of devotion as well as munificence to his new bishopric. And these two figures commemorate in a poetical way, not unusual at the time, his father, Lorenz, and his uncle, Giuliano de' Medici. They would be better away. But Raphael, in consenting to the wish of his patron that they should be introduced, left no doubt of the significance of the whole composition, that it is placed before worshippers as a revelation of the double life of earthly suffering and spiritual faith, as an excitement to religious contemplation and religious hope. In the Gospel, the transfiguration of our Lord is first described, then the gathering of the people and the appeal of the Father in behalf of his afflicted Son. They appear to have been simultaneous, but painting only could have placed them before our eyes, at the same moment, in all their suggestive contrast. It will be said that in the brief record of the evangelist, this contrast is nowhere indicated, but the painter found it there and was right to use it, just the same as if a man should choose a text from which to preach a sermon, and in doing so, should evolve from the inspired words many teachings, many deep reasonings, besides those most obvious and apparent. But after we have prepared ourselves to understand and to take into our heads all that this wonderful picture can suggest, considered as an emanation of the mind, we find that it has other interests for us, considered merely as a work of art. It was the last picture which came from Raphael's hand. He was painting on it when he was seized with his last illness. He had completed all the upper part of the composition, all the ethereal vision, but the lower part of it was still unfinished, and in this state the picture was hung over his bier. When, after his death, he was laid out in his painting room, and all his pupils and friends and the people of Rome came to look upon him for the last time. And when those who stood round raised their eyes to the transfiguration, and then bent them on the lifeless form extended beneath it, every heart was like to burst with grief. Face vescapere l'anima di dolor o ognuno ci quivi guardava, as, indeed, well it might. 2/3 of the price of the picture, 655 ducati di camera, had already been paid by the Cardinal de' Medici, and in the following year, that part of the picture which Raphael had left unfinished was completed by his pupil Giulio Romano, a powerful and gifted, but not a refined or elevated, genius. He supplied what was wanting in the colors and chiaroscuro according to Raphael's design, but not certainly as Raphael himself would have done it. The sum which Giulio received he bestowed as a dowry on his sister, when he gave her in marriage to Lorenzetto the sculptor, who had been a friend and pupil of Raphael. The cardinal did not send the picture to Narbonne, but unwilling to deprive Rome of such a masterpiece, he presented it to the church of San Pietro in Montorio, and sent in its stead the Raising of Lazarus by Sebastian del Piombo, now in our National Gallery. The French carried off the Transfiguration to Paris in 1797, and when restored, it was placed in the Vatican, where it now is. Mrs. Jameson's History of Our Lord, Volume I. Third room. Entrance wall Madonna and Saints, Titian. Titian's altarpiece is a specimen of his pictures of this class. St. Nicholas, in full episcopal costume, is gazing upwards with an air of inspiration. St. Peter is looking over his shoulder at a book, and a beautiful St. Catherine is on the other side. Farther behind are St. Francis and St. Anthony of Padua, on the left St. Sebastian, whose figure recurs in almost all of these pictures. Above, in the clouds with angels, is the Madonna, who looks cheerfully on, while the lovely child holds a wreath, as if ready to crown a votary. Kugler. In this picture there are 3 stages, or whatever they are called, the same as in the Transfiguration. Below, saints and martyrs are represented in suffering and abasement. On every face is depicted sadness, nay, almost impatience. One figure in rich episcopal robes looks upwards, with the most eager and agonized longing, as if weeping, but he cannot see all that is floating above his head, but which we see, standing in front of the picture. Above, Mary and her child are in a cloud, radiant with joy, and surrounded by angels, who have woven many garlands. The Holy Child holds one of these, and seems as if about to crown the saints beneath, but his mother withholds his hand for the moment. The contrast between the pain and suffering below, whence St. Sebastian looks forth out of the picture with gloom and almost apathy, and the lofty unalloyed exultation in the clouds above, where crowns and palms are already awaiting him, is truly admirable. High above the group of Mary hovers the Holy Spirit, from whom emanates a bright streaming light, thus forming the apex of the whole composition. I have just remembered that Goethe, at the beginning of his first visit to Rome, describes and admires this picture, and he speaks of it in considerable detail. It was at that time in the Quirinal. Mendelssohn's Letters. Sta Margherita de Cortona, Guercino. She is represented kneeling, angels hovering above. In the background is the convent of Cortona. Right wall. Martyrdom of St. Lawrence, Spagnolto. The Magdalene with angels bearing the instruments of the Passion, Guercino. The Coronation of the Virgin, Pinturicchio. The Resurrection, Perugino. The figures are sharply relieved against a bright green landscape and a perfectly green sky. The figure of the risen Savior is in a raised gold nimbus surrounded by cherubs' heads, as in the fresco of Pinturicchio at the Ara Coeli. The escaping soldier is said to be a portrait of Perugino, introduced by Raphael the Sleeping Soldier, that of Raphael by Perugino. La Madonna di Monteluco, designed by Raphael, the upper part painted by Giulio Romano, the lower by Francesco Penni il Fatter. The apostles, looking into the tomb of the Virgin, find it blooming with heartsease and ixias. Above, the Virgin is crowned amid the angels. There is a lovely landscape scene through a dark cave, which ends awkwardly in the black clouds. This picture was painted for the convent of Monteluco near Spoleto. The Nativity, Giovanni Spagna. The Coronation of the Virgin, Raphael. The predella in the first room belonged to this picture, which was painted for the Benedictines of Perugia. The Virgin and Child enthroned under an arcade with S. Lorenzo, St. Louis, S. Ercolano, and S. Costanzo, standing. On the step of the throne is inscribed Hoc Petrus de Chastro Plebis Pinxit. Virgin and Child, Sassoferrato. A fat mundane infant and a coarse virgin seated on a crescent moon. The child holds a rosary. End wall. The Entombment, Caravaggio. Caravaggio's Entombment of Christ is a picture wanting in all the characteristics of holy sublimity, but is nevertheless full of solemnity, only perhaps too like the funeral solemnity of a gypsy chief. A figure of such natural sorrow as the Virgin, who is represented as exhausted with weeping, with her trembling outstretched hands, has seldom been painted. Even as mother of a gypsy chief, she is dignified and touching. Kugler. Left wall returning. Doge a gritty Titian, half-length in a yellow robe. 2 very large pictures in many compartments, by Niccolò Alunno, of the Crucifixion and Saints. Between them, Sixtus Roman IV, and his court, Melazzo de Forli. A fresco, removed from the Vatican Library by Leo Roman XII, which is a most interesting memorial of an important historical family. Near the figure of the Pope, Sixtus Roman IV, who is known to Roman travelers from his magnificent bronze tomb in the Chapel of the Sacrament at St. Peter's, stand 2 of his nephews, of whom one is Giuliano della Rovere, afterwards Julius Roman II. And the other Pietro Riario, who, from the position of a humble Franciscan monk, was raised in a few months by his uncle to be Bishop of Treviso, Cardinal Archbishop of Seville, Patriarch of Constantinople, Archbishop of Valence, and Archbishop of Florence when his life changed, and he lived with such extravagance and gave banquets so magnificent that never had pagan antiquity seen anything like it. But within 2 years, he died, not without suspicion of poison, to the great grief of Pope Sixtus, and to the infinite joy of the whole College of Cardinals. The kneeling figure represents Platina, the historian of the popes and prefect of the Vatican Library. In the background stand 2 other nephews of the Pope, Cardinal Giovanni della Rovere and Girolamo Riario, who was married by his uncle or father. The Pope, to the famous Caterina Sforza, was suspected of being the originator of the conspiracy of the Pazzi, was created Count of Forli, and to whose aggrandizement Sixtus Roman IV sacrificed every principle of morality and justice. He was murdered at Forli, April 14, 1488. Beneath is inscribed, Templa Domum expositus for ammonia pontes, virginim triviae quadripararis aquam prisca licet, naughty statuas, der commoda portus, et Vaticanum singer 6 jugum, plus tamen urbs debit, nam qui squalor late bit, germiter in celebri bibliotheca loco. 4th room. Entrance wall, the martyrdom of SS, Processus and Martinianus, the jailers of St. Peter, Valentin. It is stigmatized by Kugler as an unimportant and bad picture, but perhaps from the connection of the subject with the story of St. Peter, has been thought worthy of being copied in mosaic in the basilica, whence this picture was brought. This picture is terrible for dark and effective expression. It is just one of those subjects in which the Caravaggio school delighted. Jameson's Sacred Art Martyrdom of St. Peter, Guido Reni. This has the heavy, powerful forms of Caravaggio, but wants the passionate feeling which sustains such subjects. It is a martyrdom, and nothing more. It might pass for an enormous and horrible genre picture. Kugler. Martyrdom of Saint Erasmus, N. Poussin, a most horrible picture of the disembowelment of the saint upon a wheel. It was copied in mosaic in St. Peter's when the picture was removed from thence. Left wall, the Annunciation, Baroxio, from Sta. Maria di Loreto, detained in the Vatican in exchange for a mosaic after it was sent back by the French. Saint Gregory the Great, the Miracle of the Brandeum, Andrea Sacchi. The Empress Constantia sent to Saint Gregory requesting some of the relics of Saint Peter and Saint Paul. He excused himself, saying that he dared not disturb their sacred remains for such a purpose, but he sent her part of a consecrated cloth, Brandeum, which had enfolded the body of Saint John the Evangelist. The Empress rejected this gift with contempt, whereupon Gregory, to show that such things are hallowed not so much in themselves as by the faith of believers, laid the Brandeum on the altar, and after praying he took up a knife and pierced it, and blood flowed as from a living body. Jameson's Sacred Art, p. 321. The Ecstasy of Sta. Michelina, Baroxio. This picture is mentioned by Lanzi as Sta. Michelina Estatica sul Calvario. The story appears to be lost. Between the windows. The Madonna and Child with Saint Jerome and Saint Bartholomew, Morto da Brescia, Buon Vicino, The Dream of Sta. Helena of the Finding of the True Cross, Paolo Veronese, once in the Capitol collection. Right wall returning. Madonna with Saint Thomas and Saint Jerome, Guido. The Saint Thomas is very grand. Madonna della Cintola with Saint John and Saint Augustine. Signed, Cesare de Sesto, Salvator Mundi. Christ seated on the rainbow, Correggio. Saint Romualdo, Andrea Sacchi. The saint sees the vision of a ladder by which the friars of his order ascend to heaven. The monks in white drapery are grand and noble figures. It is recorded in the legend of Saint Romualdo that, a short time before his death, he fell asleep beside a fountain near his cell. And he dreamed, and in his dream he saw a ladder like that which the patriarch Jacob beheld in his vision, resting on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven. And he saw the brethren of his order ascending by twos and by threes, all clothed in white. When Romualdo awoke from his dream, he changed the habit of his monks from black to white, which they have ever since worn in remembrance of this vision. Jameson's Monastic Orders, p. 117. A door on the ground floor of the Cortile di S. Damaso will admit visitors, with an order, to visit the papal manufactory of mosaics, whence so many beautiful works have issued, and where others are always in progress. Ghirlandajo, who felt the utmost enthusiasm for the august remains of Roman grandeur, was still more deeply impressed by the sight of the ancient mosaics of the Christian basilicas, the image of which was still present to his mind when he said, at a more advanced age, that mosaic was the true painting for eternity. Rio.